mortal rise through 100 reincarnations. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction, so please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter, and if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 401, Two Different Wills and Divine Thoughts. Only when the power of a divine transformation family was truly mobilized did Zhao Sheng truly experience the earth-shaking magnitude of the event. In just 3 days after meeting Zhao Chengdu, 25 types of celestial spiritual fire, the earth spirit flame, the earth lung poison flame, the Samadhi true fire, the Sikun flame, the mystic jade crystal fire, the earth demon ghost flame, were effortlessly delivered to the Binghero Peak cave abode. Along with the spiritual fires came 100 jin weight bright crystal, a jar of jade spirit juice, 10 fist-sized earth core fire drills, a pool of jade cold spirit liquid, 10,000-year-old black iron, and a vast array of other celestial treasures. To this end, Zhao Sheng not only gave away all the one-level treasury slots, but also emptied his own storage bag and even returned the gifts sent by the family's ancestors. Zhao Sheng didn't even have time to examine the sacred land containing a first-grade, superior spiritual vein before he traded it to a giant elder from the Ren clan in exchange for the magical Xianshan Binghero furnace. Because this low-grade magical weapon contained 3 rare and special fire-related prohibitions and nurtured a congenital Bing fire. In the Zhao clan of Nanshan, rules are paramount. Even Zhao Sheng, a grand elder, was bound by clan rules. To access treasures from the family treasury, he had to exchange them for merit points. Of course, as a grand elder, he still enjoyed some minor privileges. A lack of merit didn't matter, he could trade for items first. So, on the 5th day, Zhao Sheng, poor on the money, began his arduous journey of alchemy to pay off his debts. 10 years passed, and the sun was high in the sky. On Binghero Peak, the 1,000-year-old fire pines that covered the mountain were growing even stronger than in previous years. Their red needles, as bright as crystals, shone with a vibrant red light, a truly captivating sight. From time to time, amidst the lush pine forest, members of the Zhao clan, clad in red robes, could be seen, busily plucking pineapple-sized flame pine cones from the pines, seemingly enjoying a bountiful harvest. Thousands of feet beneath Binghero Peak, in a cavern roughly a mile in size, a dense vortex of fiery spiritual energy gathered, and scorching waves of flame roared through the air. Zhao Sheng sat suspended in the air at the center of the fire cave, surrounded by a majesty of celestial spiritual fires, some in crimson gold, some brilliant yellow, some pure cyan, and some blazing white. A rough count revealed as many as 26 of them. Within these spiritual fires, ancient, natural alchemy furnaces, each radiant with precious light, swayed in the flames, most emitting an incomparably rich elixir fragrance. After 3 lifetimes of diligent cultivation, Zhao Sheng had mastered the Star God Thousand Hearts technique to the great accomplishment Thousand Hearts realm. Simultaneously refining 26 furnaces of 3rd-level condensation pills was merely a small test. Refining the elixir consumed only a small portion of his attention. The majority of Zhao Sheng's remaining consciousness was focused on the spiritual cave beneath him. At this moment, within the cave's vast spiritual chasm, 6 celestial fires, the Golden Crow True Fire, the Azure Sun Pure Flame, the Extreme Eternal Cold Flame, the Ancient Poison Flame, the Myriad Desires Demon Fire, and the God-Destroying Soul-Eroding True Fire, were forming a circle around the 6 extreme star positions, collectively refining a perfect golden sphere the size of a skull at the center. However, even after Zhao Sheng had gathered all 6 extreme celestial fires and refined them for 3 years, the piece of Maori pure gold remained motionless, showing no sign of refinement. An unknown amount of time passed before a dull roar accompanied the humming of the lids of the 26 alchemy furnaces. A rich elixir fragrance emanated, dispersing in clouds of elixir that filled the entire cave. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed with divine light, and his divine thoughts roared through the void. Following his thoughts, all the cauldron lids flew away with a bang. In an instant, hundreds of shooting stars shot up from the alchemy furnace, escaping in all directions. But under the vast net of divine consciousness, none of these 3rd-level precious pills could escape its clutches. They obediently flew back, and Zhao Sheng stuffed them one by one into high-quality pill bottles and sealed them away. A rough count revealed over 100 condensation pills, 2/3 of which were top grade. Zhao Sheng's incredible skill in mass-producing alchemy alone earned him the title of Grandmaster. Indeed, in just 10 years, he had become the recognized chief alchemist within the southern Skyzhou clan, yet outsiders remained completely unaware of his achievements. A moment later, Zhao Sheng, dressed in a pristine white alchemy robe, emerged from his cave abode on Binghuo Peak. Inside, an elegant, red-robed elder was already waiting in the living room. Upon seeing Zhao Sheng emerge, the red-robed elder beamed. He bowed and said, "I am Zhao Fuan of the Yizi lineage, greeting the 16th patriarch. No need for formalities. Here are 50 bottles of condensation pills. Calculate how much merit they represent." With that, Zhao Sheng tossed the other man a storage bag. Zhao Fuan's smile widened. He immediately pulled a pill bottle from the bag, unsealed it, and poured out a jade-white condensation pill, carefully examining the elixir's quality. Top grade, wow, it's still top grade. As each top-grade pill emerged, Zhao Fuan's voice grew louder and more excited. He had never interacted with the 16th patriarch before, and the only information he had was from the lineage's ancestor. Before his arrival, the ancestor had repeatedly urged him to cultivate a good relationship with the Kaiyongshan patriarch and not to offend him. Meeting him today, he realized those absurd rumors were actually true. The 16th patriarch's alchemy skills were so high they surpassed all imagination. After a full half hour, Zhao Fuan forced himself to suppress his shock and excitement, and replied to Zhao Sheng with immense respect, "16th patriarch, a total of 123 mid-grade and top-grade condensing true pills can be exchanged for 361 great merits and 57 small merits, for a total of 3,615,700 merit points. In the Zhao family's exchange system, one merit point is roughly worth one low-grade spirit stone. While merit points can be exchanged for spirit stones cannot be exchanged for merit points. Each small merit point is worth 100 merit points, equivalent to one mid-grade spirit stone. A great merit point is worth a full 10,000 merit points, equivalent to one top-grade spirit stone. Merit points, small merits, and great merits are traded in ascending levels, and some precious treasures require small merits or even great merits to acquire. After hearing this, Zhao Sheng calmly asked, "After deducting these, how many merits do I still owe you?" The Yizi lineage, Zhao Fuan blurted out, "Another 718, yes." Zhao Sheng nodded, then asked, "What kind of elixir do you want to refine next? Have you gathered all the necessary herbs?" Zhao Fuan immediately pulled out a pile of storage bags and placed them on the table, saying respectfully, "My lineage's ancestor wishes to obtain an enlightenment pill. We have 3 sets of the necessary herbs. I wonder if you can refine it." Enlightenment pill, Zhao Sheng frowned, pondering for a moment. Zhao Fuan felt uneasy. He knew that Kaiyongshan patriarch had once refined a furnace of enlightenment pills 3 years ago, and the result was 3 pills, one of which was even of top-grade quality. But judging by the situation, it seemed unlikely that our lineage's ancestor's request would be fulfilled. 6 months is a bit long, but it's not impossible. But, at this point, Zhao Sheng suddenly paused and looked at the other person. Upon seeing this, Zhao Fuan's mind flashed with inspiration. He immediately exclaimed, "My lineage's ancestor said that one enlightenment pill is worth 200 great merits. If it's a top-grade elixir that's biased towards the water element, all that merit owed can be wiped out. Enlightenment pills are a special type of elixir, reaching a high 4th grade rank and being extremely difficult to refine. While mid or low-grade enlightenment pills can significantly boost enlightenment, aiding the recipient in comprehending the Dao, top-grade enlightenment pills have undergone a remarkable transformation. Not only do they significantly enhance enlightenment, but the elixir itself also possesses a natural Dao essence, significantly enhancing one's understanding of the Dao. Within the Zhao clan of Nanshan, there are 1 or 2 master alchemists who can also refine enlightenment pills. However, remarkably, none of them have ever managed to refine even a single top-grade enlightenment pill. Only Zhao Sheng succeeded. That top-grade pill from 3 years ago was biased towards the water element. At that time, Zhao Xingyu, the 7th patriarch of the Shen lineage, took the elixir and went into seclusion for 2 years. When he emerged, he had advanced from the 5th to the 6th stage of the nascent soul realm, even approaching the threshold of the late nascent soul realm. This caused a sensation throughout the clan. The Yi lineage ancestor, to which Zhao Fuan belonged, was also a water-based nascent soul realm, and naturally, he was extremely jealous, leading to the scene today. Zhao Sheng knew without hesitation that Zhao Zhanhe, the ninth patriarch of the lineage, must have spent a fortune to collect these 3 elixirs. In reality, refining the enlightenment pill was not cost-effective, both in terms of time and cost-effectiveness. But sometimes, things can't be calculated that way. Zhao Sheng thought for a moment, then nodded and agreed, making a small request. A moment later, Zhao Fuan departed from Binghao Peak, his face beaming with joy. Over the next few days, word gradually spread among the Zhao clan's upper echelons, that elder wishes to once again refine the enlightenment pill. Anyone who can prepare the necessary spiritual herbs is welcome to come. Just as the Zhao clan's golden core true person and nascent soul patriarch were alarmed by this shocking news, causing renewed turmoil within the clan, Zhao Sheng had quietly departed Binghao Peak and arrived at a Martial Saint Dojo in the eastern Qianlong Valley. This so-called Martial Saint Dojo is actually a 10-mile-long city walled in a massive gravity formation. Seen from the sky, this Martial Saint city resembles a target sprawled across the earth, divided into 9 layers, each separated by high walls. From the outside in, gravity doubles as you move inward, reaching 100 times higher in the center, the 9th layer. This Martial Saint city is a sacred place for the Zhao clan's millions of warriors, and those who cultivate within our rare martial arts prodigies. 6 of the Zhao clan's 8 great martial saints hailed from here, a testament to the power of the Martial Saint Dojo. A moment later, a flash of fire suddenly pierced the barrier of the formation and descended onto the 9th floor of the dojo. This was paved entirely with loess, the hard ground, trodden down to an impenetrable strength, comparable to millennia-old black iron. Zhao Sheng flicked his sleeve to extinguish the flames, then glanced up to spot Zhao Jingyu, reclining in a rocking chair at the edge of the dojo. 10 years had passed, and Zhao Jingyu had aged considerably. His hair and teeth had completely fallen out, his face covered in wrinkles and dark spots, and he exuded a pervasive air of death that he couldn't hide. Of course, he probably wasn't trying to hide it. In one stride, Zhao Sheng leaped 100 feet before appearing before Zhao Jingyu, then unceremoniously sat down on the jade couch beside him. Zhao Jingyu seemed unsurprised by Zhao Sheng's sudden arrival, his eyes narrowed as he pretended to sleep. Zhao Sheng looked toward the center of the dojo. 6 tall, muscular figures in heavy black iron armor were methodically practicing the Teizu Changquan. He was all too familiar with the Teizu Changquan, having invented it. After glancing at them for a moment, Zhao Sheng casually remarked, "They all have good aptitude, and 3 have even reached the great divine realm. Perhaps one of them could become a martial saint." As he finished speaking, Zhao Jingyu's hunched body stirred, his eyes slightly opening. With a helpless smile, he said, "Haha, they're nowhere near as good. Without pure will, even incredible talent won't do. Martial saint, well, it's not that easy to achieve. Will is ethereal, far less tangible than the manifestation of divine consciousness. I was just about to debate this martial arts will again. Could it be that without pure will, one cannot achieve the martial saint realm? I don't believe it." Zhao Sheng and Zhao Jingyu had debated twice over the concept of will, the first 2 times ending in a draw. Today was the third. In Zhao Sheng's view, martial arts will must be a variant of divine consciousness. By mastering its mental frequency, with his martial arts cultivation, achieving martial saint status would be a piece of cake. But in reality, he had tried thousands of times, yet was unable to channel the power of the cellular energy from within. The martial saint realm was, like trying to reach the moon in the water, unattainable. When he finished, Zhao Jingyu replied calmly, "You're right. Willpower isn't the only way to achieve martial sainthood. Our ancestors successfully channeled the power within the cellular energy through the power of their primordial spirits." The implication was self-evident. Without reaching the spiritual transformation realm, a cultivator could never hope to achieve martial sainthood. All previous Zhao ancestors had failed. Other leading factions, like the sky-splitting sword sect, had also expended considerable effort in their attempts, but ultimately, they only achieved 1.5. The inner sword giant who had achieved martial sainthood clearly possessed the potential for spiritual transformation, but even after his death, he was stuck at the great perfection of the golden elixir, unable to break through the Dan to become an infant. The reason for this, surprisingly, lay with the Gangyuanli. This energy, originating from the cellular energy within the body, is more of the primordial essence nature, while the power of the infant is more of the primordial spirit nature. At least below the spiritual transformation realm, these two vastly different and extreme powers cannot coexist simultaneously, unless governed by the primordial spirit. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sheng immediately produced a piece of white paper and stood between them. "Come, let me feel the so-called will of the martial arts again." As he spoke, Zhao Sheng's spiritual consciousness erupted with all its might, tightly enveloping every inch of the white paper. "Alice, I'm almost dead. If I use my will, my life will be shortened." Upon hearing this, Zhao Sheng immediately flung out an emerald pill bottle and declared arrogantly, "This bottle contains a pill that will infuriate the king of hell." "That's enough, haha. The 16th patriarch is always so generous. With this precious pill, I'm willing to die now." With the word will, the white paper suddenly and without warning split in two. Even with the powerful spiritual consciousness of the nascent soul cultivator, he hadn't noticed anything unusual beforehand. This, simply incredible. Zhao Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly, his vast divine consciousness scanning each inch of the two pieces of white paper repeatedly, but he found nothing. "What exactly is will?" Zhao Sheng exhaled slowly, his expression solemn, and he asked himself word by word. At this moment, Zhao Jingaiyu suddenly responded, "Will is a metaphysical concept, fundamentally different from divine consciousness, which represents spiritual power. If I were to force a description, I can only say that will is pure, focusing and persevering to achieve a goal. When will is extremely pure, it can make the impossible possible. Also, you may not know that cells actually have will." Zhao Sheng's heart trembled at this, and he suddenly understood why his divine consciousness had never been able to penetrate the cell barrier. So cells, too, have will. Upon learning this shocking secret, he fell silent for a moment. Chapter 402, Martial Arts Heavenly Tribulation and the Taoist Law of Life Flame. Seeing this, Zhao Jingaiyu's eyelids drooped, and he slowly curled up in the recliner, his aura of death growing even thicker. An uninformed person standing there would have mistaken him for a dead man, never knowing this was once a legendary figure who had performed miracles. Zhao Sheng, witnessing the scene, his eyes darkened and deep. He suddenly extended his right hand, palm facing upward. With a thought, a fist-sized crimson fireball suddenly appeared from thin air, hovering 3 inches above his palm, burning quietly. Zhao Sheng withdrew his right hand, severing the connection with his mind. However, the fireball didn't collapse. Instead, it quietly released light and heat like a sun. Puff. After a few breaths, the fireball suddenly plummeted to the ground like an iron ball, extinguishing with a thud. Zhao Sheng's eyes drifted for a moment, and suddenly, a row of fireballs formed from thin air 3 feet in front of him, varying in color from pale red to crimson, pale blue, pale purple, and pure purple. These fireballs, emitting varying fluctuations of mana, didn't last long before plummeting to the ground under the immense gravity, disintegrating and extinguishing. In the world of immortal cultivation, the nascent soul stage can be considered a major dividing line between the upper and lower realms, with mana being its most prominent characteristic. While there are many differences between the nascent soul stage and the 3 realms of key refining, foundation building, and pill forming, the most significant difference lies not on the nascent soul's domain or divine consciousness, but in a single, often overlooked aspect, the duration of the spell's effects. For example, once a cultivator below the nascent soul stage releases a fireball, once the spiritual energy supply is cut off, the fireball will typically collapse rapidly. However, this is not the case for cultivators at the nascent soul stage. Even without mana supply, the fireball will continue to burn without interruption, maintaining its form and lasting for at least a day. The higher the quality of the mana, the longer the fireball maintains its form. The two are often directly proportional. The primary reason for this phenomenon is that nascent soul cultivators have achieved a profound understanding of the Dao, glimpsing the principles of the great Dao. Their nascent soul mana and divine consciousness have achieved a preliminary fusion, inevitably imbued with the subtle aura of the principles. Ancient legends often circulate similar tales. Long ago, a mortal in a certain land angered an immortal, who, in a rage, sent down celestial fire, consuming the land for millions of years. Mortals might dismiss such stories as absurdities, but from the perspective of an immortal cultivator, they are metaphors, implicitly pointing to the future direction of cultivation. Zhao Sheng looked up at the heavens. The sun hung high in the sky, radiating endless light and heat. In a previous life, He had once wondered if the suns scattered across the heavens could be giant fireballs casually released by some indescribable being. Just like the fireball he was currently casting, without external interference, the fireball could burn for 2 full days. While this idea may seem absurd, the sun is undoubtedly one of the ultimate manifestations of the great path of fire. Any cultivator of the fire path need not devote their entire lives to studying the classics. The ultimate model for imitation is always hanging in the sky. However, few cultivators grasp this truth, let alone grasp the truth of the great sun. Fortunately, Zhao Sheng is one of the fortunate few, bound by a star god for 5 lifetimes, privileged to glimpse a glimpse of the true nature of the sun path through his perspective. With a thought, the Book of 100 Worlds rose from the depths of the Soul Sea. The 5th page flipped open, revealing a small seaweed world above the Soul Sea, vivid and lifelike, as if it were truly real. Suddenly, a barely inch-tall, hazy baby leaped out from the boundless Soul Sea. Immediately upon its appearance, the baby transformed into a rainbow stream, plunging into the small world, merging into it in an instant and vanishing. At that moment, the Soul Sea suddenly became as still as a tranquil well, without a single ripple. Suddenly, upon the mirror-like surface, a boundless, intricate, and densely interwoven world of silk strings was reflected. Moment by moment, the endless strings vibrated and intertwined, each vibration igniting a dazzling riot of color. Even more colors indescribable to humans were reflected, emanating incomprehensible, even more indescribable, subtle ripples within the Soul Sea. Unfolding the layers of these endless threads, within the depths of the Soul Sea, a faint rainbow stream could be discovered, constantly weaving and blending within a vast, complex string realm dominated by 7 colors: red, orange, magenta, green, indigo, blue, and violet. As the silk strings of this 7-colored string realm continuously vibrated and intertwined, the rainbow stream also took on a 7-color brilliance. Eventually, the red and purple subtly suppressed the other 5 colors, becoming the primary focus of the rainbow stream. While Zhao Sheng's soul was immersed in the world of the star god's consciousness, constantly comprehending the way of the sun, Zhao Jingyu, who had been dozing beside him, suddenly opened his eyes, turned his head, and looked over. 2 sharp gleams shot out of his cloudy old eyes. Just a moment ago, he had suddenly lost touch with the 16th patriarch, as if the other spirit had suddenly jumped out of this world, disappearing to an unknown destination. But after only 2 breaths, the other's body suddenly came alive again, and various mental fluctuations reappeared. Zhao Jingyu felt relieved after seeing this scene. Just as he was about to close his eyelids, he didn't expect the 16th patriarch beside him to suddenly speak. I think the reason your future is blocked is probably because you have mistakenly taken a wrong path. Although the old ancestor's voice was not loud, it fell like a thunderbolt to Zhao Jingyu's ears. He suddenly sat upright in his recliner and shouted hoarsely, "You're saying you're on the wrong path to becoming a martial saint?" Seeing his expression, Zhao Sheng explained, "Of course the martial saint realm isn't wrong. What I meant is that you're exploring the potential of the ancient bloodline in the wrong direction." "Oh, I'd like to hear more about that," Zhao Jingyu said, relieved. He didn't think the 16th patriarch could offer any earth-shattering suggestions. Could a cultivator with a thin bloodline be more proficient in martial arts than he was? Perhaps he didn't even understand the true meaning of the ancient bloodline. "I've heard you say before that the key to achieving martial sainthood is to use martial willpower to break through the barriers of the cellular will within the body, thereby channeling the power within the cellular willpower and fusing it with the innate Gang Qi to form Gang Yuan force, ultimately achieving martial sainthood." Zhao Jingyu wasn't surprised by the 16th patriarch's statement and simply admitted, "Yes, that's the general process, but the dangers involved are hard to describe." "It's a near-death experience," Zhao Sheng pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Patriarch Qingyang once said something about the ancient barbarian bloodline. Do you know what it was?" Zhao Jingyu fell into deep thought. Zhao Sheng didn't rush to answer, but quietly waited for the other party's response. After a moment, Zhao Jingyu slowly lay back on the recliner and said weakly, "Are you referring to the phrase fighting heaven and earth? The man who refuses to submit to heaven, that's exactly what it means. I think your tribe is full of brave and fearless warriors who fight heaven and earth, but so far no one has truly understood the meaning of the man who refuses to submit to heaven." "Oh, really?" Zhao Sheng nodded. "The Man Gu clan is a natural fighter and never fears heaven. Although you also have Mangu blood, you have been influenced by the family's concept of cultivating immortals first since childhood, and ultimately revere heaven from the bottom of your hearts. Although the martial saint realm is a new breakthrough in martial arts, for the Mangu bloodline, you are missing a crucial link. Lacking the test of heaven, that means you are missing the cleansing of the heavenly tribulation. Before Zhao Jinggai could raise any objections, Zhao Sheng suddenly quickened his pace. As for the cellular will, it shouldn't be broken, but rather subdued, just as a cultivator subdues their inner monkey. It's not an enemy, but a partner. Use your martial will to assimilate the cellular will and maximize your bloodline's potential. Once you've passed the test of the heavenly tribulation, you'll be able to unleash even deeper potential in your bloodline, allowing you to enter an unknown realm higher than that of a martial saint. Martial arts heavenly tribulation. Zhao Jinggai was stunned. Despite his imaginative imagination, he had never imagined that warriors would need to endure the same heavenly tribulation as cultivators. This is ridiculous, he muttered to himself, but a faint realization dawned within him. What the other person said seemed to make some sense. Back then, on the day he ascended to martial sainthood, he had also felt a faint sense of danger, a sign of something from heaven, but it quickly dissipated, and he had thought it was an illusion. Now it seemed more complex than that. Even to condense their golden elixir, cultivators still had to endure the golden elixir tribulation. So, does a martial saint, whose power rivals that of a Jinden's Henren, need not undergo the test of heavenly tribulation? Heaven is unkind, treating all things as straw dogs. How could the heavens treat a martial saint any differently? Unless the martial saint's path is cut off, he is destined to pose no threat to the heavens. Subdue, assimilate. How to assimilate? How to surrender? Just as Zhao Jinggai, awakened by these words, fell into deep contemplation, Zhao Sheng quietly left behind a jade slip and vanished. His escaping light soared into the azure sky, but he did not return to the Big Hero Peak cave abode. Instead, he soared 30 miles, arriving above a vast spiritual field. Suddenly, a blaze of fire descended from the sky, piercing an invisible barrier of spiritual energy and landing beside a field laden with dragon-tooth rice, revealing Zhao Sheng. This spiritual field was approximately 100 steps long and 30 steps wide, covering approximately 10 mu, approximately 10 acres. The spiritual rice flourished lushly, its leaves swaying in the wind like willow leaves, each like a small tree, towering over 10 feet tall. Their stalks were as thick as a child's arm, their leaves slender and drooping, swaying in the wind like willow leaves. Faintly visible among the green leaves were 3-foot-long ears of rice, rising like swords into the sky. They were densely packed like a forest, each emitting a faint white glow. Dragon-tooth rice is a unique variety of spiritual rice, typically harvested every 3 years. Each mu, approximately 1,000 grains, yields 1,000 grains, each weighing a pound, approximately 100 kilograms. A mature rice is as long as a palm and as thick as a finger, translucent as white jade and hard as iron. Not only does it taste exquisite, but it is also imbued with spiritual energy, making it the finest spiritual rice. Regularly consuming dragon-tooth rice is not only beneficial for cultivation but also greatly enhances physical fitness. Zhao Sheng stood at the edge of the field, his eyes ablaze with divine light. Threads of divine consciousness shot out, intertwining and folding in the air, weaving a complex spherical structure. With a flash of thought, a massive fireball, 2 feet in diameter, suddenly condensed from thin air above the spiritual field. The fireball blazed fiercely, countless flames swirling in a vibrant array of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. The 7 colors of light quickly merged, and the fireball soon transformed into a single, steady, white sphere emitting abundant light. From afar, it looked like a sun within the spiritual field. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed like lightning, and his divine consciousness continuously channeled, maintaining the stability of the sun while carefully adjusting the configuration of his spell. The surrounding spiritual energy was drawn in, plunging into the sun like modest flame, becoming the fuel that fueled its combustion. Bang! After a few breaths, the fireball suddenly twisted and collapsed. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, and he waved his hand to dispel the turbulent magical energy. Then, he released strands of divine consciousness, continuing to weave a new spell formation. In a flash, a new sun reappeared above the spiritual farm. This time, it lasted for half a quarter of an hour before distorting and collapsing. Zhao Sheng remained calm, dispelling the remaining magical energy once again and continuing to weave the sun. As the sun set in the sky filled with stars, after hundreds of repeated failures, Zhao Sheng finally constructed a more stable and efficient spell formation. This time, the sun burned for nearly half an hour, still steadily emitting a brilliant, soft light, illuminating the surrounding 10 acres of spiritual farmland. Zhao Sheng nodded in satisfaction. This life flame had taken shape, but it was still missing. Thinking of this, he suddenly turned his head to the east. A few dozen feet away, an old farmer in green clothes approached cautiously, his face filled with caution and awe. Zhao Sheng waved at him and sent a divine consciousness. The old farmer in green trembled, trotting forward and bowing respectfully, shouting, "Greetings, senior. What can I do for you? What's your name? Are you responsible for looking after this dragon-tooth rice field? To answer your question, senior, I'm Zhao Sheng. These 10 acres of spiritual fields are my responsibility." "Well, come here, don't be afraid," Zhao Sheng nodded and called out. The old farmer in green trembled as he approached him, his eyes occasionally glancing at the giant fireball in the field. Suddenly, he felt a pain on the back of his hand. Looking down, he saw flesh tumbling, blood dripping from a thumb-sized wound onto the ground. The old farmer trembled with fear, almost collapsing. His aptitude was too low. After decades of cultivation, he had only reached the 3rd level of key refining. Facing such an unfathomable senior, he couldn't muster the slightest desire to fight. But the next moment, an invisible force suddenly restrained him. Then, before him appeared a brilliant, emerald green spirit stone, a mid-grade one. "Don't be afraid, this spirit stone is my apology." Upon hearing this, the old farmer in green suddenly lost his fear and instead beamed with joy. One mid-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones. He'd toiled for 3 years, harvesting 10 acres of dragon-tooth rice, paying tribute and rent, and then selling the remaining rice to earn only 60 or 70 low-grade spirit stones. Suddenly, the old farmer's heart was filled with anticipation, hoping for even greater rewards. Then Zhao Sheng commanded, "Stretch out your hand." As soon as he finished speaking, the old farmer relaxed. He quickly obeyed, extending his bloodied right hand while simultaneously grabbing the spirit stone with his left and stuffing it into his arms. As Zhao Sheng's mind shifted, a beam of white light suddenly emanated from the sun above the spiritual field, shooting down and enveloping his injured right hand. Chapter 403, The Dao is accomplished, the future is promising. The next moment, the bleeding from the wound decreased dramatically. The swollen flesh closed again, and the wound writhed as if skin tissue were rapidly regrowing, its healing speed noticeably accelerated. Zhao Sheng observed this and asked, "How do you feel now?" "Itchy, very itchy. But the wound is hot, not quite scalding, like the midday sun on my hand in summer," the old farmer answered honestly, raising his right hand. Not bad. Healing well." Zhao Sheng observed the wound's healing progress and nodded with satisfaction. The life flame spell was working as he had imagined, accelerating the body's natural healing process. Furthermore, it might also have a ripening effect, though this required time to verify. Drawing on the star god's understanding of the sun, Zhao Sheng initially developed an unprecedented fire-based technique. Since ancient times, among cultivators, fire-based magic has tended to favor destruction, with a vast majority focusing on attack, while defensive techniques were rare, let alone fire techniques with the power to stimulate healing. It's safe to say that the birth of the life flame Dao will astonish everyone in the future, opening up a new world for countless fire cultivators, one filled with endless treasures. The old farmer in green stood apprehensively to the side, wanting to leave but afraid to, wanting to ask but afraid to speak. He remained motionless, frozen in place like a wooden man. Zhao Sheng withdrew his gaze, looking up at the sun above the spiritual field, silently waiting. Another half-hour passed, and the sun twisted again before suddenly collapsing. By this time, the unusual events had alarmed many, and Zhao family spiritual farmers, patrolmen, and stewards had flown to the spiritual field. But upon seeing Zhao Sheng's regal robes, they fell silent, daring not to approach. A few, alert enough to guess Zhao Sheng's identity, immediately knelt in greeting, causing others to kneel down in unison. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng frowned and sent a divine thought to the most senior steward of the group. The charred-faced middle-aged steward shuddered, immediately kowtowed in response, then stood up and ordered everyone to retreat. Zhao Sheng waved his long sleeves, and a vast red light spread out, instantly forming a barrier that blocked out prying eyes. Soon, most of the people had hurriedly retreated, leaving only the charred-faced middle-aged steward outside the barrier. Gazing at the glowing barrier, he pondered for a moment, hesitating for a long time before finally gritting his teeth and stealthily activating 2 communication talismans. This person's actions couldn't be hidden from a nascent soul ancestor. However, Zhao Sheng's preoccupation with his life flame meant he disdained to pay any attention to the other party's furtive actions. A moment later, 2 beams of light pierced the night sky, landing silently outside the red barrier. Among them was a white-haired elder in a pure green robe. This man was also the chief steward of the nearby Bailey spiritual field, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator named Zhao Sheng. The other man was a young man, 9 feet tall, with a resolute and handsome appearance. He possessed a majestic demeanor, yet exuded a warm and amiable presence, a presence that evoked a sense of springtime warmth. Yet, he felt a sense of shame, and simply wanted to submit to his command. Upon seeing him, Zhao Sheng bowed in astonishment. Zhao Sheng, the head of the Lingshan clan, greets my humble son. At this moment, the scorched-faced steward, who had been delivering the message, also knelt in greeting. Zhao Sheng, with a warm wave of his sleeve, released a powerful force, preventing Zhao Sheng and the others from bowing. No need for formalities, Zhao Sheng's gaze swept across the red barrier, a fiery glint in his eyes. He suddenly turned to the charred-faced steward and asked, Grandmaster Kaiongshan, are you truly here? I would never dare to tease you, young master. The Grand Elder has passed down instructions for outsiders not to disturb me, but I risked my life. At this moment, Zhao Sheng suddenly interrupted, all right, enough. You may withdraw. You will have your own rewards later. Zhao Sheng smiled faintly but remained silent. Just then, the red barrier suddenly cracked open, a man's width wide, and Zhao Sheng's voice rang out from within, since you're here, please come in. Zhao Sheng's face darkened. After adjusting his clothes, he stepped through the red barrier and entered. From the lineage of Grandmaster King Gang, from the Zheng generation, I, Zhao Sheng, pay my respects to the 16th ancestor. Upon seeing Zhao Sheng, Zhao Sheng immediately bowed respectfully. Zhao Sheng did not attempt to stop him, but instead accepted the greeting with grace. This kid is also a descendant of the Huaing branch, so it's only natural for him to pay homage to his ancestors. Get up. Zhao Sheng stood up from the ground upon hearing this, his face without a trace of unhappiness, his expression respectful and neither humble nor arrogant. You are well informed. Tell me, what is the reason for you to see me today? Zhao Sheng looked up at the sun in the field and asked casually. Zhao Sheng blurted out without hesitation. Zheng was ordered by the ancestor to escort 1,000,000 kilograms of gold and report to the ancestor. Oh, it was delivered so quickly? Your branch is very efficient. At this point, Zhao Sheng finally turned around, looked Zhao Sheng up and down, and sighed. You are one of the 10 heroes after all. You clearly have the potential to reach the nascent soul stage. You should just practice honestly. Why get involved in the filth? In front of the Supreme Elder, Zhao Sheng did not dare to lie. A hint of helplessness suddenly crossed his face, and he whispered, I, your humble son, hold the high hopes of my elders in high esteem. I must not retreat. Furthermore, the throne originally belonged to my lineage. If it weren't for the fierce infighting among the previous generation of princes, how could the throne have fallen into the hands of others? Zhao Sheng sighed softly. Alice, I am an outsider, and it's not easy for me to force you to give up. I already know your intentions. Unless there are major changes in the future, I will remain impartial and neutral. Put your things down. If you have nothing to do, please leave. Zhao Sheng was overjoyed at this and immediately produced a gold-plated storage bag from his bosom and handed it over. Half a month later, the red light barrier covering the spiritual field still remained in place, but over that period, groups of people had arrived from beyond the barrier. Aside from a few who were fortunate enough to see the ancestor in person, the rest were met with disappointment and had to leave in frustration. Since the old farmer in green had left, countless people had summoned him for questioning. He honestly recounted the entire incident, and then, unbeknownst to him, received a lavish reward. Following this incident, the old farmer was suddenly promoted to a spiritual farm manager, enjoying a life of leisure and prosperity. His descendants, seizing this opportunity, unexpectedly produced a Foundation establishment cultivator, thus establishing a small family of immortal cultivators. This is a story for another time, so there's no need to elaborate. Zhao Sheng spent 2 consecutive months in the spiritual farm, finally developing the initial form of a fire-based Taoist technique, life flame, The spell's effects were stable, lasting a day and a night, just enough for his needs. When he removed the red light barrier, he could clearly see that the dragon tooth rice in the 10-acre spiritual farm was not only half a foot taller than the surrounding spiritual rice, but also more robust and vigorous. The tips of the leaves were already faintly yellowing, and the 3-foot-long ears were as thick as thighs, clearly nearing maturity. The people guarding the farm were stunned by this remarkable sight. Those with a keen sense of purpose realized that the 16th patriarch had perhaps developed a remarkable technique. At that moment, a man suddenly stepped out from the crowd, about to bow to the ancestor. However, Zhao Sheng suddenly soared into the air, transforming into a streak of red light and flying away. In the center of the 1,000-mile spiritual fields of Xinlong Valley, a vast expanse of spiritual medicine garden stretches across nearly 100 miles. This place is called the 10,000 Medicinal Herbs Garden, and beneath it runs a third-grade, mid-grade wood element spiritual vein. At that moment, a streak of red light suddenly streaked across the sky, landing on the herb garden with the richest spiritual energy within the garden. The red light faded, and Zhao Sheng stepped onto the thick medicinal soil, heading forward toward the emerald glow. The emerald light now permeated an area of nearly 1,000 feet. At its brightest point, an ordinary-looking old farmer sat upright. Scattered around him, nearly 20 people in green robes sat cross-legged, mostly middle-aged or elderly, with few young people. They all closed their eyes in meditation, striving to comprehend the true meaning of life. Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered, his mind filled with wonder at the nascent soul realm of ancestor Fuji. Amidst the emerald light, tender seedlings emerged from the earth, growing visibly rapidly, spreading branches and leaves, blossoming and setting ears. Then, the rice grains fell to the ground, their branches and leaves decaying into mud, returning to the earth. Then, another cycle of breaking through the earth, growing, blossoming, and setting ears began, repeating itself. Zhao Fuji's arrival seemed to have disturbed his practice. His brows fluttered, and he suddenly opened his eyes, the nascent soul realm around him dissipating. Haha, it's Qiong Tian. Welcome. Zhao Fuji stood up, brushed off the dirt, and immediately approached with a smile. Ancestor Fu, I've recently gained something, and today I was hoping to discuss it with you, Zhao Sheng said, taking a few steps. By then, everyone had emerged from their trance, and upon seeing Zhao Sheng, they all stood and bowed. Greetings, Ancestor. Zhao Sheng nodded slightly, and Zhao Fuji ordered everyone to leave. After everyone had departed, Zhao Fuji led Zhao Sheng to a vast apothecary courtyard, into a spacious and elegant quiet room, and they each took a seat. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhao Sheng quickly explained his purpose and recounted the details of his creation of the Taoist technique Life Flame. Upon hearing that the fire element also possessed a method for stimulating the growth of spiritual plants, Zhao Fuji was initially surprised, but then, as if understanding something, he quickly regained his composure. He bluntly stated, as the saying goes, heaven follows the way, and the way follows nature, the sun is the ancestor of all things. It's no surprise that the life flame method, symbolized by the sun, has the power to induce birth. But the sun is too high and mysterious, far removed from the mortal realm. While immortals often grasp the destructive side of the blazing sun, few grasp its creative side as Qiong Shen has. This method is truly rare. At this point, Zhao Fuji's eyebrows trembled, and he inquired, Qiong Shen, can you please let me witness the wonders of this life flame method with my own eyes? Fuzu, please look. With that, Zhao Sheng snapped his fingers, and the sun leaped into the sky, emitting a blazing white yet soft light. To allow Zhao Fuji a clear view, Zhao Sheng removed all obstructions, causing the white light to disappear and the 7-colored rainbow light to reappear. He then proactively revealed the internal Taoist structure. Amidst the shimmering rainbow light, a complex sphere, woven from countless divine thoughts, faintly emerged. Densely studded with rune nodes, it shimmered like a sky filled with stars. Zhao Fuji's eyes gleamed with excitement as he surveyed the structure of the method. Simultaneously, Zhao Sheng explained the fire element principles underlying the life flame method. Zhao Sheng wasn't afraid of him learning them. For one thing, Zhao Fuji's specialization in the wood element clashed greatly with the fire element. Furthermore, Zhao Sheng intended to teach the life flame method to as many people as possible, hoping to leverage their knowledge to refine and improve it, thereby benefiting his own cultivation. True to his status as a master of spiritual agriculture, Zhao Fuji quickly grasped the essence of the method and began to point out some of the shortcomings of the life flame method from the perspective of the wood element. Zhao Sheng readily accepted his advice and immediately began refining the structure. After several exchanges, the life flame method saw significant improvement. A day later, Zhao Sheng and Zhao Fuji stood at the edge of a spiritual rice field, gazing at the sun above. At that moment, a layer of emerald light permeated the field. This emerald light was the nascent soul realm of Fuji, the ancestor of the spiritual rice. He was closely monitoring the growth of the spiritual rice. The growth has only increased by 1 point. The flame power is still too strong. Weaken it a little. Zhao Sheng nodded, immediately releasing a stream of divine thoughts and beginning to slightly adjust some of the Taoist magic configurations. Soon, Zhao Fuji asked again, if the flame's range is expanded by another 30%, how long can the spell last? About 2 days. If it remains unchanged, it can last 3 days and nights, Zhao Sheng estimated and replied. Is it possible that after you release the life flame, you can have someone else take over and maintain the Dao, ensuring it doesn't fall? Good question. I'll have to think about that carefully. The modifications have been made, but at the very least, a foundation establishment cultivator must take over maintenance, because only at the foundation establishment stage can divine consciousness emerge. Another month passed, and the two nascent soul cultivators were still single-mindedly perfecting the Dao. However, as the life flame Dao became increasingly refined, their communication became less and less frequent. Most of the minor issues had been resolved, and as for the remaining difficulties, there was no hope of resolution in the near future. When the spiritual rice in the spiritual field ripened, Zhao Fuji posed his final question. Although the life flame is incredibly miraculous, its Dao is too high a level to be cultivated by anyone other than a nascent soul cultivator. Kaiongshan, could you simplify it and create a few low to mid-level spells that could be cultivated by those at the Golden Core, Foundation Establishment, and even key refining stages? This question immediately plunged Zhao Sheng into deep thought. He pondered for a long time, finally looking up and hesitantly saying, given a few decades or even centuries, it should be possible. But Zhao Fuji looked very satisfied. Very good, just 100 years, not a long time at all. I thought it was impossible. It turns out that you, Kaiongshan, are so amazing. Since ancient times, the most difficult thing about Taoism is not practice, but it is too difficult to get started. But if it becomes a system, and the low, medium and high-level spells are all in one, then the difficulty of practicing Taoism will be greatly reduced. It will not end up being unpopular and easily lost. In Zhao Fuji's view, the Taoist life flame is undoubtedly a major breakthrough in the great Dao of fire. This method has infinite potential. If you continue to study it, you may be able to create an unprecedented nascent soul level technique. As for the God Transforming Sutra, he did not dare to hope for it, because that is too difficult, almost impossible. Chapter 404, Hundreds of Flames, Thousands of Flames, Tens of Thousands of Fires. Spring passed, autumn arrived, time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. That day, within the spiritual orifice of the fire vein beneath Binghao Peak, blazing flames surged and swelled, heat billowing, the entire cave engulfed in dazzling golden light. Zhao Sheng hung suspended in midair, his divine consciousness surging like a tide. Before his eyes, the golden crow true fire transformed into a blazing sea of fire. At its center, a golden mountain rapidly melted into a vast expanse of golden water. This golden water converged into a lake, its surface scorched by the true fire, occasionally emitting wisps of brilliant golden light. As his divine consciousness soared, the dazzling golden light sank into a crimson fire gourd, transforming in the blink of an eye into particles of incomparably pure golden essence. Within a few minutes, the golden mountain had been completely transformed into golden water, and a thick layer of golden sand had accumulated within the gourd, weighing approximately 6 ounces. Extracting only 6 ounces of golden essence from such a vast golden mountain was clearly not enough to satisfy Zhao Sheng. But he had no other options. After all, at least half of the golden existence has already been refined by previous generations. Only gold recently unearthed from the mines can be refined into new gold essence. Zhao Sheng's mind moved, and suddenly a dark blue ice talisman flew out. A large number of ice crystals suddenly appeared from thin air and fell into the golden water below. White steam immediately rose up, filling the entire cave. Hiss! The golden water quickly solidified again, and then sword lights crisscrossed it, cutting into gold bricks in an instant. Zhao Sheng waved his sleeve to dispel the steam, then threw out a storage bag. His spiritual power swept up the gold bricks like a storm, and in a flash, all of them were stored in the storage bag. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, a pile of gold bars and coins fell into the sea of fire like a torrential rain, and then quickly melted. In a short moment, the fire gourd had added another 2 ounces of gold essence. 2 days later, Zhao Sheng recalled the scarlet fire gourd and probed into it with his spiritual sense. He muttered to himself with satisfaction, 100 kilograms of gold essence should be enough to refine 100 flame cauldron. The 100 flame cauldron was a fire-based magical weapon he had conceived in recent years. Unable to obtain the Maori gold essence, Zhao Sheng had no choice but to refine 100 flame cauldron first as a test. While the 100 flame cauldron was a test piece, it was also a rare magical weapon. If his vision could be fully realized, the 100 flame cauldron, a trial creation, would be of top-grade quality. After all, the Nanshan Zhao family was immensely powerful. With the help of his family, Zhao Sheng had collected 16 or 17 fire-based prohibitions in a single stroke. A top-grade magical weapon only had 9 prohibitions. Zhao Sheng's ambitions were truly boundless. If the 100 flame cauldron succeeded, he envisioned refining 1,000 flame cauldron. Only after the 1,000 flame cauldron was completed would the 10,000 flame cauldron truly be on the agenda. Suddenly Zhao Sheng's mind moved, and the sea of fire suddenly shrank, turning into gold and true fire, which flew back to the Danshan Sea and disappeared. Then, with a flash of light, his figure disappeared from the air. In a training room in the cave of Binghao Peak, Zhao Sheng had just stepped out of the void when he saw several talisman lights wandering back and forth in the room. His spiritual sense probed into the talisman lights, and immediately several pieces of information flooded into his mind. Zhao Sheng frowned slightly and turned to walk out of the training room. On Biksha Peak, the Tongxin Hall was dazzling with golden light and majestic. When Zhao Sheng entered the hall, 2 of the Zhao family's Yuanying ancestors were already seated there. The 14th ancestor, Zhao Fuji, was a 1,000-year-old homebody who rarely left Shenlong Valley, so his appearance was not surprising at all. Instead, the appearance of the other person surprised Zhao Sheng. This person had an elegant face and an easygoing temperament. It was Han Wei, the 10th ancestor of the Zhao family. This man is currently the Grand Elder of the Jiang sect. In his early years, he formed a Taoist partnership with a noblewoman of the Zhao family, and is now considered Zhao's son-in-law. Zhao Sheng was surprised, but he didn't know that others were even more surprised to see him appear. Zhao Fuji laughed first, waved to Zhao Sheng and said, "Kaiongshan, come and sit next to me. You usually never leave your cave, so why did you come out today?" Zhao Sheng flew forward and landed on the dragon chair next to Zhao Fuji. He smiled and said, "Today, it concerns the Dian Palace. How can I not show up?" Zhao Fuji suddenly understood and nodded, Yes, I almost thought about it the wrong way. The Dian Palace must have a collection of spiritual fires of heaven and earth. It seems that you are also excited to see the prey." Zhao Sheng smiled without saying anything, but suddenly his eyelids moved slightly. He felt a scrutinizing gaze from the side and turned to look at Han Wei. Han Wei smiled heartily upon seeing this and said, "I haven't seen you for a few years. It turns out that your cultivation has improved again." 16. You are indeed a genius. No wonder you can create the magical art of life flame. Zhao Sheng lowered his eyes and said modestly, "If it weren't for the 10th ancestor who was busy running around for family affairs, how could Kaiongshan have the leisure to practice in seclusion? The slight improvement today is all thanks to the contributions of the 3rd ancestor, the 10th ancestor and others." "Oh, that's wrong. The contribution of the life flame Taoism alone is enough to offset 100 years of hard work for mediocre people like us." 16. You are devoted to the Tao, and you will definitely have a bright future. Unlike me, Han Wei, whose potential has been lost, I now have to plan for my descendants. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sheng's eyes condensed, and he was about to speak, but he didn't expect Zhao Fuji to suddenly come forward to rescue him. "Please come on, Brother Han, you lost your composure just now." "Really? I was just speaking from my feelings." Han Wei smiled to himself, nodded to Zhao Sheng, then closed his eyes and rested, and said no more. Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered, and then he nodded slightly to Zhao Fuji. Zhao Fuji shook his head, his eyes narrowed slightly, as if he was pretending to doze. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng also closed his eyes and meditated, silently pondering the many obstacles in refining the 100 flame cauldron. After most of the day, the 3rd ancestor Zhao Chengdu and the 11th ancestor Zhou Li suddenly arrived together. After the two of them sat down, the meeting of the Supreme Elders officially began. As usual, Zhao Chengdu spoke first. A month ago, the sky-splitting sword sect sent a challenge, hoping to decide the ownership of the medium-sized spirit stone mine on the Dongai Mausoleum through the outcome of 3 competitions. Who of you is willing to go and support them? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Sheng suddenly said, I'll go. The sky-splitting sword sect is a holy place for sword cultivators. There must be a lot of gold essence hidden in the sect. It would be a good thing to support them while trading with nascent soul cultivators of the same level. Zhao Chengdu didn't even ask, simply nodding. Okay, next item. The Descending sect is holding an alchemy conference to celebrate the arrival of a new nascent soul cultivator. Fuji, you should go on behalf of the Zhao family, haha. It's just a good opportunity for me to see an old friend. Zhao Fuji immediately agreed with a smile. By the way, that Wu Lei kid seriously injured a legend cultivator from the Descending sect in the fight for the nascent soul elixir. I'd like to take him along as a companion, wouldn't I? No need. You can bring 1,000-year-old purple key Ganoderma. Fellow Taoist Ziki will understand once he sees it. Alright, Zhao Fuji nodded. Next item, Hang Feng is about to abdicate, and the throne is vacant. Do you have any candidates in mind? Zhao Chengdu finished, glancing at the 4 of them. Zhao Sheng sat up slightly, but didn't speak. Zhao Fuji simply pretended to doze off. Han Wei's and Zhou Li exchanged a silent glance before suddenly stating his stance directly. The eldest prince, Zhenzhe, is shrewd and capable, a generous and magnanimous person. He is also the eldest son and the legitimate heir, making him worthy of the throne of the Holy Emperor. Zhou Li nodded immediately after he finished speaking. Indeed, I also fully agree with Brother Han's point of view. From both ancient rituals and clan rules, the eldest prince is the best candidate. Zhao Chengdu remained non-committal. Suddenly, he turned to Zhao Sheng and asked, 16th prince, what do you think? Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered, and he returned the question, has the ancestor passed down any decrees? No. How could the ancestor care about such trivial matters? Zhao Chengdu shook his head. Then I'll defer to the 3rd ancestor. Zhenzhe, Xinfu, and Xinqi are all capable of inheriting the throne. Besides, Zhangshou and Heng Cheng are also good candidates. Zhao Chengdu felt rather helpless upon hearing this. 16th prince was truly cunning. His words were as good as his words. Fuji, what about you? Zhao Fuji finally opened his eyes at the question and said slowly, this child of Xinqi is kind-hearted and could be emperor. Well, let's not discuss that for now. I have a plan in mind. Okay, next. The Zhao clan's council of elders was incredibly efficient, often deciphering major matters involving countless interests in a matter of moments. As the core figure of the southern Sky Zhao clan, there were few major issues that could make the nascent soul ancestors hesitate. But there were, like the recent decision about the throne, or, should they send a large army to completely annihilate the Dian Palace? 3rd ancestor. Have the 2 Yuanying stage-old demons of the Earth Flame Palace appeared? In response to Zhao Sheng's inquiry, Zhao Chengdu nodded without hesitation and said, half a month ago, the secret spy brought back reliable information. The 2 demons, Duangxi and Eclipse, have secretly sneaked back to the Earth Flame Palace. This is because the Lord of the Earth Flame Palace is about to undergo a tribulation, and the 2 are needed to protect him, Zhao Sheng said without hesitation. The Earth Flame Palace and other demonic sects such as the 10,000 Corpses sect have secretly colluded with the Nether God realm. They have long become a major cancer in this world and must be completely eradicated as soon as possible. I am willing to lend a hand. In that case, the Jiang sect must also contribute. I will inform the other supreme elders in the sect. Han Wei also spoke. To eliminate the Earth Flame Palace, how can we leave out the Dizeng sect? The ancestor is the sky of the Dizeng sect. Just one word is enough to make the Dizeng sect come out in full force. Indeed, I will speak to the Dizeng sect. Zhao Chengdu is not only the 3rd ancestor of the Zhao family, but also one of the supreme elders of the Dizeng sect. With Zhao Xuanjing's presence before them, it was easy for the Zhao clan to join the Dizeng sect should we notify the Xiangqi sect. After all, the Dian Palace's headquarters is within their sphere of influence. Zhou asked. Zhao Chengdu paused, then nodded. To avoid leaks, let's inform the Xiangqi sect after we depart. Also, the personnel we select to eliminate the Dian Palace this time are more focused on quantity. Key refiners are unnecessary, only foundation establishment and golden core cultivators are needed. We must ensure a single strike, and not a single one escapes. Zhao Sheng, Han Wei, and the others nodded in agreement. The Divine Palace has existed for nearly 10,000 years, and its gates are heavily restricted. Not only are there 2 nascent soul cultivators, but there are also over a dozen golden core cultivators and nearly 100 foundation establishment cultivators under its purview, making it a formidable force. Even if 3 of the top factions joined forces, annihilating such a formidable force would require extreme caution and at least 6 months of careful planning. After the meeting of the Grand Elders concluded, everyone took their own actions. 7 days later, a 100-foot-long cloud boat soared into the sky from Binghuo Peak. After circling half a circle, it sped off to Donghai Mausoleum, 100,000 miles southwest. Donghai Mausoleum, situated on the border between the Great Zhao and Great Yan dynasties, is a barren hilly area covering nearly 1,000 miles. It is rarely visited by people and possesses a thin spiritual energy. However, since the discovery of the medium-sized spirit stone mine 6 months ago, this obscure and remote area has become a hotspot in the southwestern region of central continent, and the site of a clash and confrontation between the 2 giants of the southern Sky Zhao clan and the sky-splitting sword Dao. One day, a 100-foot-long cloud boat suddenly broke through the clouds and landed above a hill covered in loess and overgrown grass. Half the soil had been hollowed out, revealing a massive hole over 10 feet high in the exposed earthen rock. On either side of the cave stood 2 groups of soldiers, each standing in a tense and solemn atmosphere, each side poised for battle, each refusing to yield. The cultivators in green and yellow robes beamed with joy upon seeing the dragon head totem atop the 100-foot-long cloud boat. Meanwhile, the sword cultivators, armed with blades, were mostly nervous, unconsciously folding their formation. A flash of white light flashed across the cloud boat's surface, and suddenly a portal opened. A red light pierced through the portal, descending overhead, revealing Zhao Sheng. Following him, 7 or 8 figures flew out of the cloud boat, landing on the ground and joining their group. Zhao Sheng glanced below, silent, looking northeast, quietly waiting. 3 individuals stood out from the Zhao clan's group below, and the crowd gathered around them. They were an elderly man with a pale complexion and thin lips, a burly figure with arms strong enough to ride a horse, and a handsome young man. These 3 individuals were the Zhao clan members participating in the competition, representing the 3 realms of Golden Core, Foundation Establishment, and Key Refining. The old man was a Giant's Henrin, the giant of Foundation Establishment cultivator, and the young man a Key Refining realm cultivator. Everyone watched the family ancestor in the sky, whispering to each other. "Hey, do you know who the Grand Elder is leading the group? He looks unfamiliar, but I'm sure it's the recently ascended Kyongshan Patriarch. Hey, I heard Kyongshan Patriarch returned from over there. Isn't that surprising? Third brother, be careful with your words. You can't just talk nonsense about the family ancestor. Brothers, does anyone know?" Zhao Sheng heard the discussions below, but he ignored the forgotten noise. He simply waited quietly, his mind immersed in the darkness. A moment later, a sword rainbow suddenly appeared at the end of the sky, followed by the roar of a dragon sword. 2 breaths later, a sword rainbow slashed down like a giant sword, towering above the crowd. But as it reached the crowd's heads, the light suddenly dissipated, revealing a group of white-clad swordsmen, each with a fierce gaze and a fierce fighting spirit. But the leader was a thin, strange-looking old man in a black robe and belt. He wore a long, jet-black braid that not only reached his waist but also wrapped around it twice. Attached to the end of the braid was a thumb-length sword, gleaming silver, with strands of lightning dancing from its blade. Upon seeing this man, Zhao Sheng raised his eyebrows in surprise. This was actually an old acquaintance. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 405, Spiritual Fire enters the furnace, and the cauldron becomes medium quality. At this moment, the old man surnamed Ma also saw him. He was surprised at first, then delighted. He laughed heartily and said, "It's you, boy. After all these years, you've reached the nascent soul stage too. That's truly remarkable, Senior Sword Maniac, you're too kind. If it weren't for your help back then, I wouldn't be where I am today," Zhao Sheng said modestly. The old man surnamed Ma flew forward and said with a smile, "Back then, I helped my sister, so saving you was just a matter of convenience. You don't have to take it to heart." Zhao Sheng heard this, his expression serious, and said, "Even so, I won't forget your life-saving grace. If you need anything from now on, just send me a message. I'll be there for you. Everyone likes to hear good words. Although the old man surnamed Ma didn't take these polite words to heart, he still felt deeply comforted after hearing them. After a few more pleasantries, the elder surnamed Ma asked in a consultative tone, "Tell me, what rules should we set for these 3 competitions?" Zhao Sheng replied straightforwardly, "I believe in harmony. The 3 competitions should only determine victory or defeat, not life or death. That's fine. Let's start with the lowest key refining realm." The elder surnamed Ma nodded immediately. Zhao Sheng nodded and said, "Senior, please make the decision." I have no objection. At their level, they had gradually moved beyond the stage of desperately striving for the interests of their own factions. Beyond matters that affected their own paths and determined the fate of their clans, other competitions, like the ownership of a medium-sized spirit stone mine, were merely minor matters. After the 2 nascent soul ancestors easily reached an agreement, the competition officially began. The Zhao clan presented the handsome young man, while the sky-splitting sword Dao presented a young, beautiful, and adorable woman. Upon seeing this choice, the hearts of the Zhao clan members sank. The sky-splitting sword Dao is teeming with sword maniacs. This cute girl's ability to stand out from the crowd of sword-fighting enthusiasts demonstrates her formidable strength, a skill completely belying her youthful and beautiful appearance. As expected, at the outset of the competition, the cute girl, carrying a massive golden sword as wide as a door panel, roared with excitement as she charged forward. From the moment they engaged, she launched into a flurry of attacks, unleashing a barrage of sword flashes like a storm, a reckless brute force. Yet, amidst this ferocious onslaught, the woman's sword moves remained meticulously disciplined, remaining unperturbed. In contrast, the delicate young man's movements were nimble and insightful, his every gesture unleashing a stream of 5 elements magic that seemed instantaneous. Both spectators watched the bout intently, their hearts pounding at the gruesome scene. Meanwhile, the 2 nascent soul elders were engaged in a lively conversation, seemingly oblivious to the competition below. Indeed, their topic of conversation had nothing to do with the competition at all. "Senior sword maniac, I've heard your sect's Yangjin Pavilion holds a treasure trove of 1,000 wealth gold essence. I'm seeking to refine a magical weapon, and I need a significant amount of it. I wonder if I could exchange some for some." "That's easy, but what do you have in exchange?" Zhao Sheng heard this and flipped his hand. A sword elixir. A brilliant blue sword light hovered in his palm. It's a Zhengjin sword elixir." The old man surnamed Ma's eyes flickered, a hint of surprise on his face. Zhao Sheng smiled faintly and waved his hand, and 2 more Zhengjin sword elixirs emerged. These 3 Zhengjin sword elixirs were forged together. Not only do they contain the 4 treasure prohibitions, but after years of refinement, their interiors have long been imbued with the star sword intent. Refining these elixirs will undoubtedly lead to the automatic realization of the star sword intent. This will greatly benefit one's advancement to the golden elixir stage. The old man surnamed Ma was a master of the sword art, and he knew at a glance that the other man's words were true. The Zhengjin sword pill was undoubtedly a rare and exceptionally high-quality sword pill, and its infusion of sword intent made it even more precious. After a moment's hesitation, he asked earnestly, "How would you like to exchange it?" "No hurry, senior, please take a look." Zhao Sheng then withdrew a silver-white scroll from his bosom and waved it to the elder surnamed Ma. "What is this, senior? Please open it and take a look." Zhao Sheng was incredibly generous. The elder surnamed Ma, already having a guess, readily unfolded the scroll, revealing a diagram of this Haoshan Xingqian sword formation. With just one glance, the elder surnamed Ma's face lit up with astonishment, his mind quickly absorbed in this sword formation. "Senior, the contest has been decided." A moment later, Zhao Sheng's call awakened the elder surnamed Ma. The old man surnamed Ma reluctantly looked away from the picture, and without paying attention to the results of the competition, he asked excitedly, "Where's the sword technique that goes with this sword formation? Don't tell me you don't have it, take it out and let me see it." Zhao Sheng smiled and said, "Don't be anxious, senior. You must know that my set of Star Sea sword intent is the secret sword vein of the Xiandao sect. When the sword intent is fully developed, it can directly point to the nascent soul. It is extremely precious. If you want to exchange for the set of Star Sword inheritance, you must bring enough gold essence in exchange." Upon hearing this, the sword maniac's eyes flashed, and he immediately asked, "Only gold essence? Are there no other conditions?" "The amount of gold essence I want is not small. If you can get a bucket of innate gold essence, I will immediately offer you the inheritance of the technique." As soon as the words fell, the sword maniac agreed. "Okay, it's settled. After the competition, you will immediately return to the mountain gate with me. I promise to make sure you return satisfied." One must know that a nascent soul-level sword art inheritance is a rare find in any world of immortal cultivation, let alone the sky-splitting sword art, known as the Holy Land of Sword Cultivation. Compared to an inheritance passed down from generation to generation, what is a mere golden essence? Zhao Sheng was delighted to see things go so smoothly. Compared to the sword maniac, he didn't place much importance on the Star Sea sword art inheritance. As long as he achieved his goal, that was enough. After a long time, the 3 rounds of competition had concluded, with 1 win, 1 loss, and 1 draw, making the 2 sides evenly matched. Seeing this, the sword maniac, already impatient, discussed it with Zhao Sheng and rashly reached an agreement. The spirit stone mine would be shared between the 2 sides, with each receiving half of the produced spirit stones. Logically, this outcome would not satisfy either side, but with the 2 nascent soul-level ancestors making the final decision, the younger generation had no choice but to comply. After the deal was done, the sword maniac abandoned his disciples and impatiently pulled Zhao Sheng up into the sky, disappearing in an instant into the vast sea of clouds. Only the 2 groups remained, staring at each other in bewilderment, speechless at the 2 unreliable ancestors. In just 2 days, Zhao Sheng and his companions had reached the split sky peak, 100,000 miles away. This peak, thousands of blades high and steep, resembled a giant sword thrust upside down into the earth, its tip pointing upwards to the heavens. Split Sky Peak is the main peak of the Split Sky Swordeo. Surrounding it are towering peaks stretching for 1,000 miles. From between these peaks, mighty sword energy soars into the sky, constantly clashing and colliding, stirring up countless waves of sword energy and light. With Split Sky Peak as its center, a 1,000-mile radius is enveloped by a 5th-order formation. Legend has it that this formation, known as the 10,000 Swords Returning to the Ancestor, was personally arranged by a sword immortal from the upper realm. When the formation is activated, it forms its own sword realm, capable of severing the heavens above and even the gods below, its power boundless. Zhao Sheng spent 3 consecutive months at the sky-splitting sword path, sparring daily with a group of sword-crazed warriors and engaging in sword-disciplined discussions. Over the course of 2 months, he'd had a split win-loss record. Not only had he satisfied his passion for combat, but he'd also significantly improved his swordsmanship. He'd also made several close friends. One day, Zhao Sheng received a sudden message from his clan, and he bid farewell to his friends, returning from the sky-splitting sword path with a triumphant return. 3 days later, Zhao Sheng returned to Shenlong Valley. After briefly recounting his 3-month experience at the sky-splitting sword path to Zhao Chengdu, he learned from the 3rd ancestor that his clan had secretly negotiated with the Jiang sect and the Dizim sect. Their army was lurking outside the Earth Flame Palace, awaiting the day the Earth Flame Palace master would undergo a tribulation, and then launch a surprise attack. As for the exact date, few knew, but spies reported it would likely be within the next 2 years. After leaving the 3rd ancestor's cave, Zhao Sheng immediately returned to the Big Hero Peak cave to begin his retreat and refine his treasures. 1 day, 2 days. Half a year passed in a flash. One day, the fire vein's spiritual orifice was enveloped by balls of celestial spiritual fire. The scorching air was filled with a dazzling array of radiant flames, interspersed with vast swirling, whistling masses of pure fire spirit energy. The spiritual energy and flames intertwined and blended, surging like waves. An inexplicably heavy pressure filled the entire spiritual orifice. From the luminous and flaming spiritual mist, a low, obscure incantation could be heard faintly. Countless powerful divine thoughts surged back and forth, pouring into the vortex of luminous flames at the center. Around the vortex of luminous flames, balls of celestial and celestial true fire, earth spiritual flame, emerald spirit poison fire, thunder spirit flame, crystal jade heart flame, eroding gold spirit fire, sea wave dark flame, ancient poison flame, dusk sun pure flame, samadhi true fire, and golden crow true fire hovered. Each of these was extremely rare spiritual fire from the outside world, numbering over 20. At the center of the swirling flames, a massive golden sphere, over 3 meters in diameter, shone brilliantly, bobbing within the vortex. Its incredibly smooth surface was covered in dense, intricate patterns of flame-like spiritual symbols. Furthermore, The sphere's surface was evenly studded with fist-sized, crystalline, earth core fire diamonds, oriented in the same direction as the celestial constellations. At this moment, over 20 different types of celestial spiritual fire each extended a long, flaming tail, each connected to a corresponding earth core fire diamond. Visibly, strands of various spiritual fire slowly flowed into the fire diamonds, while those remaining outside gradually diminished in size. If one could penetrate this golden sphere, one could see a dense network of capillaries growing within it, resembling veins. These capillaries were actually channels of spiritual flame, their outer walls inscribed with countless ancient spiritual symbols. At the very center of the golden sphere lay a spherical void, within which hung the phantom of a sun, its dazzling, hazy light aglow. The outer wall of the space was as smooth as a mirror. Within the reflection of the sun, faint traces of forbidden light and shadow emerged. A closer look revealed that the outer wall was composed entirely of Tai crystal, refined over 100 times. Time slipped slowly, and in the blink of an eye, another half-month had passed. One day, a long roar erupted from within the fire-veined spiritual orifice. All the flames and spiritual mist surged toward the center like a whale sucking water, quickly vanishing without a trace. After all the strange phenomena faded, a red-robed figure sat cross-legged in midair. A golden round bead hovered before him, its surface sparkling and dazzling, emanating a faint sense of pressure. After 3 years, the 100-flame cauldron was finally completed. Crafted from the golden essence of the Mao-sun, this cauldron nurtured various spiritual fires, and its main components were gold essence, fire diamonds, and Tai crystal. Additionally, there were small amounts of jade spirit juice, Lianga Yuanzi divine light, and other treasures. Upon its completion, the 100-flame cauldron's magical weapon was already of upper middle grade quality, thanks to Zhao Sheng's ability to fuse 6 of the magical prohibitions in one go. He wasn't sure if he could sacrifice the 7th prohibition into the 100-flame cauldron without affecting the stability of the other 6. However, for Zhao Sheng, at the early nascent soul stage, a single upper middle grade magical weapon was sufficient. He pressed his hands together, opened his mouth, and released a stream of golden light. The 100-flame cauldron's light flashed, transforming into a streak of golden light, which was absorbed into his body. The next moment, in a flash of light and shadow, they vanished into nothingness. In the Divine Dragon Valley, the 10,000 herb garden. In a 100-acre medicinal herb garden. The thick medicinal soil was a swarthy black, moist and emitting wisps of spiritual smoke. In the medicinal fields, clusters of jade-like Kyongshan flowers, their branches woven together like jade and their petals adorned with crimson blossoms, emanated a faint spiritual light, shrouded in crimson clouds. Zhao Fuji, clad in a plain green robe, paced the fields like an old farmer, observing the progress of the medicinal herbs. Occasionally, he looked up at the enormous, bright sun above the medicinal field, his eyes filled with admiration. At that moment, a red-robed giant in Henren stood beneath the sun, forming hand seals, his spiritual consciousness connected to the sun. As his spiritual consciousness continuously fluctuated, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth continuously flowed into the sun, replenishing the energy consumed by the life flame Dao technique. Fuzu, how are these Kyongshan flowers growing? Just then, a very familiar voice suddenly reached Zhao Fuji's ears. A flicker of joy crossed his face, and he quickly turned to see a smiling young figure. Oh, Kyongshan, you're becoming increasingly elusive. Just now, you appeared without a trace, Zhao Fuji quipped, deliberately complaining. Alice, I can't help it. It's a waste to leave such a good talent unused, Zhao Sheng said with a look of resignation, his hands spread wide. Although he hadn't stated it explicitly, his abnormal talent, similar to teleportation, was known to all the Zhao clan's nascent soul ancestors, though it had simply been kept secret. Haha. It's been over a year since we last met, and you've become even more slick. It looks like the 100-flame cauldron should be ready. It's going pretty well. As soon as I emerge from seclusion, I'll come see you, Zhao Sheng said flatteringly. HMPH, I feel like you're not really here to see me, but are really interested in the Dao Mingyan technique, Zhao Fuji said, deliberately scornful. Fuzu is truly insightful. I can't hide anything I'm up to, Zhao Sheng suddenly adopted a servile expression. Seeing this, Zhao Fuji laughed and scolded, don't be so playful in front of me. You are a Yuaning ancestor after all, how can you be so dishonest? You are so humble, are you trying to cheat me out of a batch of spiritual medicines again? Zhao Sheng immediately retorted, no, how can it be a cheat? It was obviously a fair and just transaction. I didn't hide anything before. All the tricks and details about the life flame method were engraved on the jade slips and finally handed over to you. Humph, you are so sharp-tongued. I can't argue with you. Zhao Fuji was speechless for a moment and couldn't help but glare at Zhao Sheng hardly. This book is a bestseller selection, and there will be more updates tomorrow. Chapter 406, The ABC of Fire is about to start. After some small talk, Zhao Sheng's smile faded and he said seriously, now the life flame has lasted for more than a year. I wonder how effective it is. Zhao Fuji raised the corner of his mouth and grinned. Come and see how this batch of Kaiongshan flowers are growing. They are indeed more vigorous than the same period. According to my calculation, their growth rate has at least doubled, Zhao Sheng estimated. In other words, the 1,000-year-old Kaiongshan flowers can now grow in just 400 or 500 years. From the perspective of growth, it is indeed so, but you can't just look at one aspect. Taking into account the labor costs, it is still hard to say whether it will make a profit or a loss in the end. Zhao Sheng glanced at the red-robed golden elixir not far away, nodded in agreement. Yes, it seems that the life flame method still needs great improvement. Good things take time. By the way, I must congratulate you. Congratulations, you can now be called a master who founded a sect, and you will surely leave your name in the history of immortals in the future. To be honest, I envy you too, Zhao Fuji said at the end, his face full of envy. Fuzu, where do you get this from? Zhao Sheng asked, his heart moved. Zhao Fuji glared at him and said in a sour tone, don't say you can't figure it out. Just based on the infinite potential of the life flame method, more low and medium level techniques with similar characteristics will surely be derived in the future. If it develops normally, maybe the first fire-type spiritual farmer in the Xianzhou realm will come from our Nanshan Zhao family. In the Xianzhou realm, there should be quite a few fire-type spiritual farmers. Fuzu is exaggerating a bit. Zhao Sheng still wanted to hide his shortcomings, but Zhao Fuji was like eating gunpowder and shouted angrily, you kid is deliberately pretending to be confused. Can the two be confused? Just relying on an unprecedented method of ripening, you kid can openly call yourself a grandmaster. In less than 1,000 years, fire-type spiritual masters will surely prevail in the world. Also, don't be so busy refining treasures. Improve the life flame quickly, and then simplify it as soon as possible to deduce more spiritual spells. You must know that this is the real big deal. Seeing the other party's seriousness, Zhao Sheng nodded in agreement. Ancestor Fu is right. When I return, I will immediately devote all my energy to refining the life flame Dao. He then summoned the red-robe golden elixir and carefully inquired about its experience. Half an hour later, based on the feedback, Zhao Sheng once again generated countless strands of divine consciousness and began making subtle adjustments to the Dao structure. An hour later, after listening to Ancestor Fu's description, Zhao Sheng began again. This process of continuous fine-tuning lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Early on the fourth morning, at Zhao Fuji's command, 22 Fire Element Foundation establishment cultivators from Shenlong Valley rushed to the 10,000 Medicine Garden. Zhao Sheng released 22 consecutive suns in the garden and then personally taught the Foundation establishment cultivators how to connect their spiritual consciousness with the Dao and maintain the vitality of the life flame. On the 5th day, Zhao Sheng returned to his Binghao Peak cave abode and immediately hung up the sign declaring his retreat, beginning a new round of seclusion. His retreat was partly to deduce the Taoist method, and partly because the 100-flame cauldron, now newly formed, still required constant nurturing and refinement. Every 2 or 3 months, he emerged from his retreat to visit the Myriad Medicine Garden to discuss matters with Zhao Fuji and a group of Fire Element Foundation building cultivators. Based on their feedback, he would refine the subtle flaws in his life flame method. As time progressed, the commotion at the Myriad Medicine Garden intensified, attracting not only the attention of many Zhao clan leaders but also all the nascent soul ancestors. After a single visit to the garden, the nascent soul ancestors immediately realized the significance of the life flame Taoist method and immediately issued a gag order to all those in the know, suppressing the news. However, by then, it was too late. Shenlong Valley, the core stronghold of the southern Skyzhou clan, harbored countless spies from other factions. The unusual developments at the Myriad Medicine Garden over the past year had already alerted those discerning spies, and the news had already leaked. As a result, the top leaders of the southern Zhao clan quickly noticed that in recent months, An increasing number of friendly factions had been sending people to Shenlong Valley under the guise of visiting and exchanging ideas. The majority of these visitors were alchemists, who cultivated friendships with the Zhao clan's own alchemists, exchanging various insights on alchemy and medicinal cultivation, and occasionally attempting to spy on the Wanyayo garden. Fortunately, the Zhao clan had been well prepared, enclosing the experimental fields with an illusionary barrier, completely shielding them from outsiders. But how could such a trick stop those with ulterior motives? Of all the visiting factions, the Xinyudong clan was the most shameless. Leveraging their close ties through generations of marriage with the Zhao clan, the Dong clan brazenly threatened to participate. Zhao Chengdu, Zhao Fuji, Chu Feng, and others conferred behind closed doors. After consulting Zhao Sheng, they decided to allow the Dong clan, the Jiang sect, and the Dizeng sect, their closest allies, to join the experiment. Of course, these factions had to pay a hefty price, including a significant amount of innate gold essence. But upon realizing the immense value of the life flame, the factions instantly felt it was all worth it. Meanwhile, Zhao Sheng gradually gained recognition, and many nascent soul ancestors truly remembered this promising Zhao nascent soul. Time flew by, and another 2 years passed. On the third day of the 9th lunar month, Shenlong Valley was relaxed on the outside, but tense on the inside. The valley had already closed its doors to all outsiders 3 days prior. The sun rose high in the sky, its scorching rays blazing down on Biksha Peak, casting a long shadow across the mountain's front, which then descended across a vast, 10-mile-wide square. In the center of the square, 2 legions of Taoist soldiers, each 100 strong, formed neatly arranged square formations, standing still with solemn expressions. Everyone fell silent, as waves of iron-blooded aura surged into the sky, transforming into vast, intense, murderous aura that filled the square, threatening to materialize. Over the millennia, the Zhao clan of Southern Heaven has trained numerous formidable Taoist legions. But the most elite have always been the 5 Elements Taoist Corps. Founded in the early days of the Second Great War, the 5 Elements faced the first wave of alien invasions, endured the long and brutal Battle of the Golden Wall, and later served as the vanguard of the counterattack against the Shattered Star Sea. In the millennia since the Second Great War, the 5 Elements Taoist Corps has faced countless bloody battles, repeatedly brought to the brink of destruction, yet persevered and rebuilt itself repeatedly. The 5 Elements Taoist Corps has made significant contributions to the Zhao clan of Southern Heaven's current status. Today, the 5 Elements Taoist Corps has been renamed the 5 Elements Flags. Each flag consists of at least 200 Taoist soldiers, with the lowest cultivation level reaching the late key refining stage. At least 1/5 of these Taoist soldiers possess strength comparable to that of a Foundation Establishment cultivator. For example, the Thick Earth flag, equipped with a specially crafted, second-grade, top-grade diamond puppet, boasts a combat power comparable to that of a Foundation Establishment cultivator. A large formation of 100, coordinated by a giant and banner, could even briefly trap a nascent soul ancestor. Even facing twice as many Foundation Establishment cultivators, the Thick Earth Legion could easily defeat them. To annihilate the Earth Flame Palace in one fell swoop, the Zhao clan mobilized the Thick Earth and Fiery Sun banners, and assembled over 20 giant and true immortals. Only a handful were native true immortals, the majority having been temporarily recruited from numerous vassal factions. In addition, the Zhao clan dispatched 2 nascent soul ancestors, the 11th ancestor Zhou Li and the 16th ancestor Zhao Kaiongshan. As the sun gradually rose to its zenith, Zhou Li and Zhao Sheng stood suspended above the square, quietly waiting for something. A quarter of an hour later, the communication jade discs on the waists of the 2 nascent soul ancestors suddenly flickered. Zhao Sheng and the other 2 exchanged glances, their spiritual thoughts simultaneously penetrating the jade discs. After reading it, Zhao Sheng immediately said, "The 3rd ancestor sent a message saying the Xittagarbha sect has just set out." Zhou Li smiled faintly, "The news is just in time. The Jiang sect's troops have also dispatched. We will also set off immediately. Senior Zhou, please make the decision." "I have no objection." Zhao Sheng voluntarily gave up the main seat. A moment later, a nearly 1,000-foot-long mountain-banning-class cloud boat slowly docked in the square. Upon seeing this, each giant and true immortal transformed into a flash of light and flew aboard the cloud boat. The Haotu and Liang flags also soared into the air and filed in. Last of all, the 2 Yuanying ancestors arrived. Soon, the massive cloud boat silently lifted off the ground, rising high into the sky. Then, with a rumbling sound, it broke through the clouds and sped off towards the east at lightning speed. In eastern central China, a continuous volcanic chain known as the Fire Cloud Mountain stretches across the land. The volcanoes erupt year-round, scorching the landscape and wiping out life. Thick black clouds perpetually shroud the mountains, obscuring the sun. Descending from the craters, millions of feet below, lies a boundless, vast abyss. Countless rivers of crimson lava converge from all directions, forming a vast underground magma sea. On the surface of this boundless sea, boiling, viscous magma flows slowly, covered by a thin layer of crimson rock. From time to time, one can see massive, dark red bubbles of fire slowly rising, expanding to miles, even dozens of miles across. From afar, they resemble slowly moving hills. Each time a giant bubble suddenly bursts, it emits a roar like a bull's roar and releases a torrent of suffocating, toxic gases that spread across the abyss. Over millions of years, the sky above the Earth abyss has long been filled with black smoke, filled with extremely concentrated toxic gases. A single breath would instantly kill a mortal, and even a key refining cultivator would not survive long in such a harsh environment. The gate of the Earth Flame Palace is a massive floating island, perpetually drifting on a sea of magma, its movements unpredictable and exceptionally secretive. Thanks to this uniquely privileged environment, the Earth Flame Palace has repeatedly evaded sieges, ultimately ensuring the continuation of its lineage for nearly 10,000 years. But will its lucky streak continue this time? One day, somewhere within the Earth abyss, a thick, straight gray stone pillar protruded from the magma sea. Atop it stood a rugged, heavy, gray-white stone hall. Suddenly, 5 or 6 beams of light pierced the black smoke and flew into the hall. Zhao Sheng and Zhou Li, accompanied by 4 giants Henren, entered the hall, and Zhao Sheng's expression was slightly startled. Besides the third patriarch Zhao Chengdu, seated on the main throne in the main hall, there was also a bald old man in a yin-yang Tai Chi robe. The two appeared to be discussing something in low voices, while several figures dressed in Ksitigarbha Buddhist attire stood below. Zhao Hengzhou, dressed in a regal queen robe, stood prominently in the crowd. He was currently standing next to a stunning young woman in a red dress, his gaze fixed on her, as if he had a crush on her. The young woman in the red dress was full of heroic spirit, her almond-shaped eyes particularly striking, their glint clear and lively, as if they could see into people's hearts. As Zhao Sheng and his group entered the hall, everyone in the hall turned to look over. Greetings to the third patriarch, no need for formalities, we're family. Zhao Chengdu waved his hand, motioning Zhao Sheng and Zhou Li to take their seats on the stage. After the two men were seated, he smiled and said, Kaiongshan, let me introduce you. This is Wang Yu, the renowned Grandmaster of Formations, Grandmaster Wang. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, and he immediately bowed, saying, Junior Zhao Kaiongshan, greetings to Grandmaster Wang. Zhou Li, standing nearby, already knew Wang Yu, so there was no need for formalities. Ah, Senior Zhao, you're too kind. Formations are a vast and profound art. I, Wang, only have a passing understanding, and I would never dare to call myself a Grandmaster, the bald old man said with unusual modesty. He had previously lived in seclusion on Xianzhou Mountain, working alongside 2 other Grandmasters of Formations to restore the Ascension Formation. Later, Zhao Chengdu personally invited him out of the mountain to dismantle the mountain guarding formation outside the Dian Palace. Zhao Chengdu smiled and said to Zhao Sheng and the others, everyone hasn't arrived yet. Let's wait for the Jiang sect. Once they arrive, we can discuss business. Zhao Sheng and Zhou Li nodded slightly and closed their eyes for a moment. Silence soon fell upon the hall. About half an hour later, the hall's exterior suddenly took on a purple hue. The temperature inside soared, and the air became incredibly hot. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from outside, drawing most of the crowd's attention. Zhao Sheng followed the sound and saw 3 more people entering. The first, dressed in a purple robe reminiscent of a blazing sun robe, had eagle eyes and thin lips. He walked with the gait of a dragon and a tiger, exuding a domineering aura. He was extremely tall, his skin slightly scorched, as if scorched by fire. Zhao Sheng's mind swept over him, and his eyes narrowed. Though seemingly overbearing, his aura was extremely restrained, like a solid wall, blocking all detection. Behind the domineering man were 2 people. One was the handsome and elegant Chu Feng. The other was a delicate and beautiful woman wearing a golden phoenix hairpin and a flame pattern between her brows. Although Zhao Sheng rarely traveled in the world, he recognized the newcomers immediately. The Jiang sect has actually sent Sheng Wenlonghu and Ling Fengqi, the sect's most renowned nascent soul Dao couple. It seems they're up to something, he thought to himself. Sheng Wenlonghu's expression was impassive, oblivious to the gazes of those around him. He led the two of them up the platform, bowed, and said to Zhao Chengdu, Longhu and his Dao couple, Fengqi, have come to join the battle. Fellow Taoist Zhao, you're honored. Well, everyone's here. Zhao Chengdu nodded slightly to Sheng Wenlonghu and the other two, then stood up. Seeing this, everyone straightened their bodies, awaiting the ancestors' instructions. The hall fell silent. Chapter 407, Breaking the Formation. Time is running out, so I'll cut to the chase. According to reliable sources, within 7 days, the Earth Flame Palace's palace master, Zhao Beichao, will choose a volcanic crater to undergo his nascent soul tribulation. The two demons, Dongxi and Eclipse, will protect him. While the Earth Flame Palace is weakened, follow the plan. Grandmaster Wang will be responsible for breaking through the mountain defense formation. Once the formation is broken, all three factions will immediately charge into the Earth Flame Palace and utterly annihilate all of its demonic followers. Zhao Chengdu's gaze swept over the crowd, and he spoke slowly. We will follow the orders of the Great Elder, Ancestor. Upon hearing these words, everyone present, their fighting spirit rising, responded in unison. The Earth Flame Palace is also an ancient sect with a 1,000-year-old heritage, and the heritage accumulated over generations is invaluable. You must not be careless. Beware of a desperate situation. Zhao Chengdu's expression grew solemn. Yes, everyone nodded in agreement. Zhao Chengdu nodded, then looked at the 6 nascent soul ancestors. He began to send telepathic messages, assigning tasks one by one. Kaiongshan, after the general attack begins, you will follow Mr. Wang and assist him in breaking through the formation. Also, after entering the Earth Flame Palace, be sure to avoid those living dead who have faked their own deaths. Their final blow before death will surely be with the intention of perishing together. Be extremely careful. Zhao Sheng nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. At this moment, the bald old man suddenly looked over, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. After their eyes made brief contact, Zhao Sheng smiled at him and bowed his hands. Senior Zhao, I have a slight objection. At this moment, Sheng Wenlonghu suddenly spoke. Everyone looked over, their expressions varied. Oh. Zhao Chengdu calmly said, Fellow Taoist Shengwen, if you have any objections, please share them. Sheng Wenlonghu proudly declared, Fenger and I can join forces to capture the demon Dongxi, and junior brother Han can also lead the Jiang Taoist soldiers in the attack on Dynasty Palace. I agree to both of these points, but I have one request. I must make a copy of the Fire Realm diagram and the 7 flames of the Earthly Gods Codex hidden deep within Dynasty Palace. Haha, if that's all you ask, I agree. As soon as he finished speaking, the delicate and beautiful woman Ling Fengqi suddenly spoke up. What about Dynasty Island, the last one we captured? The moment these words left the hall in silence, Zhao Sheng could see that the Sheng Wenlonghu couple had other intentions. They were clearly after Dynasty Island. Dynasty Island could move freely within the underground magma sea. Its concealment and mobility were rare in the world, second only to the 9 heavens and 10 earths of the Xitigarbha sect and the spiritual ice realm of the Shumu Palace, among other top-secret realms. Furthermore, this island had been managed by the Earth Flame Palace for 10,000 years, making it a rare treasure in the world. It was no surprise that the Sheng Wenlonghu couple took a liking to the island and attempted to seize it to establish their base. But then, the entire hall suddenly shook slightly, and a mocking laugh echoed from underground. Haha. You Jiang sect have already obtained the Fire Realm map and the 7 flames of the Earth Gods Codex, so you still want Earth Flame Island? That's a bit too greedy. My Zhang sect only wants Earth Flame Island, nothing else. With this voice, a massive gray-white stone figure slowly rose from the ground. Its face was covered in fine cracks, and its body and limbs were made of densely packed gray-white sand. Its gray-white stone eyes shone with wisdom. Shi Jittergong, the Xitigarbha sect actually dared to let you out. Sheng Wenlonghu's face changed slightly. He turned his head and looked at Zhao Chengdu, saying sternly, Fellow Taoist Zhao, as the Grand Elder of the Xitigarbha sect, you must give an explanation to the 8 major sects. Ahem, although Jittergong once committed boundless murder, he was imprisoned for 600 years. Now he has repented, and releasing him this time is precisely to allow him to redeem himself for his crimes. Zhao Chengdu explained. Shi Jingang is not a living person, but a stone monster whose body has been taken over. Thousands of years ago, a Yuanying ancestor of the Xitigarbha sect accidentally discovered a stone monster with newborn intelligence underground in the Death Desert in the northwest of Zhongzhou. At that time, the Yuanying ancestor had a sudden idea and actually tried to take over the stone monster's spirit body in order to achieve the goal of immortality. However, this act went against the will of heaven and was therefore punished by heaven. The ancestor's Yuanying was struck into ashes by heavenly thunder, but the stone monster was greatly blessed. Not only did it open up its spiritual intelligence, but it also received a large number of memory fragments. After sleeping for 2,000 years underground in the Death Desert, the stone monster suddenly woke up one day and naively broke into the world of cultivating immortals. There is no need to say more about what happened afterwards. After setting off a bloody storm, the Xitigarbha sect heard the news and dispatched all the Yuanying ancestors to jointly capture the demon king who was proficient in the sect's magical powers and spells. After the truth was uncovered, Shi Jingang was imprisoned in the Xitigarbha sect's 10-earth prison for 600 years. Clearly, Shi Jinggang's wild nature had vanished, his brainwashing complete. His appearance immediately posed a dilemma for the Shangwen Longhu couple. Reasoning with a stone-headed man? Unless they were possessed by demons, they were insane. There were 8 nascent souls in the hall. Besides the 2 of them, the other 6 were almost all from the Nanshan Zhao clan. Yet, the Nanshan Zhao clan hadn't proactively discussed how the profits would be divided after the war. While appearing open and generous, they were in reality retreating to advance. How could the couple, alone, possibly defeat them? Han Wei, sensing their predicament, intervened. The Shangwen Longhu couple seized the opportunity to argue for a further advantage. With an excuse, they acquiesced. While the Zhao clan appeared to be at a disadvantage, they were actually reaping the benefits. After all, handing the Dian Palace over to the Xitigarbha sect was like letting it fall into the hands of the Zhao clan. After this incident, the 3 forces quickly began to prepare for a major battle. Zhao Sheng and the formation master, Old Wang, had previously exchanged names, thus becoming acquaintances. They then discussed the details of the operation. In fact, Zhao Sheng's mission was simple. Besides coordinating with Old Wang to break the formation, he was considered a mobile combat force and had considerable freedom. Han Wei, Zhou, and Shi Jingang, on the other hand, not only had to coordinate the 3 parties, but also had to painstakingly direct the siege of the Earth Flame Demon disciples in order to minimize casualties. Zhao Sheng didn't need to worry about these trivial matters. After communicating with Old Wang, he stood aside to seek some quiet time. Just then, Zhao Zhengzhou approached him with a stunning girl in a red dress. Zhao Sheng opened his eyes and looked at the golden boy and beautiful girl. "Zhuo, I greet the 16th ancestor," Zhao Zhengzhou said respectfully. At this moment, the girl in the red dress next to him also bowed down. Junior Dong Mengayan greets old ancestor Kyongshan. Last name Dong, is she the daughter of the Dong family? Hearing this, Zhao Sheng looked squarely at the stunning beauty in front of him. Before Dong Mengayan could answer, Zhao Zhengzhou on the side spoke first. "Yaner is the weaver girl of this generation of the Dong family, and now she has made an engagement with me. Yaner is just a substitute, Sister Dai is the destined weaver girl," Dong Mengayan emphasized after hearing this. Zhao Sheng nodded, his heart as clear as a mirror. Zhao Zhengzhou did not give up after all. His previous actions were clearly to show that he had great fortune and could take on the responsibility of being the emperor. This kid is quite scheming, no wonder he took his fiancée to join the war. Zhao Sheng admired the kid's behavior, so after thinking about it, he took out 2 blood talismans from his arms and handed them to the 2. Bai Li Huhong talisman. Zhao Zhengzhou took the blood talisman and was immediately excited. Although the 16th ancestor returned to the clan for only a few years, his reputation for being proficient in the 3 arts of elixirs, weapons and talismans had already spread throughout the Zhao family, and the Bai Li Huhong talisman was the masterpiece of the 16th ancestor. 2 years ago, the 7th great-uncle of this line relied on this talisman to successfully escape from the hands of the nascent soul demon cultivator. The Bai Li Huhong talisman became famous because of this, and it was hard to find one in the clan afterwards. "Thank you, ancestor, for the talisman." The 2 of them hurriedly bowed and saluted and shouted in unison. "Get up, no need to be so polite." With these words, Zhao Sheng waved his sleeve, sending out 2 undercurrents that straightened the 2 men. He then offered a few words of encouragement before dismissing them. A moment later, Han Wei, Zhou and Shi Zhigong completed their conversation and discussed the attack. Zhao Chengdu, along with Sheng Wenlonghu and his wife, also finalized a plan to eliminate the two nascent soul stage demons. A moment later, beams of light shot out from the stone hall, disappearing in the dark, toxic fog. After everyone had departed, the entire stone hall, along with the pillars beneath it, suddenly cracked with countless deep fissures and collapsed with a bang, plunging into a sea of magma. For a moment, the surface of the sea erupted in flames, waves of fire rolling in all directions, but the inferno soon subsided. 7 days later, the largest extinct volcano in the southeastern Haiyan Mountains, which had been emitting billowing black smoke the day before, seemed to be reviving. However, few knew that the interior of the extinct volcano had been completely transformed by someone using immense magical power. At this moment, the gently sloping surface of the circular mountain was etched with massive, magnificent flame totems. Densely interwoven spiritual networks of formations surrounded these totems. These networks not only permeated the rock face, but also penetrated deep into the mountain itself, piercing directly into the subsurface magma. Constantly drawing boundless firepower from the magma, infusing it into the flame totems, condensing them into human-shaped fire spirits that slowly drifted through the air. Deep within the volcano, a vast, complex calamity avoidance formation, spanning several kilometers, had already been laid out on the scorching, solidified basalt. This formation was surrounded by 9 3-meter-wide magma pools, arranged in the 9 squares and 8 trigrams. Within each pool stood a 9-story golden pagoda, a 3-meter-tall, pitch-black sword extending from its spire, its blade emitting a faint, cold glow. At this moment, the calamity avoidance formation was enveloped by a vast cloud of fire, making it impossible to discern the movements within. However, the clouds expanded and contracted in a rhythmic pattern, as if something was brewing. Above the volcano, 2 balls of intense flame hovered, one on the left and one on the right. Within the flames were 2 figures, one black, one red. The old man in black robes was the demon lord Dongzi, at the middle stage of the nascent soul stage. The figure clad in crimson armor, with golden rings on his hands and feet, was Eclipse, who had advanced to the nascent soul stage over 300 years ago, barely reaching the 3rd stage. At this moment, the demon lord Dongzi looked to his left with a solemn expression, and suddenly said in a deep voice, "Junior brother Eclipse, for some reason, I've been feeling uneasy. I have a vague feeling that something's going to happen. You worry too much, senior brother. Ming'er is your only child. That's why you're so worried. We've made such thorough preparations, and you gave Ming'er the palace treasure, the 7-flame fan, to refine in advance. Add to that all the arrangements, and it shouldn't be difficult for Ming'er to successfully survive the nascent soul thunder tribulation," Eclipse said disapprovingly. "Junior brother, you have a point. I hope I'm just being overly concerned." Despite this, there was still a hint of worry on the face of the demon lord Dongzi. After a few breaths, the flames under him surged, and he suddenly soared into the sky, flying over 100 miles around at an extremely fast speed. Along the way, he carefully scanned every inch of land with his divine sense, not missing any abnormal conditions. But in the end, he didn't find anything wrong. A moment later, the demon lord Dongzi flew back to the crater, and his expression was much more relaxed. Seeing this, Eclipse teased, "Brother, you are too cautious. With the 2 of us here, who in the world can hide from our eyes?" Dongzi said, "It is better to be safe than sorry. What's more, it concerns whether Ming'er can successfully pass the calamity." "That's right. Well, here it comes." Eclipse's voice suddenly stopped halfway through his words. And then he suddenly looked up at the sky and couldn't help shouting in surprise. At this time, through the crater, you can see that a large black cloud suddenly appeared out of thin air in the sky, and countless electric snakes were scurrying in the depths of the black cloud. The thunder grew from small to large, and in a blink of an eye there was a roar. "Go!" With a shout, the demon lord Dongzi suddenly turned into a ray of flame and rushed out of the crater, followed by Eclipse Sun. When the Yuanying thunder tribulation arrived, a huge island happened to be parked above the sea of fire in the earth abyss, more than 300 miles below the extinct volcano. It was the mysterious Earth Flame Island. The Earth Flame Island is roughly circular, high in the middle and low around. The whole is like an incomparably huge turtle shell, with an area of more than 100 miles. There are nearly 1 million people on the island, and the vast majority of mortals are descendants of generations of disciples of the Earth Flame Palace. These mortals have been trapped on the island for generations, leading a life without sunlight, and are also servants and slaves of the Earth Flame Palace. At this time, above a sea of fire on the edge of the Flame Island, the air was slightly distorted. Zhao Sheng and Old Wang were hiding in an invisible barrier and standing in the air, gazing at the nearby Earth Flame Island. Looking at the huge fire cover covering the entire island, Zhao Sheng sent a voice message, "Old Wang, the thunder tribulation of the person above has begun. Well, let's see what I do." As soon as Old Wang finished speaking, he waved his hands outward, and 8 yin-yang array discs suddenly soared into the air, surrounding him. The 8 array discs spun with a whirring throb, emitting vast bursts of pure light that spread out like waves, silently merging into the flame shield of the Earth Flame Island array. The next second, Old Wang quickly formed hand seals with his hands, and streams of divine consciousness burst forth, immersing themselves in the surrounding void. The 8 yin-yang array discs once again shed vast swathes of pure light, and within this glow suddenly emerged countless black and white hexagram symbols. A sky full of yin-yang hexagram symbols surged with a pure light, cascading down like a waterfall, alternating between light and dark, flickering 1,000 times in an instant. Zhao Sheng's eyes shone brightly as he watched Old Wang break the array intently. Nearly 1,000 consciousnesses in his mind worked together, methodically learning his methods. At this moment, the Zhao family's Taoist soldiers behind the 2 men, secretly receiving the message, slowly moved closer. At the same time, troops from the Xitigarbha sect and the Jiang sect were quietly approaching Dian Island from both directions to the northwest. The 3 factions quickly took up their positions, waiting for the formation to be broken before they could storm Dian Island. My pulpitis flared up, and the pain was excruciating. I didn't sleep all night. It took me 7 or 8 hours to write 4,000 words in fits and starts. It was originally recommended, so I was supposed to update it frequently. But as fate would have it, Bailey was in so much pain that he couldn't even concentrate and couldn't write. Please bear with me, fellow readers. Chapter 408 One-sided. Rumble. Pale purple lightning bolts, each as thick as a man's arm, burst through the calamity clouds, like massive thunder dragons, fiercely striking the volcano below. Suddenly, a dense mass of humanoid fire spirits burst forth from the crater, proactively meeting the descending thunder dragons and exploding simultaneously, igniting a blaze of thunder and fire. 30 miles to the southeast, the Eastern Demon Lord gazed intently at the volcano beneath the calamity clouds, his expression even more gloomy than usual. Junior Brother Eclipse, don't you think Minger's tribulation is significantly greater than that of a typical nascent soul cultivator? Indeed. But with all the precautions we've prepared, Minger will surely escape unscathed this time, the Eclipse Elder nodded, offering words of comfort. I hope so, Be careful. Midway through his words, the Eastern Demon Lord's expression changed drastically, his immense divine consciousness erupting in an instant, sweeping in all directions as he roared. At that moment, a solemn, murderous voice suddenly echoed through the heavens and earth. Dongzi, your death has come today. With the utterance of the word, an even more powerful divine consciousness emerged, instantly crushing the Demon Lord Dongzi's. Simultaneously, a towering, vast peak suddenly appeared in the heavens, soaring into the clouds. It looked remarkably like a miniature version of Mount Xianzhu. As the peak emerged, it unleashed gusts of wind and thunder, descending from the sky to suppress the 2 demons Dongzi and Sherry. The force of the peak was terrifying. Before the Xianzhu peak could reach them, a vast expanse of yellow light washed over them. The surrounding 10-mile void suddenly became stagnant, gravity suddenly increasing hundreds, thousands of times, and the air solidified. Dongzi and Eclipse felt as if they were carrying a mountain on their backs. Their bodies felt incredibly heavy, and the flow of their mana was more than 100 times sluggish than usual. Xianzhu Dharma image. You old thief Xiandu, you've gone too far. Dongzi was shocked and furious. His curses, as his divine consciousness struggled to break free from its shackles, instantly echoed throughout the surrounding void. But in response, a pair of colossal fists, as vast as the sky and the sun, extended from the Xianzhu Dharma image. Their bodies, a brilliant yellow, radiating a jade-like glow, were as massive as mountains and immeasurably solid. Though seemingly clumsy and slow, they were in fact incredibly fast. In an instant, they had struck Dongzi Demon Lord's forehead without incident. However, Dongzi Demon Lord was, after all, a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator. Though his physical body couldn't dodge in time, at the critical moment, A red light suddenly burst forth from his frontal arch. Within this red light, a round, crystal clear, red pill, complete with all 7 orifices, was revealed. Fast as lightning, the pill narrowly avoided the fist's path. Boom boom. A deafening roar instantly resounded through the sky, echoing for 100 miles. A surge of energy surged, the void trembling. The remaining force of the fist suddenly pierced through the air and struck the Dongzi demon lord on the forehead, sending shockwaves throughout his body. Blood instantly flowed from all 7 orifices, his mana turbulent, and he plummeted downward. At this moment, a towering figure suddenly emerged from the Shiansu mountain Dharma image. It was none other than Zhao Sheng, a late nascent soul cultivator. His presence caused the towering peak's descent to surge 100-fold, and the invisible pressure surged immensely, momentarily rendering the Dongzi demon lord unable to break free. Seeing this was a bad situation, the old demon Eclipse's eyes rolled. A pitch-black sun suddenly materialized behind him, and he instantly attempted to break free from the gravity barrier and flee. Haha, where are you going? Suddenly, a seductive, alluring laugh echoed in his ears. Eclipse's mind swam, but he regained consciousness the next moment. However, upon recognizing the 2 figures that suddenly flashed before him, Eclipse's pupils shrank to their limit, his face aghast. It's you, the Jiang Immortals. Just as Zhao Chengdu and the Shangwen Longhu couple launched a surprise attack on the 2 demons of the Earth Flame Palace, to the east of Earth Flame Island, Formation Master Wang Yu was also working tirelessly to break the mountain guarding formation. 8 yin-yang talisman discs simultaneously erupted in golden light, a dense cascade of yin and yang lines cascading down like a waterfall, rapidly merging into the formation's flames. Wang Yu's forehead was covered in sweat, and the light in his eyes grew ever brighter, appearing dazzling and illuminating, like 2 blazing suns. If it weren't for the prearranged shielding barrier, such a commotion would have alerted the people on Earth Flame Island. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed as he scanned Earth Flame Island, his spiritual awareness expanding 10 miles, constantly alert for any signs of movement. At this moment, the communication jade scepter on his waist was gleaming brightly, and messages were constantly being transmitted from the outside world. Zhao Sheng had already released a ray of divine consciousness, penetrating the communication jade scepter. While receiving the messages, he kept everyone updated on their progress. Master Wang, the 3rd ancestor has already taken action. When should we start? Wang Yu, sweating profusely, hurriedly transmitted, almost. Just a moment, and the formation will be broken. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed upon hearing this, and he raised his hands, flinging out a series of 3rd-level talismans in red, green, red, and white. The talismans soared into the air, circling Zhao Sheng. As their masters infused them with magical power, they began to activate one by one, emitting a variety of red, green, red, and white lights. By this time, the armies of the Southern Skyzhou clan, the Dizeng sect, and the Jiang sect had arrived at their designated locations, ready to launch at any moment. As for the Jinans Henren summoned by the 3 factions, they dispersed in groups of 3 or 4, stealthily approaching their respective targets according to their prearranged plan. On Dian Island, most people were completely unaware of the unusual developments outside. The unique environment of the Earth Abyss, coupled with its long history of stability, had caused the islanders to lose their vigilance. The disciples patrolling the island were also quite lax, merely following the rules and performing perfunctory checks, unaware that a large army was approaching. However, not everyone on Dian Island noticed something unusual. Just as Elder Wang was casting a spell to break the formation, deep within the ancestral hall of the Dian Palace, the 3rd elder, True Man Fuxin, frowned as he gazed at the suddenly flickering jade pillar of the formation before him. The pillar, roughly the thickness of a 3-man embrace, was inlaid with 1,188 red beads. Each bead represented a major formation node. Suddenly, the beads on the jade pillar began to flicker, and the flame shield enveloping it flickered. Is it really such a coincidence? The earth fire tide erupts at this critical moment. True Man Fuxin hesitated, then immediately formed a formation seal with his hand, his consciousness condensing countless strands of light that connected to the jade pillar. 2 breaths later, his brow furrowed even deeper, muttering to himself, why is the formation becoming increasingly sluggish? It doesn't seem to be due to the earth flame tide. What's going on? Could another node in the formation be damaged? A second's thought spurred him to another realization. Out of caution, True Man Fuxin had already condensed a ball of spiritual light on his fingertips. But the next second, he abruptly lost his focus, and the light collapsed. No. If it's a false alarm, won't those groundhogs laugh at me for 100 years? The Earth Flame Palace had been established for nearly 10,000 years, and the interpersonal relationships and interests within it had become incredibly complex, with fierce internal strife. However, they could generally be divided into two factions, native and foreign. The native faction consisted of successive generations of disciples born on Earth Flame Island who joined the Earth Flame Palace. Today, the sect has become strongly familial, with the backbone being 3 millennia-old families. The native faction is known for its large numbers and its close adherence to traditions. The foreign faction, also known as the Master-Disciple faction, consists primarily of members from outside the palace. Because the Dine Palace's Master-Disciple faction prioritizes the absence of talent over the inferior, the disciples they accept generally possess significantly higher spiritual roots than the native faction. Consequently, while the outsider faction is small in number, they are generally formidable, with a number of giant and true immortals rivaling that of the native faction. Of the Dine Palace's 2 nascent soul ancestors, Dongzi Demon Lord belongs to the native faction, while Eclipse Sun comes from the Master-Disciple faction. Because Dongzi Demon Lord is significantly more powerful than Eclipse Sun, Dine Palace has been dominated by the native faction for nearly 1,000 years. True Immortal Fu Xin, however, belongs to the Master-Disciple faction and has always been at odds with the native faction. It's for this reason that identified mid-stage giant and true immortal has been relegated to the Ancestral Hall, tasked with guarding the core of the Great Formation, a place that offers no rewards and is both tedious and unpopular. It's easy to imagine how resentful true immortal Fu Xin must be. Watching the jade pillars of the formation flicker faster and faster, and noticing the formation's increasing sluggishness, he could no longer sit still. He pondered for a moment, then reached into his storage bag and pulled out a jade communication talisman. He sent a message into it, then silently waited for a reply. The talisman soon stirred, a flickering light, and a voice rang out, "Junior brother, what do you want to hear from me?" "Senior brother, there's something amiss with the mountain defense formation. The beads are flickering violently. In your opinion, should we alert the entire sect?" "Huh? So that's what's going on. Don't move, I'll be right there." Just as Jolu, a late giant and level great true man from the Earth Flame Palace, hurried out of retreat and headed for the Ancestral Hall, he didn't realize that because of this, the Earth Flame Palace had already lost its last chance. To the east of Earth Flame Island, as the 8 yin-yang formation plates embedded into the flame shield one by one, they melted away. A smile gradually appeared on Wang Yu's aged face, and his expression grew more relaxed. A few breaths later, when the last yin-yang array disk merged into the formation, the man suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded slightly, saying, "All right, I've interrupted the formation with my spell, but I can only delay it for 1 stick of incense. Before then, you must find a way to destroy the formation's core, or else the formation will return to normal, and you will surely suffer heavy casualties." Zhao Sheng nodded silently. With a thought, the jade communication scepter suddenly blazed with unprecedented brightness, instantly signaling everyone to attack. The Dine Palace was a prestigious sect with a long history, after all. They could imagine the power of the mountain guarding formation. Wang Yu's ability to single-handedly interrupt it was already a remarkable achievement. Zhao Sheng would never expect him to completely breach it, that was unrealistic. Attack! 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 Suddenly, fierce shouts erupted simultaneously from the east, west, and north of Dine Island, resonating for 100 miles. Zhao Sheng looked up and saw a strange phenomenon unfolding 100 miles to the north and west. A massive sandstorm erupted from nowhere in the west, and a gigantic stone figure, swirling a cloud of sand and gravel, stepped onto Earth Flame Island. Shadowy figures loomed within the sandstorm, seemingly concealing countless people. With each step, the ground beneath the giant's feet collapsed, rapidly sucking sand and gravel onto the figure. In just a dozen steps, a massive stone giant, 100 feet tall, appeared before the countless people, filling them with a frightened dread. The sandstorm behind the giant swept in, covering half of Earth Flame Island in the blink of an eye. The sky was instantly plunged into darkness, as if the apocalypse had arrived. To the north of the island, lightning flashed like a tide, illuminating half the sky. Suddenly, a dense swarm of lightning snakes emerged from the lightning. Then, with a rumble of thunder, a cascade of lightning ripped down from the sky, reducing everyone within a 3-mile radius to charcoal. Have you not seen the yellow river's waters rise from the sky? A clear, resonant voice suddenly rang from behind Zhao Sheng. As the words uttered, a great river, 100 feet wide and with no end in sight, rolled down from the sky. With the force of a flood over Jinshan Mountain, it passed Zhao Sheng and poured down towards Dian Island. For the first time in 10,000 years, rain fell on Dian Island. However, this torrential downpour carried immense power. Wherever the raindrops fell, a white mist suddenly rose. Humans and animals that came into contact with the mist immediately convulsed and collapsed. Zhou, a descendant of the ancient Confucian lineage, had softened his heart somewhat, unlike the ruthless, murderous 10th patriarch Han Wei. In front of everyone, the 3 nascent souls unleashed their respective nascent soul domains without restraint, unleashing their full might. The purpose of this move was self-evident. Simultaneously, one giant and true immortal after another transformed into streaks of light, leaping through the vast array of Taoist soldiers and charging recklessly onto Dian Island, leaving a bloody storm in their wake. Help! The thieves are coming, hide quickly. The enemy is attacking, damn it, fellow disciples, follow me and kill them. Where are the 2 ancestors? Quickly, call them over. The Earth Flame Palace had enjoyed peace for a long time, and the island's defenses were lax. Suddenly attacked, the attack plunged the entire force into unprecedented chaos, leaving everyone at a loss, caught in a dilemma. After all, the enemy's momentum was overwhelming, unleashing the 3 nascent souls at once. At this moment, Zhou, the Grand Elder of the Earth Flame Palace, had just arrived at the Ancestral Hall when he saw massive enemies charging into the island from the east, west, and north, yet the main formation hadn't launched a counterattack. Meanwhile, the sect's many giant and elders were outnumbered and found themselves in a precarious situation. Zhou's face suddenly paled, and he cried out inwardly, "Oh no!" Seeing the 3 nascent souls attacking repeatedly while his own 2 ancestors remained motionless, Zhou realized something, and his face turned pale. No. Why choose this time? There must be a traitor, Zhou cursed angrily. Observing the one-sided collapse on the island, the Earth Flame Palace's great elder stamped his foot fiercely and slipped into the Ancestral Hall. Elsewhere, Zhao Sheng, seeing his offensive proceeding with remarkable success, immediately sent a telepathic message to Elder Wang nearby. After whispering a few words, he instantly transformed into a mysterious light, gathering up numerous jade talismans and transforming into a long rainbow, heading straight for the center of the island. Earth Flame Island is only 100 miles in radius, a distance that, for a nascent soul ancestor, is like strolling across his doorstep, a mere few steps away. In just 3 breaths, Zhao Sheng had crossed half the island and found the Earth Flame Palace's Sutra Pagoda. A massive 13-story stone tower, it towered over the island like a crane among chickens, a striking sight. Chapter 409, Disaster is Coming. Zhao Sheng soared above the tower and saw numerous demonic followers of the Earth Flame Palace, clad in cyan and purple robes, fleeing in terror below. He paid no heed to these ants. With a flick of his finger, a first-level talisman instantly transformed into a 100-foot-long thunder dragon, roaring and shooting out. In the blink of an eye, it caught up with a fleeing giant and demonic cultivator and severely wounded him with a single blow. He ignored the wounded man's escape and gazed down at the tower below. Suddenly, a palm-sized pure white array disc slipped from his sleeve. The array disc fell, distorting and blurring before transforming into a vast expanse of white light that spread like ripples, permeating an area several miles in radius and enveloping the entire sutra library. With a thought, Zhao Sheng's mana surged, and in an instant, billions of light talismans emerged from the white light below, condensing into a myriad of light threads. A third-level, lower-grade Wu Earth Demon Sealing Array was instantly complete. The Wanfu Formation Disc is truly a treasure of Earth-level rank. Its inherent array encompasses a vast array of formations. Any formation inscribed within it, from the first to the third order, can be activated with a single thought. Of course, this presupposes the disc's owner is sufficiently powerful. If a mere key-refining realm cultivator could generate a third-order formation with a single thought, then the Wanfu Formation Disc would be more than just a top-grade magical weapon, a truly unique spiritual artifact. Those who surrender will be spared, those who resist will be killed without mercy, those who surrender will be spared, those who resist, surrender. Just as Zhao Sheng sealed the Sutra Pagoda, shouts of surrender rang out from across Dian Island. Simultaneously, from the east, west, and north of Dian Island, The three Taoist armies, led by their respective leaders, continuously routed any enemy standing in their way, their momentum unstoppable. On the other hand, the Didayan Islanders, caught off guard and leaderless, had no time to muster a full-scale army to resist the oncoming enemy. They were ultimately routed and completely defeated. With a swish, Zhao Sheng glanced up at the battle situation across the island, then took a step forward. His figure flashed, instantly vanishing into nothingness. The next moment, he emerged from the void, appearing above a red stone building some 10 miles west of the ancestral hall. Buzz! With a flash of golden light, the 100-flame cauldron soared from Zhao Sheng's dantian, slowly suspending itself in the air. It looked like a golden elixir magnified 1,000 times over, its round shape radiating a brilliant golden light. The next second, the 100-flame cauldron's light shone brightly, and a vast, iridescent cloud of fire coalesced from thin air, spreading out in all directions and instantly filling an area 1,000 feet in radius. A 1,000-foot-long flaming cloud unleashed an intense heat, distorting the air and sending countless sparks plummeting. The buildings and plants below, upon contact with the sparks, instantly blackened and withered, quickly igniting into a sea of flame. With a thud, Zhao Sheng's 1,000-foot-long flaming cloud spread toward the ancestral hall, consuming everything in its path, earth and rock, forming a vast, straight path of flame. 2 breaths later, the flaming cloud rapidly approached the ancestral hall, only to abruptly stop 100 feet away. Deep within the flaming cloud, Zhao Sheng stepped onto the 100-flame cauldron, his divine consciousness sweeping toward the ancestral hall like a storm. Boom! A faint white light suddenly appeared outside the ancestral hall, blocking Zhao Sheng's view. Zhao Sheng's face showed no sign of surprise, it was merely a routine test. He glanced up and saw the other 3 nascent soul ancestors rapidly approaching the ancestral hall, arriving in the blink of an eye. At that moment, lightning flashed and roared east of the ancestral hall. Han Wei emerged from the sea of thunder with a solemn expression. To the west, a raging sandstorm roared in. A 100-foot-tall stone figure stood proudly amidst it, towering like a mountain. To the north, a mighty river roared, and torrential rain poured down. Suddenly, a transparent water figure crystallized from the rain, transforming into Jolie, dressed in a sapphire Confucian robe. Those who surrender will be spared, those who resist will be killed without mercy. As the 4 Yuanying arrived at the ancestral hall, the cries of surrender and spare death from across Didayan Island grew louder and louder, deafening. Seeing that their own 2 Yuanying ancestors had yet to appear to meet the enemy's 4 Yuanying ancestors had arrived before the ancestral hall. Upon seeing this scene, the minds of most of the Earth Flame Palace's demonic disciples collapsed. The building is about to collapse, the Earth Flame Palace is finished, there are no enemies to the south, flee, even ants try to survive, let alone humans. Alice, I wanted to fight to the death, but the ancestor fled without a fight, let me remain useful, and I will avenge this blood feud in the future, haha, those who bullied, insulted, and beat me have now been mutilated. Serves me right, I surrender. Immortal Master, I surrender. Then, bizarre scenes unfolded across the island. The mortals on the island trembled in fear, staying indoors. If anyone broke in, they would kneel and surrender. Some Earth Flame Palace disciples retreated while fighting, suddenly abandoning everything in the middle of a battle and madly fleeing towards the south where there were no enemies. Some did not even have the courage to face the enemy head-on. Upon seeing the enemy approaching, they simply snatched up their treasures and fled. As a major sect of the demonic path, the Didayan Palace boasts a preponderance of self-serving disciples. Seeing the imminent collapse of their power, few are willing to fight to the death for their sect. Of course, the Didayan Palace is not without its loyalists. The 3 great families are deeply bound to the Didayan Palace, making it impossible to sever ties. Furthermore, Didayan Island is the ancestral home of the 3 great families, and their interests are immense. Unless these people are desperate, they absolutely do not want Didayan Island to be captured. Above the magnificent ancestral hall, which spans 100 acres, Zhao Sheng slowly ascended above the flaming clouds. He surveyed Han Wei, Jolie, and Shi Jinggong, and telepathically transmitted his message, we only have 1 stick of incense. To avoid heavy casualties, why don't we all attack together and quickly capture the ancestral hall? Alright, 16 words of courtesy, no objection, sir. The other 3 nascent soul ancestors, fully agreeing with Zhao Sheng's suggestion, spontaneously attacked. The Sea of Thunder to the east suddenly surged, creating waves. From the Sea of Thunder, Tens of thousands of lightning spears, each more than a foot thick, condensed. These spears transformed into a thunderstorm, dense as a forest, shooting down, covering half of the ancestral hall. Boom boom boom. Before the lightning spears could reach the ancestral hall, they were intercepted by a dazzling white flame shield. A massive explosion erupted, and billions of lightning and fire instantly engulfed an area 10 miles in radius. Simultaneously, Zhao Sheng snapped his fingers, and the 100-flame cauldron beneath him suddenly unleashed a burst of celestial spiritual fire. Earth Spirit Flame, Azure Spirit Poison Fire, Thunder Essence Flame, Crystal Jade Heart Flame, Erosion Spirit Fire, Sea Waves Dark Flame, Ancient Poison Flame, Sunlight Purifying Flame, Samadhi True Fire, Golden Crow True Fire. The myriad spiritual fires of heaven and earth attached themselves to the white flame shield and began to manifest their respective powers: corrosive, scorching, explosive, freezing, distorting, and so on. Then, Zhao Sheng quickly retracted over 10 types of spiritual fire, including Earth Spirit Flame, Primordial Poison Flame, Samadhi True Fire, and Thunder Spirit Flame, according to the degree of damage they inflicted on the fire shield. Shi Jiagang was a natural stone demon, specializing in the Dao of Earth. He transformed into a 100-foot-tall stone figure, slowly sinking into the ground. As a raging sandstorm surged towards the fire shield, fiercely rubbing against it and sending up clouds of dust, the ancestral hall and the surrounding ground began to vibrate faintly, the tremors growing increasingly intense. At this moment, the fire shield enveloping the ancestral hall suddenly flickered, as if under some kind of influence. The torrent plunges 3,000 feet, as if the Milky Way falls from the sky. As the ancient Confucian Zhou Li chanted, the river beneath him suddenly surged several times in size, transforming into a 1,000-foot-wide waterfall that cascaded vertically onto the fire shield. Instantly, with a resounding roar, the white fire shield trembled violently, its brightness rapidly dimming, as if it could collapse at any moment. The next moment, a vast cloud of water vapor rose into the sky like a giant mushroom cloud, then exploded with a bang, filling the entire island's sky. Water conquers fire. This has been a truth since ancient times. The four nascent souls attacked simultaneously, but Zhou Li's attack was the most significant. Fast forward a moment, to the moment before Zhao Sheng and his four companions unleashed their full might. Beneath the ancestral hall, Great Elder Zhou Lu stood outside the central secret chamber of the formation, a gloomy expression on his face. Opposite him, the two Grand Masters of the Yin, Yan, and Du clan stared at him intently. How can you be so foolish? It's extremely urgent. Why don't you hurry and wake the slumbering ancestors instead of entering the central secret chamber? Zhou Lu roared, suppressing his anger. He had previously suspected that the three clans must possess a secret passage leading directly to the ancestral hall, and today, with the extermination of their clans, this had indeed been proven true. But Zhou Lu had never imagined that, facing imminent annihilation, these guardian dogs would actually engage in internal fighting. Did they understand that a capsized boat can't sustain its own eggs? Such sheer foolishness. Brother Zhou, Patriarch Yin has already taken care of awakening the ancestor. You step aside. The mountain guarding formation has failed for no apparent reason, and Fu Shen is to blame. Patriarch Du is right. How dare you stop us, Zhou Lu? Are you trying to shield a criminal? Zhou Lu angrily shouted. Bullshit. Junior brother Fu Shen is working tirelessly to repair the formation. It will be back to normal in no time. In that case, you should let us in. With our help, the formation will definitely be back to normal faster, unless you don't want us in. The Du clan's Grandmaster, whose face was as dark as a ghost, immediately changed his tune. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Lu's face flushed red, and a ball of red poisonous flame suddenly rose from his feet, enveloping him. This scene frightened the two Grandmasters so much that they retreated a long way, expressions of fear. Zhou Lu, are you planning to betray the sect? The Yan clan's Grandmaster blurted out unconsciously. Shut up. If you can't speak, then don't open your mouth. The Du clan's Grandmaster then changed the subject, demanding, Great Elder, you must prioritize the greater good. This Seven Flames formation was jointly constructed by our three clans' ancestors. Some crucial secrets are known only to our three families. Why are you blocking us outside, preventing us from entering? Zhou Lu's expression darkened even more as he heard this. He suddenly asked, have the two ancestors sent back any news? The two Grandmasters' expressions paled slightly at this remark. However, the Du clan's Grandmaster quickly and decisively replied, The Grand Master has issued a decree, ordering us to remain here for a short while. Once he has defeated the enemy, he will soon return to Earth Flame Island." Zhou Lu remained silent, but the crimson poisonous flame swirled violently around him, and wisps of invisible, colorless fire poison spread quietly. Seeing this, the two Grand Patriarchs grew increasingly anxious, but they dared not confront them directly, for even combined strength was no match for the Great Elder alone. Boom! At that moment, the passageway and surrounding walls suddenly trembled, the ground shook slightly, and a muffled sound echoed from above. The three paled in shock. But the next moment, the ground began to tremble continuously. At this moment, the communication talisman on Zhou Lu's waist suddenly flickered violently. His spiritual sense penetrated it, and his expression darkened. At this point, he decided to throw the dice and bluntly declared, "The two ancestors must have encountered a formidable enemy and are likely in danger. If my guess is correct, your eagerness to enter the central secret chamber is definitely not to repair the formation, but to remove the jade pillars and unleash the 7 true flames sealed within the fire pit, and most importantly, the indeterminate star core." Finally, Zhou Lu declared coldly, "You intend to abandon Earth Flame Island, seize the treasure, and flee." Crack! As if in response to his words, the ground and walls shook with increasing violence, cracking and cracking across the walls. Having their hidden agenda exposed, the two Grand Patriarchs exchanged glances, silently weighing their options. Zhou Lu gave them no time to consider. Immediately urging them, "The 7 true flames are yours, and the unfixed star core is mine. Otherwise, I need only hold you back for a moment, then surrender to the Southern Sky Zhao clan and offer up my precious treasure. I believe I will be forgiven. But you, the 7 true flames sealed within the core fire cave of Earth Flame Island were each rare, and essential to the cultivation of the 7 flames of the Earth Gods. They were sealed within the fire cave so they could harness the power of the unfixed star core, drawing endless fire from the Earth Abyss Sea of Fire to fuel the 7 true flames. This way, successive generations of the Earth Flame Palace's core leaders could continuously draw upon the 7 true flames, using them to cultivate the sect's sacred art, the Earth God 7 Flame Classic. Furthermore, they could be used to nourish the 7 Flame Fan, a spiritual treasure, ensuring its spiritual essence. After a moment's stalemate, the Du clan's Grand Master roared with a vicious expression, "Zhou Lu, you're too greedy. Do you really want to fight to the death?" As he spoke, a gray-black crystal sphere, the size of a head, appeared in his hand. A vortex permeated the sphere, and from its edge, gray-black ghostly shadows occasionally emanated. These shadows quickly transformed into clouds of poisonous mist, which were then sucked back into the vortex, repeating the cycle endlessly. Simultaneously, another person's hand also acquired a fist-sized jade bead, blazing with a brilliant red light. Soul Death Poison, God Exterminating Pearl. Zhou Lu's expression suddenly changed upon seeing the two nascent soul secret treasures. He immediately opened his mouth and released a stream of light, which instantly transformed into a 3-inch-long copper spear covered in ghostly patterns, its surface ablaze with a faint bloody flame. "Wait a minute. Otherwise, I will perish with you, Zhou Lu. You are the eternal sinner of the Earth Flame Palace." Chapter 410, Fighting for 4 Breaths, 2 of 5 lost. As Zhou Lu and the other two were about to strike for the most crucial treasure of the Dian Palace, bronze coffins were arrayed in the deepest icy caverns of the ancestral hall. A rough count revealed over 100 coffins. At that moment, a middle-aged man, his face as red as a date and imposing without anger, recited ancient scriptures. His hands repeatedly formed countless magical spells, and rays of magical light continuously shone into the coffins. Soon, the coffins began to vibrate faintly. The heavy lids were slowly pushed open from within, and one by one, lifeless, withered old men rose from their coffins. Their eyes, once dead, gradually regained a touch of spirit. Gazing at the awakened ancestors, the middle-aged man suddenly showed a hint of disappointment. Even now, over 2/3 of the bronze coffins remained motionless. The art of feigning death and sealing had its limits, it wasn't eternal. Perhaps sealed for too long, some of the ancestors, barely alive, had exhausted their last breaths over the eons, passing away silently within their coffins. But soon, a look of joy crossed the middle-aged man's eyes, and he hurried to a massive bronze coffin near the center. Within sat an elderly man with sparse hair, a face covered in ulcers, and a skeletal frame. Without hesitation, the middle-aged man knelt before him, count out repeatedly, "Descendant of the Yin family, 48th generation head, Yin Yixin, Greets the ancestor. Alice, has the situation deteriorated to this point? I never expected it. Ahem, the skeletal man sighed, his face filled with reminiscence and regret. Midway through his words, he suddenly broke into a cough. At that moment, a massive figure, half a skeleton, suddenly sat up from a nearby coffin. This man was Master Nolan, a nascent soul ancestor from 2,000 years ago. HMPH, we're being beaten up. Trash, all trash. Each generation is more useless than the last. As the skeleton giant scolded, the other awakened living dead gradually regained consciousness. Hey! We can finally see the light of day again. The faction must be facing annihilation after the young ones woke us up. I faked my death and sealed myself here just for today's battle. It's a worthy death, ahem, too much time has passed. I barely have the strength to strike one more blow, but that's enough. Wonderful. I didn't expect that after my death, I would be able to die with so many generations of ancestors. Haha, even the ancestors have been awakened. It seems that the inheritance of the Earth Flame Palace is about to be destroyed. Great. For a moment, the sealed hall was extremely noisy. The living dead flew out of their coffins at the same time, venting their fear before death while trying their best to mobilize their last remaining strength. Shut up. At that moment, an exceptionally powerful divine thought suddenly swept through the air, instantly silencing everyone and causing them to look over. The wielder of this divine thought was a towering elder clad in a glazed gold robe and crowned with a flaming crown. He was quickly recognized as the previous palace master, a late nascent soul cultivator, the King Guang ancestor. He possessed the highest level of cultivation among all the living dead, and having been sealed for only 1,000 years, his strength hadn't diminished significantly. Grandmaster Yinli, Grandmaster Nolan, Senior Fenmo. The King Guang ancestor called out the names of 4 other nascent soul cultivators of the same stage, then quickly declared, in the face of the apocalypse, we, the ancestors of the Dian Palace, must unite our efforts. We must protect our ancestral legacy, even at the cost of our own lives. As matters are pressing, how about letting this younger generation take the lead? You are the strongest of all, and I will obey you, the skeletal giant replied most readily. King Guang, you've been a palace master, so why are you being so fussy? Hurry and arrange to meet the enemy. Fenmo, I'm tired of living. Even if the palace master were here, I have nothing to say, a nascent soul master in a golden robe said nonchalantly. I'm going to die anyway, so whoever decides is fine. Yin, will obey your orders, the skeleton elder, Yin Li, finally nodded and spoke. Okay, everyone, listen carefully. Anyone practicing the 7 Flames of the Earth Gods Classic will immediately form a team and form the 7 Flames of the Earth Gods formation. Anyone practicing the God-destroying soul-devouring true method will hide behind a Dao formation, seize the opportunity, and activate the God-destroying soul-devouring divine light. Anyone practicing, in the middle of his words, the ancestor King Guang suddenly glared, shouting like thunder, hey, who dares to spy on us? Before he finished speaking, the ancestor King Guang suddenly looked up, his eyes suddenly shooting out 2 beams of fire that instantly sank into the ceiling of the stone chamber. Roar, it hurts. Boom. Even if the fire shield outside the ancestral hall had a strong defense, it could not withstand the bombardment of the 4 Yuanying. After only a dozen breaths, the fire shield could no longer hold and suddenly collapsed. Boom. Without the protection of the fire shield, the magnificent ancestral hall that had stood for thousands of years was quickly blasted into a pile of ruins by Zhao Sheng and his 3 companions. Bang bang bang. The ground suddenly heaved violently, and the ground quickly cracked into deep and wide cracks. At this moment, a stone man with green flames all over his body suddenly rose from the ruins of the ancestral hall and soared into the sky at an extremely fast speed. Be careful, it's coming out. When Zhao Sheng, Han Wei, and Zhou Li saw this scene, their minds raced, and they all waved their sleeves at the same time. In an instant, countless thick lightning bolts, true fire all over the sky, and a huge amount of true water all hit the place where Shi Jingang escaped, where there was a bottomless crack in the ground. Boom, boom. The next second, a huge amount of earth and rocks were blasted into the sky, and a huge mushroom cloud of thunder, fire, water and soil suddenly rose from the spot. The crack in the ground suddenly sank, and a huge pit with a diameter of 100 feet appeared in its place. At this time, Zhao Sheng's expression was extremely grim, and he suddenly transmitted a voice to the other 3 Yuanying ancestors. All were blocked, and none of them were hit. They are coming out. The next scene seemed to confirm what he said. Under the gaze of the four people, the deepest part of the 100-foot pit suddenly erupted like a volcano, and pillars of green fire spurted out, reaching a height of 100 feet. After the green fire pillars shot up into the sky, they suddenly broke apart, turning into a large sea of green fire, and slowly sank down. Not only did it cover the entire ruins of the ancestral hall, but the invisible heat poison it emitted actually forced Zhao Sheng and the other four to retreat at the same time. The next moment, only 1, 2, 3 lifeless figures slowly rose from the pit, and then dispersed in 2s and 3s, faintly forming several formations. 1, 2, it's bad, there are actually 5 nascent soul living dead. Han Wei looked at the 5 figures with extremely strong auras below, and secretly said in his heart that it was bad. Kaiyongshan, Brother Han, Jirgong, be careful of the King Wang Patriarch. He was already a great cultivator in the late nascent soul stage before he retired from the world. There's also the Yinli Demon Lord, who retreated from the world 3,000 years ago, having reached the middle nascent soul stage in his lifetime. Fenmo, a free-spirited nascent soul cultivator, is surprisingly also a member of the Earth Flame Palace. At this moment, Jolie hurriedly and secretly informed the 3 of them of the identities and origins of the 5 Earth Flame infants, as well as specific information. Since they were determined to destroy the Earth Flame Palace, Nanch and Zhao Sheng naturally sought to gather all possible intelligence related to it. Information on the nascent soul ancestors of the Earth Flame Palace through the generations was undoubtedly of paramount importance. Jolie didn't even need to remind them. Zhao Sheng and the others had already reviewed all the intelligence before the battle, so the appearance of 4 of them wasn't surprising at all. The only surprise was the Fenmo ancestor. Zhao Sheng's mind raced, and he immediately sent a message to the 3, I'll deal with Fenmo and Yinli. You all follow the plan and try to stall for time. Han Wei immediately sent a message, Kaiyongshan, be careful, be careful. The Yinli Demon Lord's deadly soul poison light, good boy, I'll leave Master Newland to you. In just a short moment, the 4 Yuanings had exchanged opinions at lightning speed. At this time, the King Wang Patriarch, who was at the top of the group of living dead, looked at the 4 people in the sky with an expressionless face, and then looked around the extremely chaotic Dian Island. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly roared, kill. Before the killing sound fell, his extremely powerful divine consciousness had turned into a mental storm, sweeping towards the 4 people. At the same time, the green sea of fire also rushed into the sky, like a huge fire net, covering Zhao Sheng and the other 4 like lightning, and it seemed that they were all caught in one net. Huh, here comes Han. Han Wei's eyes flashed with a strange light upon seeing this, and he instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning, crashing straight into the azure sea of fire, piercing through it in an instant, and then facing the King Wang ancestor head-on. Of all the magic methods in the world, thunder magic is the fastest. As a nascent soul thunder cultivator, Han Wei was no match for the King Wang ancestor, but he was enough to entangle him for a short time. Elsewhere, Zhao Sheng also withdrew all the spiritual fires, including the Samadhi true fire and the ancient poison flame, into the 100-flame cauldron, releasing only the golden crow true fire to fight the enemy. He reached out and lifted the 100-flame cauldron. His figure flashed, and he suddenly appeared 100 feet away, proactively facing the black light-shrouded Yinli. With one move, 13 third-level treasure talismans suddenly exploded, transforming into violent storms, thunder and water, ice dragons, sword forests, and other astonishing magical powers and spells, all of which bombarded the Yinli Demon Lord. At this time, the 100-flame cauldron also shot out, transforming into a golden sun that, carrying a blazing true fire, crashed into the burning demon. Almost simultaneously, Jolie, clutching a golden scroll and jade tome, chanted the sage's mantra as he confronted Master Newland. Shi Jittergong, however, vanished into the sandstorm, commanding a blanket of black sand that enveloped a 10-mile radius. He had, in a single stroke, trapped all the living dead at the Jiandan realm, a truly audacious act. His opponent was none other than the nascent soul ancestor, clad in golden robes. The 9 nascent souls engaged in a fierce clash, unleashing their full might. For a moment, the earth shook with thunder and fire, the rumbling and shaking trembling as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting apart, a terrifying sight. Let alone the other groups, Zhao Sheng was alone against 2 nascent souls, and in a blink of an eye, he was at a disadvantage. Yet, His storage bag seemed to contain countless high-level talismans. Even though the Yinli demon lord wielded vast swathes of black light, repeatedly obliterating countless magical powers and spells, he could never get within 30 feet of Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng flung his talismans while fleeing in all directions. His swift and agile escape techniques kept the Yinli demon lord from catching up again and again. Strangely, Zhao Sheng circled around, constantly circling the edges of the other nascent soul battlefields, seemingly provoking, yet also deliberately so. Meanwhile, on the burning demon's side, a completely different scene unfolded. The burning demon's ancestor had cultivated as many as 13 different kinds of heavenly and earthly true fires throughout his life, mastering each one with remarkable skill, earning him the title of Grand Master of Fire. However, he encountered an even more formidable foe, specifically the magical 100-flame cauldron, his nemesis. Whenever the burning demon unleashed a heavenly and earthly true fire, the 100-flame cauldron would either unleash volleys of golden crow true fire to counter it head-on or unleash a different, counteractive spiritual fire. The golden crow true fire, known as the king of all fires, was naturally invulnerable to any other true fire. Although the burning demon easily defeated the spiritual fires unleashed by the 100-flame cauldron, the outcome was never decided. In just 3 breaths, the 9 nascent soul ancestors had already engaged in countless clashes. The encounters were incredibly dangerous, with a single thought determining life and death. Boom! Suddenly, 3 resounding roars erupted from the swirling black sandstorm, which stretched for 10 miles. In an instant, countless brilliant flames, like countless swords of light, effortlessly ripped through the swirling sandstorm, blasting out in all directions. The next second, 2 towering tornadoes of flame, swirling with radiant flames, shattered the black sandstorm and soared across the sky. Several human figures loomed faintly within the tornadoes. Zhao Sheng, Han Wei, and Zhou Li all felt a sinking feeling in their hearts as they witnessed this scene. Shi Zhigong's efforts alone were ultimately too much. After all, he was facing not only a nascent soul cultivator of his own rank, but also a group of desperate giant and true immortals. Never underestimate the self-destruction of a giant and true immortal. If care is not taken, even a nascent soul ancestor could be seriously injured. Zhao Sheng's mind raced. No time to delay. We must eliminate one of them immediately. The next second, he smiled slightly at the very strange and angry old skeleton man, and then suddenly disappeared in front of this person in an instant. Not good. The old skeleton instinctively felt a sense of foreboding. Before this thought could even sink in, Zhao Sheng's figure suddenly appeared behind the skeletal giant, Master Newlin. In an instant, a streak of black light pierced the void with incredible speed, piercing the giant skull along with it. A moment before this, a page of radiant light suddenly flew out from the jade scroll in Jolie's hand. Just as the arrow of slaughter was about to strike a fatal blow, the page flew directly over the giant's head. A surge of spiritual light instantly sealed Master Newlin within the page, preventing his final self-destruction. Having struck successfully, Zhao Sheng recalled the arrow of slaughter with a single thought. Without even observing the result, he activated phase shift again, arriving behind the burning demon. Alerted, the burning demon instantly erupted from his dantian, forming a circle and unleashing a surging, scorching heavenly true fire. Zhao Sheng's gaze flickered, and he vanished once more. The next moment, he reappeared in the depths of the sandstorm, where a furious roar echoed. Boom! Amidst the explosion, golden flames erupted like a volcano, gushing into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they swept across the sky full of sandstorms, turning the area within dozens of miles into a sea of fire. A Yuanying ancestor blew himself up. The power was so great, so terrifying. Puff! In mid-air, Zhao Sheng suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his robes became tattered, and his skin and flesh were charred black. Caught off guard, he actually suffered a minor injury. After only 4 breaths of fighting, 2 of the 5 Yuanyings of the Earth Flame Palace were gone, and the situation on the battlefield was instantly reversed. Damn it, die for this old man. Pure world Brahma body, come out. Upon witnessing the scene, the King Guang Patriarch roared in rage. Rays of divine light emanated from his ears, nose, mouth, and eyes, his aura surging immensely. Simultaneously, a vast blaze of green flames ignited his body, transforming him into a 5-meter-tall, green flame giant. At this moment, at the cost of burning his nascent soul, the King Guang Patriarch's own strength approached that of a divine transformation. Had he, die with me, as these words resounded through the heavens, a vast, Brutal storm of divine consciousness instantly swept across 100 miles. Han Wei's soul was shaken, his mind blank. The next second, as he regained consciousness and took in the scene before him, his expression drastically changed, his face filled with uncontrollable shock and fear. Just then, a terrifying green flame palm had already covered his forehead. Run. Chapter 411, The Battle of Earth Flame Island ends. Boom. The next second, Han Wei's head shattered like half a watermelon under a palm strike. A surge of green flames surged through his limbs and bones, and in an instant, his body erupted in a vast expanse of green flames, instantly illuminating the entire Earth Flame Island. Whoosh! At that moment, a streak of purple lightning suddenly broke through the green flames and shot toward the horizon. With the speed of teleportation, it had traveled 1,000 feet in an instant. A closer look revealed a 3-inch tall little figure encased within the purple lightning. Its face bore a striking resemblance to Han Wei's nascent soul form. The little figure was now engulfed in flames, its face filled with fear and agony. 1 mile, 3 miles. In the blink of an eye, it had already traveled 10 miles. Han Wei's panic faded, and he felt a surge of relief, grateful for his narrow escape. The purple lightning streaked through the void, fleeing beyond Earth Flame Island. After narrowly escaping, Han Wei summoned a large portion of his divine consciousness to suppress the azure flames of his Dharmakaya. At the same time, he thought with bitter hatred, this must be a conspiracy. Zhao Chengdu, Zhao Qingbi, you two old fools must have orchestrated my fate. Just wait for me. It seems I can't stay in the Southern Sky Zhao clan any longer. But before I go, I must make a killing. As he pondered this, Han Wei felt a sudden, excruciating pain in his soul. He realized that the pure world Brahma flame had burned through his Dharmakaya body and was beginning to scorch his soul. No. I don't want to. His screams abruptly ceased. A massive azure flame suddenly erupted in the southeastern sky of the island, the last trace of lightning in the blaze quickly vanishing. The dignified patriarch of the Jiang sect, the 10th ancestor of the Zhao clan, had fallen here. As Han Wei's physical body burned and his nascent soul fled, Zhao Sheng, Zhou Li, and Shi Zhigong each faced the most perilous moment of their lives. The King Guang patriarch, whose power was approaching that of a transcendent god, possessed a touch of the might of a transcendent god. The giant green flame spirit possessed the power of splitting its primordial spirit, creating 4 pure worldly Brahma bodies that simultaneously attacked the 4 nascent soul ancestors. Oh no! I'm in trouble. Zhao Sheng struggled free from the mental storm, regaining consciousness as he opened his eyes to see a giant green flame palm hovering less than a foot above his head. Fortunately, Zhao Sheng and the green light ancestor were still some distance apart, otherwise, an unfortunate individual like Han Wei, even if so close, would have been unable to react. It was precisely this tiny foot of space that gave Zhao Sheng a chance to survive. Puff! A streak of black light pierced the void with incredible speed, passing through the moment the green flame palm struck. At that moment, the palm paused, slowing its impact for a moment. In an instant, Zhao Sheng's figure flashed and vanished, reappearing behind a pile of ruins 70 miles away. Boom! With one palm strike, the 100-foot stone man collapsed and burned with a monstrous green flame. But before that, the ground under the stone man's feet suddenly showed a hint of yellow light. Shi Zhigong had abandoned 90% of his stone body, paid the price of serious injury, and successfully escaped, a substitute for a dead man. Compared with Zhao Sheng and the others, Zhou Li was obviously more skilled. With just a thought, he disappeared from the spot, replaced by a jade page. The green flame giant slapped the page to pieces, and a large amount of white light burst out in an instant. A corpse with thousands of holes fell out of the white light. It was actually the Master Nu Lin. Whoosh! The 4 green flame giants quickly flew back to the sky above the ruins of the ancestral hall from all directions, and then merged into one again. As the spiritual flame surged, the expression of the green light ancestor was extremely gloomy. Well done! 800 or so feet away, the burning demon ancestor laughed and clapped his hands in applause, and at the same time, huge rings of flames shot out from his palms, which trapped the 100-flame cauldron that was about to fly away. At this time, the skeleton old man hurriedly flew to the front of the green light ancestor and asked anxiously, "Why don't you take advantage of the victory? Run. Take the remaining disciples of our sect and escape from the Earth Flame Island as soon as possible." The green light ancestor stared at the elegant and handsome voice 1,000 feet away, and secretly transmitted a message to the two nascent souls. Why? The burning demon was very puzzled. However, the demon lord Yinli understood it immediately. Without asking any questions, he immediately flew away and hurriedly gathered the remaining disciples of the Earth Flame Palace. The Qinguang Patriarch was very abnormal, and did not attack again. You must know that once the soul is burning, it will not stop. He stopped and was clearly wasting extremely limited time. However, the momentum of the Qinguang Patriarch became more and more powerful, majestic and magnificent, as if turning the entire Earth Flame Island into a dojo. Zhao Sheng flew up from the ruins and flew to Jolie's side in a flash, his eyes unconsciously looking at the Golden Book and Jade Book in Jolie's hands. At this time, the Golden Book and Jade Book gradually exuded a terrifying pressure, and a golden silk book with golden light slowly rose into the sky, spreading out circles of invisible ripples, shaking the void. Good guy, it turns out that there is a backup plan. You even hid it from me, but why didn't you use it before? Otherwise, Hanwei would not have died. Although Zhao Sheng couldn't figure out the internal connection for a moment, he secretly guessed that Zhao Chengdu must have his own intentions for doing this. Alice. A light sigh suddenly sounded from the void, the surface of the golden silk book swayed slightly, and suddenly a tall and mighty giant walked out. Looking at Zhao Xuanjing, who was lifelike, but his body was faintly glowing and a little illusory, Zhao Sheng suddenly realized. No wonder the old guy opposite did not dare to act rashly. It turned out that Zhao's backup was a wisp of Zhao Xuanjing's soul. After Zhao Xuanjing appeared, without saying a word, his body burst into dazzling yellow light. At the same time, he stretched out his hands, seemingly slowly but quickly pressing towards the void. Boom! The entire Earth Flame Island shook violently, as if it had endured unimaginable pressure, and suddenly sank down, and then the ground of the entire island suddenly burst into a large yellow light. A yellow light surged high into the sky, transforming into a boundless tide of light that instantly engulfed the green light ancestor, the burning demon, the skeleton elder, and all the other living dead. Then, the light solidified, emitting a stone-like sheen. The entire process seemed prolonged, but in reality, it took only the blink of an eye. Bang, bang, bang. A vast pile of storage bags, various magical weapons, and other treasures, including various spiritual fires, and the 100 flame cauldrons suddenly fell from the yellow light. Carried by wisps of yellow light, they flew from afar toward the three people. Zhao Sheng reached out to recall the 100 flame cauldron, deeply moved, and his yearning for the divine transformation realm deepened. Without hesitation, Jolie immediately stored all the treasures within the book's pages, simultaneously releasing all the spiritual fires and pushing them toward Zhao Sheng. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng nodded and poured his spiritual consciousness into the 100 flame cauldron. The fire drills on the 100 flame cauldron's surface instantly generated invisible suction forces, easily drawing all the spiritual fires within. At this moment, a ball of green flame suddenly broke through the shackles of the yellow light, flashed into the base of the ancestral hall, and disappeared. Oh no, he's trying to escape. Jolie's face changed, and he lost his voice. With that, he set out to hunt down the green light patriarch. But he was stopped by Zhao Xuanjing. Don't chase a desperate enemy. After unleashing his extraordinary power, Zhao Xuanjing's spirit quickly became blurry and illusory, as if it would soon dissipate. This person can only take away one or two people at most. A few remnants can't cause any trouble. As he spoke, the solidified yellow light gradually dimmed and quickly disappeared. Vanishing with it were the skeleton old man, burning demon, and others. From the moment Zhao Xuanjing attacked to the inexplicable disappearance of the skeleton old man and others, Zhao Sheng had no idea what Zhao Xuanjing had just done. He only vaguely felt that this strange and unpredictable method must involve the laws of the Great Dao and the power of the spirit. Greetings, ancestor. When Zhou Li heard this, he stopped and bowed to Zhao Xuanjing again. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng also stepped forward to salute. Zhao Xuanjing waved his hand, indicating that the two did not need to be polite. Then, he looked around and said softly, I still have a little strength left, it's useless anyway, so I might as well lend you a hand. As soon as the words fell, Zhao Xuanjing's body suddenly disintegrated into streaks of yellow light, shooting out in all directions. Now, all the golden core true immortals of the Earth Flame Palace within a 300-mile radius of Earth Flame Island were in dire straits. As streaks of yellow light descended from the sky and instantly sank into their dantions, those who were hiding, fleeing, or desperately resisting were all frozen in place, unable to move, like stone statues. Deep beneath the ancestral hall, Patriarch King Wang suddenly felt a chill in his soul, his heart filled with terror. Without even bothering to remove the formation's light column, he suddenly swept up Zhou Lu and the two members of the Du family, darting into an underground secret passage and escaping far away. Just as the green flames disappeared, a thick yellow light suddenly burst out from the same spot, but it was a step too late. The yellow light had no choice but to split in two, imprisoning the two unfortunate individuals. The Yin family's grandmaster and true immortal Fu Xin, who were momentarily unable to react. When the Zhao ancestors' distraction dissipated, the ground near the ancestral hall suddenly cracked, and a 1-foot-tall gray-white stone man emerged from the ground, then flew into the sky and joined Zhao Sheng and the others. "It's over," Shi Zhigong scratched his stone head and spoke in a very strange tone. Zhao Sheng glanced at him and vaguely felt that this short stone man was Shi Zhigong's true body. Zhou put away the golden book and jade volume, shook his head and sighed. "Alice, the Earth Flame Palace is destroyed, but it's a pity that Brother Han accidentally met with a fatal disaster. Well, the King Guang Patriarch is indeed powerful. If it weren't for the true Lord's action, I'm afraid we would have suffered as well." Shi Zhigong agreed seriously, but did not mention anything about Han Wei's robbery. "This stone monster looks stupid, but it is actually very cunning. It should have seen some clues, but it is so confused." At this time, Zhao Sheng suddenly said, "There are still some remnants of the Dian Palace resisting down there. How about we take action together and end this war as soon as possible, okay?" Zhou understood what he meant and nodded in response. Half an hour later, all the remnants of the Earth Flame Palace surrendered, and the Earth Flame Island officially fell into the hands of the Southern Skyzhou clan. Shi Zhigong was very tactful. After the battle, he immediately avoided important places such as the Ancestral Hall, the Sutra Library, and the Secret Treasure House. He took the initiative to hide away in the name of healing his wounds. Of course, he would not lose a single cent of his share. In this regard, the Southern Skyzhou clan has always been known for its kindness and would never let any participant suffer. After the war, the three Zhao families faced a lot of big and small things, which were really complicated. For example, how to deal with the prisoners? How to fairly distribute the property accumulated by the Earth Flame Palace over the past 10,000 years? How to appease and exile millions of mortals? For example, how to reward all the participants in the battle from the Southern Skyzhou clan, the Jiang sect, and the Xitigarbha sect. How to deal with those who were seriously injured or failed, etc. Of course, Zhao Sheng didn't have to worry about these trivial matters at all. Zhou quickly took over the heavy burden and handled and arranged all the post-war matters very skillfully. Later, two uninvited guests came to the secret room of the formation in the basement of the Ancestral Hall. Looking at the two Earth Flame golden pills lying on the ground unable to move, Zhao Sheng casually released a stream of magic power to seal the two people's Danshan and the Purple Palace between their eyebrows. "Mr. Wang, you go and restart the formation yourself. I will deal with these two people, okay?" Wang Yu looked at the two of them and nodded. Then he walked to the jade pillar of the formation, pinched his hands repeatedly, and shot out a stream of magic light, which fell on the jade pillar. Zhao Sheng stretched out his hand and grabbed it. Two golden hands grabbed Fu Xin's Yunren and Yin's Patriarch out of thin air and walked out of the secret room. "I ask you questions and you answer them. If you don't want to be tortured by the 100 ghosts and soul-devouring creatures, tell the truth." Zhao Sheng unsealed the two people's mouths and said with a cold look. "The first question is, what are your names and identities?" "Yin Kong, the former patriarch of the Yin family. I am Fu Xin, a giant and elder of the Dian Palace, responsible for guarding the center of the formation. I am willing to turn from darkness to light and make meritorious contributions while serving my sentence." Zhao Sheng did not expect that someone would surrender voluntarily just after asking a question. "I am a 5th-level giant and elder, and I also surrender voluntarily, and I am willing to come forward to persuade the Yin family to surrender." The old patriarch of the Yin family became anxious when he saw this, and immediately shouted impatiently, "Hey, are the people in the Dian Palace so soft-hearted?" Zhao Sheng felt a little strange. But soon, he put this idea behind him. In the Xianzhu realm, Jiandan's Henren is undoubtedly a high-end combat force for any force, even the Zhao family is no exception. Although these two people are magic Jiandan, and although the Dian Palace was destroyed by the three families together, this kind of blood feud of annihilation is irreconcilable. But no matter what, Zhao Sheng was reluctant to execute them. After all, He set multiple restrictions on them and cast a soul-destroying curse in their souls, so he doesn't have to worry about the two people's backlash. Unless the two people don't want to live. Having said that, if they are not afraid of death, these two Jinden will not surrender as soon as they open their mouths. Fu Xin and the other two looked at Zhao Sheng eagerly, feeling extremely uneasy. Although there is a 9 out of 10 chance that they will not die, what if? There is a saying that it is better to live a miserable life than to die. For them, they still have at least a few hundred years to live, so how could they be willing to die? Seeing that the other party was silent, Fu Xian's eyes rolled and he immediately shouted, "Senior, I know how to control the mountain guarding formation. I'm willing to confess everything." Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed at this, and he was about to drag the man into the secret room. But at this moment, a buzzing sound suddenly echoed from the secret room, and a dazzling spiritual light shot out from the door. Zhao Sheng was quite surprised to see this scene. At this time, Wang Yu emerged from the secret room and smiled at him. "Haha, this formation is quite simple. I thought it would take some effort." After that, he looked at Fu Xin and the other man and asked, "What will you do with these two?" Zhao Sheng understood what he meant and immediately said, "Master Wang, are you interested in taking on a Jinden servant?" "Haha. Interested, of course I am." A moment later, Master Wang and his men left the central secret room, leaving only Zhao Sheng and Master Fu Xin. Zhao Sheng then looked down at Master Fu Xin and said seriously, "I'll give you one more chance. Tell me everything you know about the formation. Afterwards, I guarantee you will receive a lighter sentence." Master Fu Xin was overjoyed after hearing this, and immediately began to talk non-stop. Not even half a day after the fall of Dian Island, Zhao Chengdu and Sheng Wenlonghu and his wife hurried to the island. 3 days later, more and more members of the Zhao clan rushed to Dian Island and began the long work of demolition, reconstruction and population migration. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 412 Uncertain Starcaller. Half a month had passed since the fall of the Earth Flame Palace. After initially sorting out all matters on Earth Flame Island, Zhao Chengdu immediately rushed to the secret chamber of the Seven Flames Formation's central formation. As soon as he opened the door, he saw two figures chatting and laughing, 16th Elder Zhao Qiangshan and Formation Grandmaster Wang Yu. Zhao Sheng, unfazed by Zhao Chengdu's arrival, immediately said, "Old Master Wang and I just made a bet on when you, third ancestor, would arrive. Old Master Wang bet at least a month, but after only half a month, you're already getting restless. Fellow Taoist Zhao, you're here too soon. You've caused me to lose," Wang Yu said with mock complaint. "HMPH, you two have been hiding here, so at ease, even interested in a bet, unaware that I've been incredibly busy for the past 2 weeks. That Sheng Wenlonghu has nearly driven me to death." Zhao Chengdu strode into the chamber, his face thick with annoyance. "Has the old thief Sheng Wen left now? Third ancestor, how many conditions did you agree to from him?" Zhao Sheng waved his sleeves and threw out a jade heart cushion, which fell to the ground. Zhao Chengdu walked over without any hesitation, sat down cross-legged, and said casually, "I gave him a lot of rare treasures before I could barely get rid of this debt collector. He doesn't seek fame, but only benefits. Sheng Wenlonghu is a person who should not be underestimated. Of course, in the past 100 years, among the many nascent soul ancestors in this continent, there are only a few who are most likely to break through to the late nascent soul stage, and Sheng Wenlonghu is one of them." Wang Yu continued, "In my opinion, the death of Eclipse will surely make this person's cultivation go further, and I'm afraid the day before he breaks through to the late stage is not far away. If Sheng Wenlonghu wants to successfully break through to the late stage, he will need at least 100 years of seclusion. It's still a long time, not to mention him." At this point, Zhao Chengdu changed the subject and said calmly, "The two demons, Dongxi and Eclipse, have both surrendered, and the remnants of the Dian Palace and the people of the 3 major families have also surrendered. Now that the overall situation has been decided, it's time to open the giant star cave." Zhao Sheng and Wang Yu's expressions suddenly became serious when they heard this. At this moment, Zhao Chengdu turned his gaze to Wang Yu and said with a faint smile, "I'll trouble you, Elder Wang, with moving the pillar. It's easy. I've been waiting for this for a long time." Wang Yu immediately agreed. Zhao Chengdu then turned to Zhao Sheng and ordered, Qiangshan, come with me. Yes, third ancestor, Zhao Sheng nodded in response. A moment later, Elder Wang stood before the jade pillar of the formation. 8 yin-yang array discs danced around it, casting a vast expanse of pure light. Dense arrays of yin-yang yao symbols emerged from the light and poured down like a waterfall. Following the formation formula instructed by Master Fu Xin, Wang Yu formed hand seals and chanted the formation mantra. Streams of divine thought continuously emanated, transforming into hundreds of divine lights that connected with the numerous pearls on the pillar and oscillated continuously at a specific frequency. Soon, the jade pillar of the formation suddenly shone with brilliant light, and a huge burst of flames burst out from its base. As the flames erupted, an invisible, vast wave instantly permeated the secret room, giving it a sense of dead silence and ancient desolation. With a resounding rumble, the thick jade pillars of the formation slowly moved aside, revealing a cavern about 2 meters wide. Flames and waves continuously emanated from the opening. Let's go. With the words, Zhao Chengdu erupted in a layer of light, and he flew into the fiery cavern. Zhao Sheng followed closely behind. In a moment, they had descended 1,000 feet. The surroundings now felt vast, and the pillars of fire within the cavern stretched 100 feet wide. The temperature soared, reaching a point where it could easily vaporize black iron. Another moment later, Zhao Sheng's divine sense suddenly expanded, sensing that they had arrived in an immense space. Puff! Zhao Sheng and Zhao Chengdu burst out of the sea of fire one after another, their view suddenly opening to a vast underground cavern. The cavernous structure resembled a vast, inverted bowl, its massive dome rising high. Its surface was covered in thick, smooth, and delicate-colored glaze, reflecting a magnificent glow. Beneath the cavern lay a magma lake, a vast vortex over 10 miles in diameter. From its center, a massive column of magma, perhaps drawn back by the force of a blow, erupted, or perhaps sucked back, a 1,000-foot-thick column of magma. Like a tornado, this 1,000-foot-thick column of fire slowly spun, constantly drawing in vast quantities of boiling magma. Zhao Sheng's gaze quickly passed over the column of fire, darting to its summit. There, suspended a massive, gray-black, rounded, and smooth metal sphere, 100 feet in diameter, hovered. The sphere, silent, ancient, and desolate, emanated a vast, invisible aura. The passageway Zhao Sheng and his companion had come from was aligned perpendicularly with the sphere below. Between the passageway and the sphere lay a roughly funnel-shaped column of flame, tapering at the bottom and thickening at the top. This massive sphere was undoubtedly the core of the entire underground cavern, the entire structure centered around it. Is this the legendary unfixed star core? Zhao Sheng muttered to himself, his gaze rapidly sweeping across the core. A dazzling red glow permeated the outer reaches of the unfixed star core, lingering like an atmosphere and faintly showing signs of condensing and thickening. 200 feet away, in the void, 6 types of heavenly and earthly true fire condensed into enormous fireballs, arranged in a hexagram formation and slowly swirling around the unfixed star core. As gravity fluctuated, wisps of fire energy occasionally emanated from the pillars of fire beneath the core, only to be absorbed by the 6 balls of heavenly and earthly true fire. Zhao Sheng, only a few miles from the unfixed star core, felt his body being pulled by a startling suction, swaying precariously toward it. As he finished speaking, Zhao Chengdu, with a mesmerized gaze, exclaimed, "Yes! This is the legendary unfixed star core, third ancestor. Our ancestors were right. The unfixed star core is absolutely the foundation of your enlightenment." Zhao Sheng's expression was radiant, not just for Zhao Chengdu, nor just for the 7 rare true fires. He knew full well that Zhao Chengdu was comprehending the great Dao of Earth, more precisely, focusing on the law of lightness and heaviness within that Dao. This unfixed star core, likely the remnant of the Earth's core after the collapse of a small world, naturally contained the profound principles of the law of Earth. The gravitational fluctuations it emanated closely mirrored the law of lightness and heaviness. Therefore, the unfixed star core was an excellent reference, greatly aiding Zhao Chengdu's comprehension of the great Dao. More importantly, back in the killing secret realm, he had, with the aid of the star god's vision, personally beheld the 2 great Dao true texts of lightness and heaviness. Although Zhao Sheng had memorized only a glimpse of the text, and most of the great Dao information was extremely obscure and difficult to understand, this was nonetheless a tremendous opportunity. If Zhao Chengdu could witness the lightness and heaviness great Dao true text with his own eyes, his cultivation would surely advance significantly, even potentially allowing him to break through the divine transformation passage. Unfortunately, your concubine, cannot do it. He remembered that in his previous life, he had personally handed Zhao Zunjing a golden tablet bearing the Dao mantra Jian, solid. Yet, to this day, Zhao Sheng had never heard of anyone in his family comprehending the tablet's secrets. Otherwise, it would be impossible for only one of the Zhao family's dozen or so nascent soul ancestors to have reached the golden element. The Dao mantra is mysterious and unfathomable, never written down or transmitted orally, but only understood through personal experience. Only a powerful being who has fully comprehended a Dao mantra can imprint it in their mind, leaving a trace in the world, like the golden tablet. Gazing at the unfixed star core a few miles away, Zhao Sheng's excitement waned, replaced by a deep sense of regret. At this moment, Zhao Chengdu suddenly turned, his eyes piercing, and said solemnly, Kaiongshan, I must reside in Xianlong Valley and cannot comprehend the Dao here year-round. Therefore, Didian Island is now in your care. Guard it well and ensure it does not fall into the hands of others. Zhao Sheng smiled confidently and said, Don't worry, third ancestor. This time, the family destroyed the Dian Palace in one day. It was a shocking move that truly shook the Xianzhou realm. Let me ask you, which villain would dare to covet the Dian Island now? Haha, you are not unreasonable. Zhao Chengdu laughed when he heard this, and realized that he cared too much and lost his mind for a moment. After laughing, Zhao Chengdu waved his hand to wipe the storage bag on his waist, and suddenly there was a crystal feather fan with flames rising, and the whole body was like colored glass. The appearance of this fan is quite similar to a goose feather fan, but there are long feather tails on the 7 colored glass fire feathers. At the end of each feather tail, there is a rainbow ring of true fire, and it exudes a faint pressure. These 7 kinds of true fire correspond to the true fire surrounding the unfixed star core one by one, namely the God-destroying soul-eroding divine light, the purifying Brahma flame, the 9 yin demon fire, the Xiangangli flame, the Disha demon flame, the ancient poison flame, and the molten gold extreme flame. Zhao Sheng's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but blurt out, Spiritual Treasure 7 Flame Fan, go. At this moment, Zhao Chengdu gave a light shout and threw the 7 flame fan casually. It suddenly shot out and fell far above the uncertain star core, and instantly sank into the pillar of fire. The next second, the 6 real fireballs around the star core all emitted a line of fire as thick as an arm, which fell into the pillar of fire and connected with the 7 flame fan. The red light that permeated the star core also separated into a red light, which shot back into the pillar of fire above. The red light is the palace guarding true fire of the Earth Flame Palace, the divine light that destroys gods and devours souls. This kind of true fire of heaven and earth is unique in the world and can only be formed in this fire cave. This fire is caused by the gravitational fluctuations of the star core and the violent friction of the earth fire. Over time, this kind of strange true fire was born, which is specifically used to destroy the souls of living beings. After throwing out the 7 flame fan, Zhao Chengdu suddenly sighed, Alice, it's a pity that the 7 flame fan needs a specific treasure-controlling magic formula to drive it before it can exert its true power. I can only blame myself for being careless at that time, and letting the Lord of the Earth Flame Palace self-destruct. Now I have the spiritual treasure, but I can't drive it. What a pity, Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, and he comforted him, third ancestor, don't blame yourself. Although the 7 flame fan cannot be driven for the time being, in my opinion, this treasure must be closely related to the Earth Flame Palace's Earth God 7 Flame Classic. Perhaps the magic formula for controlling the treasure is hidden in this technique. After his reminder, Zhao Chengdu seemed to be thinking about something. He immediately took out a red jade slip from his storage bag and handed it over. This thing records the Earth God 7 Flame Classic. Kaiongshan, you are proficient in fire. In the future, you should study it carefully and find the method to control the 7 flame fan as soon as possible. Zhao Sheng took the jade slip and said confidently, Don't worry, third ancestor. In a few years at least, and decades at most, Kaiongshan will be able to understand the secret of the 7 flame fan. That's very good. Zhao Chengdu nodded, turning to look back at the unfixed star core. A moment later, a majestic figure suddenly appeared, sitting cross-legged in midair, just outside the unfixed star core. 100 feet away, Zhao Sheng glanced at Zhao Chengdu, who was contemplating the star core's mysteries with his eyes closed. Then, his flight light flew to the side of a cyan fireball, the very manifestation of the pure world Brahma flame. Whoosh! With a flash of golden light, the 100-flame cauldron pierced the void and sank into the pure world Brahma flame. Zhao Sheng also sat cross-legged, slowly closing his eyes. His divine consciousness burst forth from his brows, controlling the 100-flame cauldron to gradually absorb the surrounding true fire. At the same time, the red jade slip containing the Earth God 7-flame classic suddenly fell into his palm. As his divine consciousness penetrated it, a vast amount of information about the cultivation method continuously poured into Zhao Sheng's mind. The 7-flame classic, the pure world Brahma flame chapter, of all the suffering in the world, only the Brahma purifies the world. A single flame arises, rising from the heart palace, gathering fire into the chamber, and reversing the 6 yang and 7 chakras. Time flies. 30 years have passed since Zhao Sheng took up his position on Dian Island. During these 30 years, all of Dian Island's 1 million inhabitants have migrated to the surface. Now, those residing on the island are members of the Southern Sky Zhao clan. Many of these Zhao cultivators, specialized in the fire element, have relocated specifically to Dian Island for their training. This place, in particular, is ruled by the 16th patriarch, Zhao Qiangshan. Though barely 200 years old, this ancestor possesses immense learning, mastering alchemy, weapon forging, talisman refinement, and formation techniques. More importantly, he is approachable and enjoys holding ceremonies and teachings. Anyone with a question or problem receives a satisfactory answer. As the 16th patriarch's fame grows within the clan, more and more Zhao cultivators flock to Dian Island, hoping to gain his favor. Over the past 7 or 8 years, the numerous vassal factions under the Southern Sky Zhao clan have repeatedly and implicitly proposed opening Earth Flame Island to the public. However, aside from a few qualified alchemists and weapon refiners, the Zhao clan's nascent soul stage ancestors have flatly refused entry. In recent years, Earth Flame Island has been buried deep within the abyssal sea of fire, its location shrouded in secrecy. Few in the world know its exact location. Cultivators entering and leaving the island utilize specially crafted earth-splitting shuttles. Because the cabins isolate the inside and outside, no one can discern Earth Flame Island's location. In reality, for 30 years, under Zhao Sheng's control, Earth Flame Island has steadily moved towards Xianzhu Mountain. Today, the island is within a few hundred miles of the mountain's core. One day, flames shot up from the underground star caverns, and clouds of fire filled the void. The unfixed star core emanated a faint grayish light, its gravitational fluctuations dramatically increasing tenfold. The 7 true fires tore a breach through the core, and vast swathes of spiritual flame were unexpectedly drawn to the surface of the star core, where they continuously collided and collided, faintly showing signs of merging. Zhao Sheng hovered to the left of the core, his eyes blazing with divine light a full foot long. His surging divine consciousness, like a storm, swept across the core's surface, stirring up waves of flames. Chapter 413 Zhinaikwan. Boom. A moment later, a massive wave of fire suddenly erupted from the star core's surface, roaring and shattering the diffuse red glow of the outer layer. The wave of fire vented into the surrounding void, then violently exploded in all directions, transforming into a vast expanse of magnificent flames, emitting a terrifying burst of light and heat that threatened to scorch the very void. At this moment, Zhao Sheng frowned, and with a thought, a golden flame shield appeared around his body, blocking the roaring aftermath of the true flame. Another failure. It seems the idea of using the 100-flame cauldron as a medium to control the 7 true flames won't work. Perhaps I truly need to cultivate the 7 flames of the earth gods to perfection before I can wield the 7-flame fan, Zhao Sheng pondered secretly, and with a flicker of his mind, a golden light burst forth from the star core's surface. In an instant, it soared before its owner, transforming into a radiant 100-flame cauldron. At this moment, the fire diamonds on the 100-flame cauldron shone brightly, most of them imbued with a kind of celestial spiritual fire, and the diamond crystals reflected tiny dots of brilliant flame light. When Zhao Sheng conceived the idea of refining the 100 flames, then the 1,000 flames, then the 10,000 flames, he hadn't anticipated that in just a few decades, the 100-flame cauldron would be overwhelmed. The cauldron already contained 86 varieties of celestial and spiritual fire, including nearly 20 high-level true fires. The Earth Flame Palace alone contributed a third of the celestial and spiritual fire. This result far exceeded Zhao Sheng's expectations. He had to say, the Zhao clan of the Southern Sky is truly impressive. It seems we need to put the refining of the thousand-flame cauldron on the agenda. But before that, we must properly arrange for the seven-flame fan. With this thought, Zhao Sheng looked up at the pillar of fire above the star core. Amidst the rising and surging flames, the illusion of a gigantic feather fan could be vaguely seen. For 30 years, in addition to his cultivation, he painstakingly studied the seven flames of the earth gods to discover how to control the spiritual treasure, the seven-flame fan. Decades of hard work paid off. He had finally discovered the method to control the treasure, but Zhao Sheng still couldn't control it. The requirements for controlling the seven-flame fan are extremely demanding, requiring at least one chapter of the earthly god's seven-flame codex to be cultivated to the nascent soul stage. The earthly god's seven-flame codex is centered around the seven true flames and is divided into 7 chapters. For example, Patriarch King 1 cultivated a purifying world Brahma flame chapter. Upon mastering this chapter, Patriarch King 1 could control the seven-flame fan with magical formulas, increasing the power of the purifying world Brahma flame several times, even surpassing the divine transformation stage. However, even then, Patriarch King 1 could only unleash approximately 1/7 of the spiritual treasure's power. Only by cultivating all 7 chapters of the true flame divine art to perfection could the seven-flame fan truly unleash its earth-shattering power. For 30 years, Zhao Sheng had considered circumventing the limitations of this technique and finding a new way to control the treasure. But all attempts had failed. A spiritual treasure is, after all, a spiritual treasure. Its spiritual character fully captures its magical power. The seven-flame fan, newly born, was like a stubborn creature, ignoring all but the 7 specific true flame mana. Zhao Sheng's advancement to the nascent soul stage established his foundational mana, forbidding him from altering his path unless he relinquished his cultivation. But how could he relinquish his cultivation for a magical treasure? The seven-flame fan, however powerful, was merely an external artifact, in no way comparable to the path of immortal cultivation. Furthermore, the earthly god's seven-flame codex was overly restrictive, its essence leaning towards demonic dharma, and its potential was limited. Otherwise, why had the Earth Flame Palace, nearly 10,000 years after its founding, yet produced a single divine transformation master? To Zhao Sheng, the seven-flame fan had become a mere trifle, unworthy of his own self-destructive path. With a fleeting thought, the 100-flame cauldron vanished into the sea of Qi in his danshan. In the next second, Zhao Sheng had vanished from the star cave. As Zhao Sheng emerged from the secret chamber, he was greeted by a handsome, red-haired youth who sprinted up to him, his face beaming with joy as he exclaimed, "Master, you've finally emerged from seclusion." The youth's name was Zhao Hongyan, the first disciple Zhao Sheng had accepted 7 years earlier. Previously known as Zhao Yanyan, he wasn't a member of the direct lineage of the southern Skyzhao clan, but rather a descendant of a lesser-known immortal cultivation family in eastern Demon Continent, a branch of the Zhao clan's side branches, their bloodline scarce and nearly non-existent. When he returned to the main lineage, the generational arrangement shifted, placing him in the Hong generation, and his name was changed to Zhao Hongyan. Zhao Sheng accepted him because he possessed incredibly rare natural spiritual roots, specifically fire spiritual roots. However, his exceptional talent quickly alarmed the main Zhao clan, prompting 6th Patriarch Zhao Shan to personally retrieve him from eastern Demon Continent and bring him back to Shenlong Valley. Among all the Zhao clan's nascent soul stage ancestors, Zhao Sheng was recognized as a master of the fire element, and so the child was quickly sent to Dian Island. Needless to say, it would be strange not to accept such a talented person as a disciple. Zhao Sheng glanced at his disciple and saw a 1,000-year-old warm jade token on his waist. "Hongyan, who has come to you again?" Zhao Sheng didn't ask who had given him the token. His disciple's talent was impeccable, but he was short-sighted and a bit greedy. But that was nothing. Immortal cultivators are not saints, so they don't need to be benevolent and perfect. Besides, greed can sometimes be a good thing. Upon hearing his master's words, Zhao Hongyan said with a look of grievance, "Master, you are wronging me. No one really asked me to see you this time. This 1,000-year-old warm jade token is my birthday gift this year, sent by the new emperor." "Well, if that's the case, why did you suddenly change your temper? You usually avoid me, so why are you so attentive waiting outside the door today?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Hongyan's face turned bitter and he was about to make excuses. But Monkey King couldn't escape the clutches of Tathagata Buddha. Before he could even begin, a thunderous voice erupted, Have you completed your daily exercises? This shout sent a shiver through Zhao Hongyan's body, and he quickly and cautiously replied, Master. Disciple hasn't neglected his studies. I've learned all the way to the 83rd question of the 1000 questions on fire technique, and I've also mastered the key refining stage of the melting gold extreme flame. By the way, 2 days ago, disciple broke through to the 7th level of key refining. Zhao Sheng remained expressionless, yet a sense of surprise welled up in his heart. Zhao Hongyan was only 15 years old, and with only 7 years of cultivation, he had already reached the late stage of key refining. Breaking through 1 level a year, his cultivation was as fast as a drop of water. Zhao Sheng couldn't help but marvel at his exceptional spiritual roots. Seeing his disciple's smug expression, Zhao Sheng felt compelled to dispel his arrogance. He said calmly, You've only just broken through to the 7th level? When I was your age, I was already figuring out how to build my foundation. You're nowhere near that. Zhao Hongyan's face flushed instantly, a mixture of shame and a certain youthful stubbornness. Zhao Sheng knew the boy's fragile nature and couldn't discourage him too much, so he changed the subject. By the way, has anything major happened on the island lately? Zhao Hongyan's blush faded slightly, and he replied glumly, Nothing new has happened on the island lately. The new emperor sent a martial saint to the island, saying he has a relic to personally deliver to Master. Relic? Zhao Sheng frowned, a thought flashing through his mind. Where's he now? I know Master is coming out of seclusion today. That person is in Zifan Palace, awaiting an audience. Though Zhao Hongyan's words were vague, their meaning was crystal clear. As he finished speaking, his master suddenly vanished from sight. Seeing this, Zhao Hongyan breathed a sigh of relief. He grabbed the 10,000 years warm jade plate with his right hand, rubbing it in his hand, a delighted smile spreading across his face. Dian Island, Zifan Palace. This palace, newly built within the last 10 years, lies no more than 10 miles from the ruins of the original ancestral hall. It is usually used for entertaining guests and gatherings. At this moment, in a spacious and elegant living room deep within Zifan Palace, a burly man, over a foot tall, with a resolute face and skin as white as gold, sat upright on a jade chair, exuding a distinct military air. Suddenly, Zhao Sheng appeared at the head of the palace, slowly taking his place on the dragon tiger jade chair in the center, gazing down at the burly man below. Upon noticing the appearance of the ancestor, the burly man stood up, pounding his right fist to his chest, and shouted, Junior Zhao Hongwu, I pay my respects to the ancestor. Excuse me, Zheng Zhou, what is your purpose in sending you here? Zhao Sheng addressed the new emperor by name, without a trace of hesitation. In the battle for the throne over 20 years ago, Zhao Zhengzhou ultimately had the last laugh. In fact, Zhao Sheng also contributed to it and voted for this man at a meeting of the elders of the clan, just because Zhao Zhengzhou did not hesitate to take the risk and participate in the Battle of Dian Island. The burly man seemed to have heard nothing. He reached out from his arms and took out a sealed jade box. He strode forward and handed it to Zhao Sheng with both hands. At the same time, he said, Ancestor Jingyu died under the thunder tribulation half a month ago. This is his relic. Before the tribulation, Ancestor Yu said that if he failed to survive the tribulation, he would give this thing to you. Zhao Sheng took the jade box in silence, waved his hand to remove the seal, opened the lid, and saw a golden book made of pure gold in the shape of a book. The surface of the golden book was engraved with the word heart and mind. When Zhao Sheng's eyes swept over the two characters, he felt a broad and heavy will, as if indestructible, rushing towards him. He paused briefly before taking the golden volume in his hands. Flipping past the first page, he was struck by the vivid, agile carvings of warriors on the second page. The meridians and acupoints of the human body were meticulously detailed. Meanwhile, on the left side of the golden page, powerful, iron-stroked, silver-hooked characters came into view. Each word imbued with an indescribable spirit of martial arts. Zhao Sheng slowly turned each golden page, imprinting the book's contents deep into his mind. A full half-hour passed before he finally schemed through the boxing techniques and the golden volume. That's right. The relic Zhao Jingyu had so earnestly requested before his death was a secret manual of Zhenaiquan. Mind. Body. Technique. Power. Zhao Sheng repeated these 5 words, feeling deeply moved. Zhao Jingyu was truly worthy of being the world's greatest martial saint. He had actually helped him find a path to a higher level. Back then, he had said that the path to martial sainthood had gone astray and offered a piece of advice. Who would have thought that decades later, Zhao Jingai would actually develop a supreme boxing technique, and he incorporated all his insights into the will of martial arts during his final decades into this Zhenaiquan manual. Zhenaiquan does not require any rigorous skills or extraordinary feats. It does not require any qualifications for the martial artist, and its simple moves make it extremely easy to master. On the surface, it appears to be a health-preserving martial art. However, Zhenaiquan is a classic example of being easy to learn but difficult to master. The martial arts realm is divided into 5 levels from low to high: Shi, Shu, Ti, Yi, and Xin. Shi refers to the stance, meaning that once you master the boxing moves, can smoothly execute the stance, and complete the boxing technique, you have entered the realm. Shu refers to the boxing technique. A martial artist who masters Zhenaiquan to a level of mastery and fluency is considered to have reached the 2nd level. However, starting with the 3rd realm, Ti, Zhenaiquan's difficulty increases dramatically, placing extremely high demands on the practitioner's state of mind. Ti also implies the unity of body and fist, meaning that the martial arts must be practiced until they become ingrained in the bones and instinctual, achieving a state of being that aligns with the martial arts' profound principles, even when walking, sitting, lying down, or sleeping. One level of Ti lays the foundation for cultivating martial arts willpower. When a martial artist's spirit reaches a certain level, a martial arts will perfectly align with their own, allowing them to create unique skills. Yi represents the martial arts intention, the martial arts will, and the will of a martial saint. The highest level of Zhenaiquan is Xin, but unfortunately, Zhao Jingai only glimpsed the essence and had yet to truly grasp it. When Zhenaiquan reaches its highest level, a martial artist achieves complete control over the physical body, achieving ultimate insight into the mind and intention. This allows the practitioner to assimilate the will of the physical body's cellular consciousness, uniting all wills into a single heart. This drastically increases the martial arts willpower 100-fold, reaching the point where the light of the soul, will, is ignited, allowing the physical body to traverse the outer realms. At the end of the Zhenaiquan Golden Book, Zhao Sheng spotted some speculations written by Zhao Jingai. When a warrior undergoes a celestial tribulation, it's the perfect time to harness the will of all their cells. Faced with a threat of destruction, the cells will instinctively follow their will to avoid certain death. At this moment, if a warrior can seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, uniting their mind and soul into one, thereby igniting the light of their soul, they can undergo a new transformation, integrating their spirit and soul into every cell, effectively achieving the state of immortal will, rebirth from death. Even further, achieving the ultimate state of rebirth through a drop of blood is possible. After reading Zhao Jingai's bold proposal, Zhao Sheng couldn't help but applaud and lament his death at the calamity. It would be a great pity for such a brilliant individual to perish like this. After a long moment, Zhao Sheng carefully placed the Zhenaiquan Golden Book in a jade box, affixing several seals on it. Then, he looked at the burly man and said, "The new emperor sent you here for more than just a delivery. I'm sure he has some other instructions for you, old ancestor. Your wisdom is immense. The emperor has just given birth to a dragon son and wishes to obtain a 9 returning veins cleansing pill. I beg you to grant me mercy." The burly man bowed. Zhao Sheng thought for a moment, then nodded for Zhao Jingai's sake. The key ingredient in the 9 returning veins cleansing pill is the 10,000 years moon essence dew, but I don't have any of it right now, old ancestor. The emperor has already prepared the necessary elixirs. Please review them. The burly man handed over a gray storage bag. Zhao Sheng smiled and casually took it. Zhao Hengzhou was a meticulous person. It was no surprise that he had thought of this in advance. Go back and tell him that the 9 returning veins cleansing pill will be delivered to Longdu in 3 months. But I have one request. When the person who delivers the pill arrives in Longdu, you must make him suffer. Also, Chapter 414, Heaven and Earth and Climbing Shianshu Mountain. The abyss is vast and deep, a boundless sea of scorching magma gushing from the Earth's core, constantly surging and flowing. From time to time, across the dark red sea of fire, one could see massive, thick bubbles slowly rising, sometimes as large as mountains. One day, as the magma within the abyss roiled endlessly, Earth Flame Island, like a giant whale, slowly and majestically swam from the edge of the sea, crushing all the massive bubbles in its path. Boom! Just as a boundless, unreachable, gray wall appeared ahead, Earth Flame Island slowly stopped, stirring up a massive wave of magma that even affected a nearby dark red bubble nearly 30 miles in diameter. The massive bubble suddenly burst with a resounding boom. A vast torrent of toxic gas rapidly expanded, transforming into a hurricane-like toxic cloud that roared in all directions. As the hurricane-like cloud approached, the golden flame shield above Earth Flame Island flickered briefly before stabilizing. 30 years of travel have finally come to an end. Zhao Sheng stood on a high platform in front of Chongming Hall, his eyes fixed on the endless vast wall before him, muttering to himself with a hint of emotion. Meanwhile, the Zhao Jiandan and Foundation establishment clansmen gathered behind him, their expressions varied, their gazes fixed on their ancestor. A moment later, Zhao Sheng, without turning back, ordered, "Pass the order down." "Everything is carried out according to plan." "Yes," everyone cheered in awe. Then, they transformed into streaks of light, rushing towards various parts of Earth Flame Island. Soon, 4 immensely thick white pillars of light suddenly rose from the 4 directions of Earth Flame Island: east, south, west, and north. They pierced the flame shield and plunged straight into the dim, misty void. 3 breaths later, 4 thunderous rumbles suddenly erupted from the depths of the gray fog above, causing the fog above the island to violently tremble and recede, gradually revealing the jagged earth and rocky dome. Soon, one manned cloud boat after another soared from the island, bounding for the dome's summit. Upon reaching the dome, the cloud boats paused briefly before unleashing hundreds of gray beams of light. The gray beams of light instantly melted the earth and rock above the dome, creating vast holes. Vast sluices of mud suddenly plummeted into the sea of fire beneath the earth, sinking into the magma in an instant. In a matter of moments, a massive pit nearly 10 miles in diameter took shape. This was the epic plan of the Zhao family of Nanshan, a century in the making. Entitled Heaven Through Earth, the plan aimed to dig a tunnel from the depths beneath Xianzhou Mountain, thereby unlocking the mountain's main spiritual vein. Once the main spiritual vein was unlocked, the Zhao family would construct a massive subterranean spiritual realm, centered around it. The final step was to carve a maze of tunnels to the surface, both to ensure the spiritual realm's safety and to facilitate communication with the outside world. The Zhao family's ambitions were truly immense. The successful development of the spiritual realm would undoubtedly lay the foundation for the Zhao family's eternal prosperity. To this end, the Nanshan Zhao family even allied with the Jiang and Dizeng sects to annihilate the Dian Palace in one fell swoop. For tens of thousands of years, countless factions within the Xianzhou realm had secretly coveted Xianzhou Mountain's 5th-tier main spiritual vein, but all ultimately failed. The reasons for this failure varied, but the most crucial one was that this main spiritual vein was crucial to the cause of ascension, and no divine transformation true lord would allow it to be coveted. However, after the Second Great War between the two realms, the situation shifted dramatically. A powerful being from the upper realm, enraged, accidentally ruptured the ascension formation upon returning to the spirit realm, leaving it virtually unrepairable. At that time, all the divine transformation true lords of the Xianzhou realm followed the powerful being into the spiritual realm, leaving Xianzhou Mountain without a true lord for the next 600 or 700 years. When Zhao Xuanjing ascended to divine transformation and finally ascended to the ascension platform, he was shocked to discover that the ascension formation had been damaged beyond repair. This outcome directly severed the path of all future divine transformation true lords in the Xianzhou realm, with Zhao Xuanjing naturally bearing the brunt of the impact. Dedicated to his ascension mission, Zhao Xuanjing summoned all the realm's formation masters to Xianzhou Mountain to attempt to repair the ascension formation. Unfortunately, even with the combined efforts of the foremost formation masters, they were only able to reconnect the broken crystal pillars, and nothing more progress was made. Thus, 100 years ago, at the suggestion of their ancestor, the nascent soul ancestors of the Southern Sky Zhao clan began planning the Heaven-Reaching Earth project. Today was only the beginning. The full realization of their vision would take at least a century. Zhao Sheng stood on the platform for 3 full days, watching the excavation proceed smoothly without incident. Seeing this, he summoned Zhao Qiongfeng, the Jiandan master who was leading the project, and after giving him a few careful instructions, he left with peace of mind. 3 months later, the red-haired youth Zhao Hongyan, carrying his treasures, boarded the earth-splitting shuttle and excitedly departed Dian Island, bound for Dragon City. Zhao Hongyan thought the vast seas and skies were his for the taking, but he had no idea a sinister old monster had already prepared a feast for him, and he wouldn't return without suffering. As his apprentice raced towards freedom, Zhao Sheng also secretly left Dian Island. Xianzhou Mountain, the Zhao family's secret residence. Ancient spiritual roots towered over the sky, their immense canopy supporting a spiritual realm shrouded in misty spiritual clouds, creating a fairyland. Upon entering the secret residence, Zhao Sheng was dazzled by the 9 bright, warm suns. Beneath the vast canopy, spiritual fields flourished, with countless spiritual herbs thriving and fragrant. 9 enormous suns, each 10 feet tall, hung from the outstretched branches of the peach tree, from east to west. The scene resembled the legendary Fusang supporting the sun, a magnificent sight. Zhao Sheng's arrival immediately alarmed the master of the secret residence. The trunk of the ancient peach tree suddenly stirred, and from it emerged a plump, ruddy-faced old man. It was none other than the second patriarch, Zhao Qingbi. Haha. After nearly 60 years, your cultivation has advanced by a whole level. Wow, that's truly remarkable. Zhao Qingbi slowly flew down from the tree to Zhao Sheng's presence, taking a look at him with a look of amazement. Zhao Sheng hurriedly said humbly, Qiangshan has only gained a little. How can he compare to the second ancestor who has come back to life like a dead tree, and he may have to live for another century? You have a good eye, too. I am also benefiting from you. The life flame Taoism is really mysterious. I don't know how you created this magic. Wow, the young people are really formidable. Old ancestor, you are too kind. It's just luck. Hey, I don't know how to ask questions. Why are you so humble, Qiangshan? I'm just telling the truth. After a few words, the 2 men had flown to the wooden building under the peach tree and sat down one by one. After the younger generation quickly served him the spiritual tea, Zhao Qingbi took a sip. His demeanor became more relaxed, and he asked, You're not the type to visit a temple for no reason. So, what brings you to the secret residence today? Is there something? Zhao Sheng smiled faintly and said, I was just about to share some good news with our ancestors. Dian Island has arrived at the designated location. 3 months ago, the Tongshan Chidi project officially began. Oh, really? Zhao Qingbi listened, but his expression was nonchalant. Regarding the Tongshan Chidi project, there were actually 2 differing opinions within the southern Skyzhou clan. While most of the ancestors supported it, the second patriarch, Zhao Qingbi, opposed it, believing it would cause a major uproar and expose the family to widespread criticism. Of course, Zhao Qingbi couldn't forcefully oppose it, as the ancestors had tacitly approved. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng tactfully changed the subject, saying with a smile, in 3 or 4 years, the longevity peaches will be ripe. By then, you must pick me a top-quality peach, of course. Good things should be given to our family first, Zhao Qingbi said, then suddenly clapped his hands, as if remembering something. 8 people entered the room, all of them exuding high spirits and extraordinary presence. They walked up to the 2 ancestors, bowed in unison, and respectfully called out, Greetings, old ancestors. Zhao Qingbi raised his hand, pointing at the 8 people, and said, These youngsters have been some of the most outstanding in the family over the past 30 years. Come and take a look, and see if there's anyone you like. Zhao Sheng understood Zhao Qingbi's intentions immediately, and his eyes flashed as he carefully examined them. He quickly made a decision. This is our first meeting, and I'm not prepared much. I just happen to have refined a batch of elixirs. I'm giving them to you as a token of my appreciation. I hope you'll cultivate diligently and make great contributions to the family in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Sheng waved his sleeves, releasing rays of spiritual light. Within the light, a variety of elixir bottles were enveloped, landing precisely in each person's hands. The 8 people glanced at the elixirs within the bottles, each filled with ecstasy, for each elixir was their most coveted. They quickly collected the elixirs, then bowed and exclaimed in unison, Thank you, ancestor, for the elixirs. Well, you may leave first. Zhao Sheng nodded. The 8 people were immediately disappointed, but none dared to show any dissatisfaction. And they reluctantly retreated from the room. However, one of them was secretly delighted, for the ancestor had just sent him a telepathic message. After the 8 people left, Zhao Qingbi asked curiously, Do you really not like any of these juniors? To be honest, ancestor, there is one junior who is quite good. I've already informed him. Zhao Qingbi's face was touched upon hearing this, and he couldn't help but tease, You're overthinking it, kid. I won't ask who it is, I'll find out sooner or later. Zhao Sheng, seeing this, apologized, Don't blame me, ancestor. I'm just thinking about my disciple and don't want him to become the target of public criticism too early. With that, the matter was over. Neither Zhao Sheng nor Zhao Qingbi took trivial matters to heart. Afterward, Zhao Sheng and Zhao Qingbi exchanged Taoist teachings and cultivation experiences for the better part of a day before they dispersed. The secret mansion had no concept of day and night. But when the light emitted by the nine-wheeled life flame sun dimmed to nearly half, it was assumed that night had arrived in the secret mansion. An hour into the night, a young man, seemingly about 20 years old, with a large build and golden skin, quietly entered Zhao Sheng's bedroom. With a creak, the door slowly opened. The young man, overjoyed, slipped inside. "What's your name, and which lineage do you come from?" In reply to the ancestor, "I'm Zhao Hongquan, from the Li lineage. I have dual spiritual roots of gold and fire, and have just passed the late stage of foundation building. Are you cultivating the immortal golden body? What realm have you reached?" "I've already achieved great success in the skin and flesh realms, and am just beginning to explore the essence and blood realm." "Well, your progress is quite fast, and your foundation is quite solid. I intend to accept you as a registered disciple. Are you willing?" "This, what? Are you unwilling?" No. Disciple greets master. "Very good, rise. Here are some of my research insights on the immortal golden body. Take them and study them carefully. Also, here are 10 kilograms of innate golden essence. I'll give them to you as well. You'll need them when you refine your bones." Disciple thanks master for the gift. "Well, you can go down. Don't make a sound once you're out. Master always hates trouble." Disciple will obey master's command. Zhao Sheng spent another 7 or 8 days in the secret abode to discuss the Dao with Zhao Qingbi, during which he also took the opportunity to train his registered disciple, Zhao Hongquan, several times. He not only reorganized his cultivation system but also thoroughly explained the essence of the immortal golden body to him. Zhao Hongquan had a good understanding. While not a prodigy who could master everything he heard, he was still 1 in 100, and he quickly grasped the truth. A fortnight later, Zhao Sheng bid farewell to Zhao Qingbi and continued his flight towards the summit of Xianzhu Mountain. Within 2 or 3 breaths, Zhao Sheng had left the shady side of Xianzhu Mountain and reached the sunny, lush, green side. The death limit that had once been unbreakable, even to the death, was now hurled beneath his feet in the blink of an eye. 20 miles, 30 miles, 50 miles. After a while, the cliff face, once lush and verdant with strange trees and weeds, quickly became desolate and silent, its uneven soil and rocks exposed. And a thick layer of ice formed on the stone terraces. Even under the scorching sun, the frozen snow on the cliffs remained stagnant year-round. Temperatures had long since plummeted below freezing, and whirling icy winds whistled, sending icy shards whirling through the air, sharp as spears and flying knives, shattering any mortal who touched them. Zhao Sheng, shrouded in flames, broke through the thick sea of clouds. His spiritual awareness extended hundreds of miles, revealing numerous rare and mysterious creatures. On his way, Zhao Sheng stumbled upon a cloud dragon, roaming and hunting within the sea of clouds. Once upon a time, such ferocious and powerful dragons were reduced to mere mortals before him. Seeing this unfortunate creature so voluntarily presented himself, Zhao Sheng, tempted by the opportunity, slew the nearly 1,000-year-old cloud dragon in a few strokes, obtaining a dragon elixir the size of its head and a wealth of precious spiritual materials. Xianzhu Mountain boasts 9 layers of cloud seas. After breaking through the 6th, Zhao Sheng's vision transformed into a completely new world. The once icy, desolate cliffs were suddenly gleaming with green. And as he continued to soar, the greenery intensified, from sporadic glimpses to a lush, verdant landscape. Strange trees and exotic plants covered the ground, completely obscuring the earth and rock below. Numerous rare, even extinct, spiritual herbs appeared repeatedly within Zhao Sheng's range of consciousness. However, he showed no curiosity at all about the wonders before him. Instead, he felt a deep fear, quickly retreating 100 miles, not daring to venture within. Chapter 415, 3 Formation Masters. Mount Xianzhu loomed large and vast, its cliffs sheer and steep, stretching endlessly in both directions. From afar, it resembled a world suspended upright, ancient trees and exotic plants overgrown, vines of hues of green, gray, and yellow spread and intertwined, cascading freely into the void. Zhao Sheng gazed upon the vibrant world before him and unconsciously slowed his ascent. Gradually, beneath the shade of ancient trees, green grass, and vines, scattered fragments of broken walls and even desolate, abandoned stone temples appeared before him. Occasionally, a faint, clear glow still enveloped the skies above a few relatively well-preserved palaces, evidently indicating the continued functioning of their restrictions. Zhao Sheng even spotted numerous rare medicinal herbs growing in the spiritual soil near one palace, some of them treasures of heaven and earth that had survived for over 10,000 years. Even Zhao Sheng's heart was moved by this sight, but the thick layer of bones piled outside the palace undoubtedly deterred everyone from their greed. From the sixth layer of the Sea of Clouds upwards, the height difference between the two layers widened. The height difference between the sixth and seventh layers alone was nearly 30 miles. A dozen breaths later, Zhao Sheng had reached the seventh layer of the Sea of Clouds. The colorful clouds above were as thick as a mountain, emitting a hazy, iridescent light. Even the fierce gale that could easily rip fine iron could not move the Sea of Clouds. Zhao Sheng knew that the seventh layer of the Sea of Clouds was protected by ancient restrictions. Even he, if he didn't know the passage, would have to be extremely cautious. Triggering the ancient restrictions would result in a horrible death for a nascent soul. However, with a map in hand, he wasn't afraid of straying into danger. Moo! Suddenly, a long, drawn-out bull roar echoed from the distant sky. Zhao Sheng stopped and looked in the direction of the sound, just in time to see a massive, six-winged dragon, as massive as a mountain, soaring close to the Sea of Clouds. At this moment, a short-bearded old Taoist in a gilded robe, standing atop the massive head of a six-winged flying dragon, gazed at him with a benevolent expression. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, and not wanting to cause any trouble, flames erupted from his body, and he instantly soared towards the Sea of Clouds above. However, even if the tree wishes to be still, the wind will not stop. He didn't want to pay attention to the visitor, but the visitor had something to ask him. "Fellow Taoist, please stay." The first voice was still in the distance, but by the end of the words, the short-bearded old man had already appeared behind Zhao Sheng, only 100 feet away, when he suddenly stopped. Zhao Sheng raised his eyebrows, stopped immediately, turned around and stared back, and said in a cold attitude, "You are so tactless. Zhao doesn't want to get involved, why do you force me to stay? Do you want to test my edge?" The old man with short beard showed a trace of apology on his face after hearing this, and waved his hand quickly, indicating, "Fellow Taoist Zhao, please don't misunderstand. I have no ill intentions. It's just that you look unfamiliar, and I just want to get to know you." Zhao Sheng's expression was cold, and he said directly, "Nanshan Zhao, Zhao Kaiongshan. Now that I know, can I go?" The old man with short beard's face froze for a moment, and then laughed, as if he was very happy. "So you're an old friend of the Pillar of the South Sky. I'm Yu Dao Idun, a free spirit of the beast-taming sect. Our families have a long-standing friendship, and many nobles have joined our clan. Fellow Taoist Zhao, do you know that my sixth direct disciple is also from your clan, Zhao Hengan?" A thought flashed across Zhao Sheng's face, and a smile crossed his face. He bowed and said, "I'm sorry for my ignorance. I didn't realize it was Senior Mu, the dragon tamer, who was here in person. Please forgive me." No, it's my fault for coming so far." The short-bearded elder waved his hand with a smile. "Senior Mu, why did you call me in?" Zhao Sheng asked in a gentle tone. "I have a good story to tell, fellow Taoist Zhao. I was wondering if you'd be willing to spend a few moments." "Oh, I'd love to hear the details." As they spoke, the six-winged flying dragon had already flown to Mu Dao Idun's feet, its massive, palace-like head of a tortoise-horned dragon obediently resting against him. Mu Dao Idun reached out and pressed down on a red-black ox horn, about the thickness of a man's embrace. A red light flickered in his palm. Suddenly, a six-winged flying dragon roared and unleashed a section of ancient wood. The ancient tree was about 2 feet long, as thick as a thigh, and lush green. The bark had vanished, leaving most of the wood as jade-like, its texture smooth, emitting a faint fragrance, as tranquil and distant as sandalwood. 10,000-year-old heavenly fragrance wood. Zhao Sheng recognized the ancient wood's origins and was instantly moved. But a moment later, he regained his composure and pointed, "Senior Mu, what do you mean? Heavenly fragrance wood has the power to calm the mind and soothe the restless emotions. It even possesses the miraculous ability to exorcise inner demons. The heartwood, in particular, is a precious treasure for overcoming adversity and dispelling demons. It's coveted by nascent soul ancestors, yet nearly impossible to obtain." Mu Dao Idun's immediate release of such a precious treasure inevitably aroused suspicion. "Don't be alarmed, fellow Taoist Zhao. I am just showing my sincerity. I recently discovered a small forest of Xiangxiang trees in a nearby ruin, among which there are 3 trees that are over 10,000 years old. It's a pity that there are still some restrictions in this ruin, and I had to retreat after only cutting down one 10,000-year-old Xiangxiang tree. The restriction is really tricky, so I wanted to find a helper, and it happened that I met fellow Taoist Zhao first. Isn't this heaven's will? I wonder if fellow Taoist Zhao is willing to lend a hand. I promise that after the matter is accomplished, I will give you a 10,000-year-old Xiangxiang tree. After speaking, the old man with a short beard looked at Zhao Sheng expectantly. To his disappointment, Zhao Sheng declined without hesitation. I'm sorry, but the ancestor has an urgent matter. I can't go with Senior Mu to the ruins. The short-bearded elder's pupils narrowed at this, then his expression softened. He smiled and said, Alice, I'm being presumptuous this time. Since the great true Lord has summoned me, I certainly won't seek to be inconvenienced. Fellow Taoist Zhao, you go on your own. When you meet the great true Lord, I hope you'll bring good wishes to me. I wish him a long and healthy life. Senior Mu, I'll take your leave. With that, Zhao Sheng bowed and quickly ascended into the sea of clouds, disappearing deep within the shimmering clouds. Watching the disappearing figure, Mu Dao Iden's expression suddenly darkened, his eyes gleaming with a glint of calculation. HMPH, you're lucky, Mu Dao Iden snorted, then clapped his horns, signaling the beast to swallow the heavenly fragrant wood. The six-winged dragon restlessly spewed a stream of blood, then, in the blink of an eye, reeled the ancient tree back into its mouth, carrying its master off into the distance, seeking the next unfortunate soul. Puff! A moment later, a flash of fire suddenly broke through the clouds, revealing a region of air where the air was unusually thin, cold, and desolate. The flames transformed into an invisible flame shield, revealing Zhao Sheng's figure. He gazed in all directions, seeing only the vast and majestic sky and the towering Xianzhu mountain, with no end in sight. However, the 8th and 9th layers of the Sea of Clouds had inexplicably vanished, as if they had never existed. But Zhao Sheng knew that the last 2 layers of the Sea of Clouds had never disappeared, merely taking on a new form. Above the 7th layer of the Sea of Clouds, a whole new world unfolded. This airspace, over 100 miles above the surface, harbors an extremely harsh environment. The chill can shatter magical instruments, while the gale force winds transform into invisible currents, their destructive power terrifying, easily destroying mid-level and low-level spiritual instruments. A cultivator below the Jinden stage wouldn't survive even a quarter of an hour there. Zhao Sheng marveled at the fact that, despite the harsh environment, Xianzhu Mountain's ecology was far more thriving and diverse. Some ancient trees, growing on the cliffs, boasted vast canopies reaching thousands of feet, resembling a single tree forming a forest. Their dense, entwined gray-green vines, cascading into the air, resembled enormous, monstrous pythons, imbued with a wild and ancient atmosphere. Along this section of the sheer cliffs, the ruins gradually became scarce, while intact man-made structures increased in number. Of course, the number of ruins and cave dwellings on this section of the mountain was undoubtedly significantly reduced compared to those below. Conversely, the ancient forbidden structures were increasingly dense, far surpassing those below in both scale and preservation. For the first time in 7 lifetimes, Zhao Sheng had soared to such a height, and witnessed such a rare spectacle for the first time. His ascent speed slowed again. Protected by an ancient barrier, this section of Xianzhu Mountain had been seldom visited since ancient times. Consequently, rare, millennia-old medicinal herbs could be found aplenty amidst the sheer cliffs. In some areas, artificial herb gardens had been created. Though neglected for 20,000 years and now lay in disarray, the sight of the exotic flowers and herbs radiating a myriad of precious hues, along with the numerous rare and precious medicinal herbs, still filled him with envy. Zhao Sheng found this puzzling. Logically, the connection between the Xianzhu realm and the Tai spiritual realm hadn't been completely severed, and numerous divine transformation true lords had successfully ascended over the past 20,000 years. Yet, why had no one in the Xianzhu realm been able to break the ancient barrier enveloping Xianzhu Mountain? Over the past 20,000 years, Zhao Sheng believed countless nascent souls and even divine transformation true lords had diligently sought to break the ancient barrier, but their progress so far seemed to be exceedingly slow, with little to no success. If Zhao Sheng hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed the ancient restrictions on the upper reaches of Xianzhu Mountain were so well preserved. He absolutely couldn't believe that the true lords of the past 20,000 years were nothing more than useless. Since no one had been able to break the ancient restrictions, there must be another reason. With this thought, He flashed and retreated dozens of miles, fearing he would be affected by the ancient restrictions. 2 days later, Zhao Sheng flew through the 8th and 9th layers of the Sea of Clouds, reaching an altitude of over 200 miles. He finally sighted the top of Xianzhou Mountain in the distance, a shimmering white light that stood out against the darkness. The 8th layer of the Sea of Clouds, though called a Sea of Clouds, was actually a turbulent auroral belt. This area was complex and unpredictable, with an extremely harsh environment. It was also the highest altitude a Jinden's Henren could reach. Beyond this, a boundary membrane zone, incredibly close to the vacuum of outer space, existed. Without a self-contained Dharma domain, the sheer intensity of the environment alone could drain a Jinden's Henren's vital essence in just 1 or 2 hours. The 9th layer of the Sea of Clouds, also known as the boundary membrane, serves as the first line of defense against the numerous dangers of the outer void. Over 200 miles thick, its interior is brimming with extreme forces similar to the primordial magnetic divine light, making it a veritable forbidden zone of death. Even a cultivator at the nascent soul stage could stumble here if careless. While not fatal, injury is inevitable. Upon crossing the boundary membrane and reaching the true outer void, Zhao Sheng had already suspended the 100-flame cauldron above his head. The cauldron cascaded down a torrent of true fire, transforming into a thick, enveloping shield of fire that completely enveloped him. Without the obstruction of atmospheric pressure, Zhao Sheng's speed skyrocketed. In a matter of moments, he swiftly crossed 100 miles of void and suddenly came into view of the ascension platform. His arrival immediately alarmed a certain powerful figure. A narrow path of white light suddenly extended from the ascension platform, twisting and turning until it reached Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng smiled faintly and leaped into the path of light, disappearing in a flash. Within 100 breaths, the end of the path of light suddenly appeared, and Zhao Sheng's vision suddenly opened up. Bang! He once again stepped onto the vast, desolate rooftop plaza. Around the plaza, 8,100-foot crystal pillars stood tall, yet cracked and brimming with cracks. To Zhao Sheng's surprise, Zhao Xuanjing wasn't alone in the plaza. There were also 3 elderly men. One of them was very familiar, the formation master Wang Yu. One of the other 2, with thinning hair, a broad build, and a pair of black tortoise-shell glasses dangling from his nose, held an ancient bronze formation plate in his hands. He also appeared to be a formation master. The last man, with dove-like eyes and a jackal-like figure, thin lips like a knife, and a gaunt, bony frame, looked like an unlikely villain. However, this naturally bad guy-like old man was Liu Xianai, one of the 3 great formation masters of the Xianzhou realm, known as the Idiot. Liu Xianai's features were so striking that Zhao Sheng recognized him at a glance. With Wang Yu and Liu Xianai at his side, the identity of the other figure was immediately apparent, none other than Li Ziren, the most renowned formation master in the Xianzhou realm. Known as Xianzhou's #1 formation master, he was also a nascent soul elder of the Supreme Induction sect. Upon seeing Zhao Sheng approach, Zhao Xuanjing immediately beckoned. "Kaiongshan, why don't you come over here and greet the 3 seniors?" Zhao Sheng responded by flying forward and bowing. "Junior Zhao Kaiongshan, greetings to the ancestor and the 3 seniors." Wang Yu immediately smiled and said, "It's been 30 years since we last met, and you, young friend Zhao, are even more impressive than ever, and seem to have made significant progress. This is truly commendable. Thank you for the compliment, senior," Zhao Sheng said with his customary modesty. Wang Yu remained unfazed. Pointing at the other 2, he said with a smile, "Come, let me introduce you. This old, frivolous man with the glasses is Grandmaster Li. That man, who looks like a bad guy, is my sworn enemy, the so-called wishful-thinking Liu Yishao, HMPH, my full name is Liu Xianai, how can I call him Liu Yishao? Stop slandering me, little idiot. Yes, you're the worst. I have an eye condition that forces me to wear sunglasses, and everyone knows it. But how can you make me a frivolous old man? In my opinion, you, Wang Yu, are the foolish and incompetent. I'm ashamed to be compared to someone like you," the tortoise-shelled elder suddenly retorted. In front of Zhao Sheng, the 3 formation masters, a combined age of over 4,000 years, quickly engaged in a bickering that escalated from personal attacks to disagreements over formation techniques. It was truly astonishing to watch. It was not until Zhao Xuanjing spoke that the 3 of them stopped arguing and returned to the previous happy state. Chapter 416, The Battle. After some casual conversation, Zhao Xuanjing's expression shifted. He looked down at the three of them, a hint of anticipation on his face. He asked gently, 3 years have passed since we last summoned the three grandmasters. I wonder if you have any new ideas now. Hearing the true lord's inquiry, the three grandmasters of formation techniques dared not neglect their efforts. Li Ziren's face grew serious, and he spoke first. Great true lord, I have pondered over and pondered for the past few years, and have finally gained some understanding of how to repair the third crystal pillar in the Gen position. I beg your permission to give it a try. However, the chances of success are slim. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xuanjing smiled freely and nodded. Master Li, please do your best. Ultimate success will depend on fate, and I will not force or demand anything. Okay, I'll do my best. Li Ziren solemnly clasped his fists, then turned and walked towards the cluster of crystal pillars in the southeast corner of the square. Seeing this, Liu Xianyi glanced at Wang Yu beside him with disdain and said, the damage to the 9th crystal pillar in the can position is not too bad. I recently acquired a piece of water realm jade, which is perfect for filling it. Master Liu, please leave. I'll wait and see. Zhao Xuanjing's attitude was very humble, without a trace of the authority of a true lord. Liu Xianyi glanced at Wang Yu with a haughty look and challenged him. Huang Miao, do you dare to compete with me again? This time, I bet you 10 ancient phoenix seals, which I guarantee you've never seen before. Wang Yu's eyes flashed at this, and he nodded decisively. It's a deal. I'll still take out the 8th chapter of the Universal Mathematical Classic and bet with you. You old man, just wait to lose. Liu Xianyi smiled triumphantly when he saw him successfully enter the hub, then walked away confidently. Wang Yu watched him walk away, his expression suddenly solemn. He bowed to the great true lord and said solemnly, I have come across some information regarding the 2nd crystal pillar of the Jin rank. I beg your permission to give it a try. Master Wang, please proceed with confidence. It's best to try again, Zhao Xuanjing said with a magnanimous gesture. Wang Yu bowed again, then turned and walked northwest, his back heavy. After the three formation masters left, Zhao Xuanjing's once smiling face suddenly became grave, his brow furrowed, as if concealing a myriad of worries. Zhao Sheng, watching closely from the side, understood the immense pressure Zhao Xuanjing was carrying. He was about to offer some words of comfort, but Zhao Xuanjing stopped him with a wave of his hand, gave him a subtle look, and then turned and walked towards the 9-story ascension tower. Zhao Sheng, observing this, silently turned and followed Zhao Xuanjing. A few breaths later, the two men stopped in front of the 9-story ascension tower. Zhao Xuanjing reached out and stroked the shimmering tower. A silent pause. Zhao Sheng stood behind him, gazing at the spirit stone pagoda before him. Within the pagoda, wisps of celestial mysticism flowed, swirling and undulating, emitting a unique glow. After a moment's silence, Zhao Sheng's ears suddenly rang with Zhao Xuanjing's voice. Kaiongshan, do you remember what King Guiyang mentioned about the cross-border teleportation array? A thought struck Zhao Sheng, and he sent a telepathic message back. I remember it very clearly. I dare not forget a single detail. Very good, then. I would like you to learn from Li Ziren and the other two in the art of formation. Are you willing? Although Zhao Xuanjing's words were incoherent, Zhao Sheng understood them immediately and nodded without hesitation. The three great masters are extremely knowledgeable in the art of formation. Kaiongshan would be more than happy to learn from them. Alice. Zhao Xuanjing suddenly sighed softly, his tone tinged with regret. If it weren't for the fact that I must remain at the ascension platform, I wouldn't be able to act rashly. I really want to see for myself what that interboundary teleportation array looks like. Zhao Sheng heard this and whispered, Ancestor King Guiyang once said that the interboundary teleportation array is no longer usable. However, the 6 Yuanshan fruits there are of great use to our clan. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xuanjing spun around, his eyes fixed on him, and asked with great earnestness, Kaiongshan, you hold the greatest potential among all the Zhao clan's nascent souls. If you cultivate diligently, I'm afraid you'll have a promising future as a Yuanshan. But I have a serious question for you. Do you dare to fight for a glimmer of hope for our Zhao clan? Zhao Xuanjing made no mention of himself or any other lofty ideals, only of the Nanshan Zhao clan. He had expected Zhao Sheng to deliberate for a long time, but the reality was beyond his expectations. Why not? Zhao Sheng agreed without hesitation. Zhao Xuanjing listened, gave him a serious look, then slowly nodded his head in approval. Very good. Though he only uttered 2 words, his tone was profoundly meaningful. When intelligent people converse, they don't need to double-check or elaborate. A few words often convey the essence of a situation. What Zhao Xuanjing said actually struck a chord with Zhao Sheng. He had long since decided to revisit both the netherworld and the underworld. After all, the remains of his previous life lay deep within the netherworld's boundless sea, and the teleportation array star needed to be explored, as Zhao Sheng was determined to obtain those soul fruits. As for why Zhao Xuanjing had such a keen eye for talent, Zhao Sheng had a vague idea of why he had chosen him for this task. After all, his deep connection with the Qingyang patriarch, coupled with his own immense luck, and many other factors, made Zhao Xuanjing's choice of him unsurprising. With the event finalized, Zhao Xuanjing handed Zhao Sheng 2 dusty storage bags and soared into the air, leaping above the ascension tower. The void flickered, rippling slightly, and then Zhao Xuanjing had vanished into the void interlayer, vanishing from Zhao Sheng's consciousness without a trace. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Sheng couldn't help but show a hint of envy. The void interlayer is the interspace between the virtual world and reality, closest to the first level of the virtual world. Only here on the Ascension platform could a true Lord of Transformation enjoy the privilege of observing the virtual world up close and personal. Normally, a true Lord of Transformation can only sense the existence of the virtual world through his primordial spirit, untouchable like the moon reflected in a mirror. Only by breaking through from the transformation realm to the return to the void realm can a cultivator transcend space and touch the true virtual world. Returning to the void is symbolized by the physical body escaping into the virtual world, thereby shortening the distance between time and space 1,000-fold, allowing him to roam the universe like an immortal. Therefore, within the 3,000 spirit realms, true Lord Fangsu is known as a half-immortal. Of course, the returning void realm was too far for Zhao Sheng to reach, so he prioritized the present moment and observed the 3 great formation masters in action. This was a rare opportunity, and Zhao Sheng would not let it slip. A moment later, he quietly arrived behind Wang Yu, his gaze fixed on the vast cascade of yin-yang yao symbols erupting from the yin-yang formation discs. Wang Yu sensed Zhao Sheng's approach but remained unfazed, muttering to himself, his fingers calculating with a swiftness that left countless afterimages. Zhao Sheng stood behind him for a long moment, observing Wang Yu calculating for so long that he never made a single move. This was a stark contrast to his swift deciphering of the Dian Island mountain guarding formation. Zhao Sheng glanced at the other 2 masters, then suddenly appeared behind Li Ziren, wearing sunglasses. As expected, Grandmaster Li didn't shy away from him. Instead, he sent a voice message, "Young friend Zhao, I've heard the great true lord mention that you're also proficient in formations. May I ask what level of formation you can set up? And how many formations do you master?" As he spoke, Grandmaster Li waved his hand and released a shower of spiritual chips. These chips continuously shimmered with light and darkness, resembling finger-length golden needles. Their number was incalculable. Zhao Sheng observed the ever-changing array of spiritual chips and said gently, "I've only been practicing formations for a short time. Given the right time and location, I should be able to set up 1 or 2 4th-level formations, such as the Thousand Flames formation or the Wu Earth Heavy Mountain formation. As for the number of formations, I haven't counted them, but it's probably over 3 digits, encompassing the 5 elements, wind, thunder, ice, yin and yang, life and death, illusion, and so on." Li Ziren was astonished. He didn't suspect the other party of lying. After all, at their level, they wouldn't deceive themselves. Instead, he suspected the other party of exaggeration. You should know that among the 100 arts of cultivating immortality, formations are the most difficult. Getting started is difficult, and mastering them is even harder. However, the most difficult aspect isn't specialization, but rather breadth. Broadness without depth is a major taboo for formation masters. Even he wouldn't dare claim to have mastered formations as diverse as yin and yang, the 5 elements, life and death, and illusions. After all, human power has its limits, but the way of heaven is infinite. As the most orthodox formation master, Li Ziren's view of formations is undeniably orthodox. As the saying goes, heaven follows the way, and the way follows nature. In Li Ziren's mind, the way of formations is the way of nature, the way of heaven in all things. Formations must be learned from nature. Formations are a skill that simulates the workings of heaven and earth. A single formation is heaven and earth. The way of formations is immensely profound, and no one in the world can fully comprehend it, save perhaps the legendary true immortals. Li Ziren was slightly displeased with Zhao Sheng's outrageous claims, but for the sake of his status as a great true lord, He naturally didn't take it seriously. However, this also led to a slight decline in his opinion of Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng immediately sensed something was wrong when he saw the other person stop talking. He shook his head silently and turned to walk towards Liu Xianai. He hadn't said a single word of falsehood, and even held back. From the time he first began cultivating immortality in his fourth life until today, he had diligently studied every aspect of formations. Zhao Sheng had twice received teachings from star gods, a significant boost to his deductions. Add to that 4 lifetimes of accumulated experience, and it's no surprise that Zhao Sheng now possesses such a vast and comprehensive array of formations. Grandmaster Li didn't believe in the existence of geniuses born with knowledge, yet Zhao Sheng was one, yet he couldn't articulate it. Thus, the misunderstanding arose. Compared to Wang Yu and the other two, Liu Xianai made very little noise. No, it should be said that he made no noise at all. He simply sat cross-legged in front of the crystal pillar, eyes closed, as if in deep meditation. However, the mana within him was fluctuating with extraordinary intensity, and his spiritual thoughts swept around the crystal pillar like a storm, repetitively. Although Zhao Sheng couldn't discern the man's technique, he knew the characteristics of the school he represented. While the Xianzhu realm boasts numerous formation schools, they are broadly divided into 3 major branches, exemplified by the 3 great masters. The formation school represented by Grandmaster Liu is known as the Heart Formation School. This school differs significantly from the orthodox Heaven and Earth School and the later Rising Heavenly Numbers School, offering a unique and unconventional approach and boundless imagination. Masters of the Heart Formation School hold a unique perspective on formations, embracing the principle that the person is the formation. If the mind exists, the world exists. If the mind disappears, the world disappears. To put it simply, when I open my eyes and see the world, it appears to be a real entity, but when I close my eyes, it becomes a void. The Great Tao, too, is based on the human being. Without the human being, the Tao also disappears. Undoubtedly, the Heart Formation School's perspective diverges significantly from the orthodox schools, even to the point of being absurd. If the Heart Formation School hadn't produced 3 successive formation masters, including Liu Xianai, the world would have ceased to exist. This bizarre formation style had long been considered heretical by the vast majority of formation masters, and was shunned and exterminated. The formation is heaven and earth, the formation is heaven and earth, but counting is paramount, the formation is the mind. These 3 perspectives on formations represent the 3 major formation schools of the Xianzhu realm, each also producing 3 grand formations that embody the pinnacle of their respective achievements: the Heaven and Earth Zumi formation of the Supreme Induction sect, the Infinite Diagram of the Sky Curtain of the Immortal Weapon sect's Fixin City, and the Hunun mysterious fairyland of the Shumu Palace. Zhao Sheng's gaze swept over Liu Xianai, then turned to look at the other 2 masters. His eyes flashed with a divine light, and the Star God Thousand Hearts art was already silently energizing its full power, registering every gesture and expression of the 3 men. Simultaneously, hundreds of consciousnesses worked together to deduce the result. Wang Yu and the other 2 could never have imagined that such a heaven-defying technique as the Star God Thousand Hearts art existed. Their exhaustive efforts to repair the crystal pillar provided Zhao Sheng with a chance to feast his eyes on the extraordinary skills of the 3 formation masters, a feat greatly benefiting him. By analogy, his understanding of formations naturally advanced significantly. After more than 2 weeks, the 3 formation masters suffered heart failure and were forced to withdraw. As expected, the crystal pillar's repair progress was minimal. Only Li Ziran made some progress, while Wang Yu and the other 2 failed. Zhao Zunjing showed no dissatisfaction and continued to hold high expectations for the 3 masters, treating them with the same respect. Later, when the Great True Lord briefly suggested that the junior Zhao Qiangshan follow them in their formation training, Wang Yu and the other 2 readily agreed. Clearly, Zhao Zunjing had made extensive preparations to allow Zhao Sheng to become a disciple of the 3 great masters. Otherwise, how could the 3 formation masters be so easy to deal with? A few days later, as Wang Yu and the other 2 bid farewell to the True Lord and prepared to depart from the Ascension platform, Zhao Sheng had already chosen his first student to learn from, none other than Wang Lao, his closest confidant. The ancients said ascending a mountain is easy, descending is difficult. For the nascent soul patriarch, this saying was precisely the opposite. Leaving the Ascension platform and gliding down along the celestial energy, it took only a moment. Zhao Sheng and the other two had already soared down thousands of miles and arrived at the fourth layer of the Sea of Clouds. They flew along the cliffs for 700 or 800 miles, soon arriving at a mid-slope depression nestled between the mountains and the water. The depression sunk deeply into the cliffs, forming a gently sloping valley measuring 30 or 40 miles. A faint white halo enveloped the valley. Within, palaces and courtyards stretched along the hillside, and numerous cultivators clad in yin-yang robes wandered in and out. Chapter 417, Wuji Divine Calculation, Dayan Xianchu, and Yin-Yang Yaojing. 2 days later, in Wuji Valley, facing the north sun, stood a majestic, ancient, 3-story wooden building constructed entirely of fragrant wood. This building, called Wuji Tower, was the heart of the valley. In a simple, quiet meditation room on the 3rd floor, Zhao Sheng and Wang Yu sat facing each other. To their sides, a massive yin-yang Tai Chi diagram dominated the entire wall. The two black and white fish within the Tai Chi pattern seemed to be moving, yet still, a vivid, rhythmic, and mysterious expression. The air in the quiet room lingered with fragrance. Zhao Sheng's eyes, clear as water, gazed calmly and intently at Wang Yu. He had been in the valley for 2 days, and now, at last, the time had come to see the real deal. After a moment's silence, Wang Yu sighed softly and pulled out a silk scroll woven with gold and silver from his bosom. He then pushed it towards Zhao Sheng and said, "Of the 100 arts of immortal cultivation, formations are the most difficult. A qualified formation master must not only possess exceptional intelligence and comprehension, but also possess a profound knowledge of astronomy and geography, understanding yin and yang, the 5 elements, the 8 trigrams, and the 9 palaces, as well as understanding life, death, calamity, and virtue. However, these are merely the most basic requirements. The most important thing for a formation master is spiritual talent. Ideally, spiritual perception far surpasses that of ordinary people, meaning that mental power should be at least 30% higher than the average for ordinary cultivators, and the higher the better." At this point, Wang Yu smiled faintly. "Of course, young friend, you don't need to consider these matters. In my opinion, your spiritual power is much stronger than that of an average nascent soul cultivator, but that's far from enough." Zhao Sheng nodded and said, "Master Wang is absolutely right. Formation masters like us naturally prefer the strongest mental power possible, and the more precise our control of spiritual power, the better. Young friend Zhao, you've grasped it instantly." Wang Yu continued with a smile, "I know you possess a vast knowledge of array formations and have delved deeply into them. Therefore, I will simply skip over the subtleties and present to you our sect's most fundamental and profound divine skill, the Wuji Divine Calculation." Oh? Zhao Sheng's eyes lit up, and he reached out to pick up the silk scroll. He unfolded it and frowned slightly. It contained only a few hundred words. After reading it 3 times, Zhao Sheng suddenly seemed to understand, and his frown relaxed. Wang Yu smiled complacently when he saw this scene. He pointed at the Tai Chi diagram on the wall and said proudly, "The so-called Tao gives birth to 1, 1 becomes 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. The immortal saint said, Wuji gives birth to Taiji, which is round and 1. The great Tao has 3 paths and 1 is the number of Wuji. The essence of Wuji's divine calculation is to use mental power to calculate the ultimate precise value of Wuji numbers. The levels of skills are from low to high, in order of thousands, tens of thousands, millions, tens of millions, and so on to infinity. Isn't it just pi? I'm familiar with this. Why make it so mysterious?" Zhao Sheng muttered secretly, still listening to Wang Yu's boasting without any expression on his face. Since the creation of the Wuji Divine Calculation, the person who has achieved the highest achievement in practicing this technique throughout the generations of our sect is my great-great-grandmaster, Master Xianyan. He successfully deduced the Wuji number to the 298,637,109th digit. Back then, my master's divine consciousness was extremely powerful, even stronger than that of the true Lord Huishan. It is truly unprecedented. After hearing this, Zhao Sheng couldn't help but show admiration on his face, clapping his hands and saying, "The Wuji Divine Calculation is truly mysterious and unfathomable. It is worthy of being the world's top divine consciousness technique. The sky will always remember Master Wang's kindness in teaching me this technique." Wang Yu seemed unconcerned and simply smiled. "Haha, don't take it to heart, my friend. I was only entrusted with this task. Besides, the Wuji Divine Calculation is not some top-secret technique that is not to be passed on to anyone else. It is widely circulated in the Wuji Valley. Moreover, the Wuji divine calculations boost to mental power barely shows any effect until it successfully calculates to the millionth place. Only after exceeding the 10th millionth place does the boost become increasingly dramatic. 10 millionth, huh? Zhao Sheng replied thoughtfully, his entire consciousness following the technique's formula, his mind fully engaged. In a brief moment, he had successfully calculated the Wuji number, Greek letter pi, to the 10,000th place, and the number of digits continued to soar. 1 breath, 100,000th. 3 breaths, 1 millionth. 10 breaths, 3 millionths, success. It was at this moment that Zhao Sheng suddenly realized the limitations of the Star God Thousand Hearts technique. At least when calculating the Wuji number, a single consciousness and 1,000 consciousnesses could achieve the same effect. Because the 1,000 consciousnesses are essentially independent and fragmented, each possessing roughly the same computing power. However, the computing power of all consciousnesses cannot be combined. Therefore, using multiple consciousnesses simultaneously to calculate the Wuji number would be a huge waste. Using only one consciousness would be more sufficient. When Zhao Sheng realized this, he immediately changed his mindset. A normal cultivator couldn't calculate the infinite number day and night, but he could. With 1,000 consciousnesses rotating, he could calculate continuously, not just day and night, even until his death. Half an hour later, Zhao Sheng's eyes suddenly shone brightly, and 2 rays of divine light suddenly shot out of his eye sockets, shooting out over 10 feet into the distance. The sight was truly terrifying. Wang Yu, observing this scene from the side, nodded slightly and praised, "Congratulations, young friend. Your spiritual power has improved again." Zhao Sheng's eyes faded, a hint of joy on his face. He solemnly clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, Master Wang, for teaching me this divine skill. You're welcome." Half a month later, Zhao Sheng, clasped in a yin-yang robe, slowly walked out of the Wansen Pavilion. For days, he had been diligently poring over the Wansen Pavilion's collection of books and jade slips. He had now read through every ancient scroll and jade slip within, feeling that he had gained countless insights and knowledge. Upon seeing Zhao Sheng appear, the formation masters entering and leaving the Wansen Pavilion bowed respectfully and carefully stepped aside. However, not everyone did so. A woman with a pure temperament and beautiful features suddenly stood out from the crowd, bowed gracefully to Zhao Sheng, and said in a sweet voice, "Dong Xianzhen, the legitimate daughter of the Dong family, greet Senior Zhao, stand up and speak." "What do you want from me?" Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered at this, and with a gentle wave of his long sleeve, he helped the woman to her feet. "Xianzhen happened to learn that you are deeply fascinated by formations. It just so happens that I have a heart-searching formation diagram here, and I was thinking of giving it to you, Senior." Where is that heart-searching formation diagram now? Zhao Sheng's mind stirred, and he immediately thought of the heart-searching path in Phoenix Peak, and he couldn't help but ask. Dong Xianzhen's eyes flickered, and she smiled cheerfully, "It's in my cave. If you don't mind, why don't you go to Xianzhen's cave and see its true form?" Zhao Sheng glanced at the woman, his expression suddenly cold. He said calmly, "Forget it. I have something important to attend to. I'd rather not look at this formation diagram." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Sheng soared into the air, transforming into a streak of fire and sprinting away. Dong Xianzhen felt extremely disappointed upon seeing this. Her beautiful face dimmed a little, and her 2 rows of neat, delicate teeth nearly shattered. A young, imposing formation master nearby witnessed this scene, heartbroken, and hurried forward to comfort the beautiful woman. "Don't be sad, sister. It was Senior Zhao who was blind to the true value of gold and jade. I can go with you to see the heart. Get lost." He hadn't finished his words when Dong Xianzhen suddenly raised her head and shouted, waving her sleeve in a burst of red light that struck the man, instantly sending him flying. Elsewhere, Zhao Sheng soared high above Wuji Valley, his spiritual consciousness spreading outward, instantly locating Wang Yu's location. A flash of fire swept across most of the valley before landing in an octagonal pavilion at the top. Wang Yu was seated on a jade stool. A pot of spiritual tea sat on the table before him, and 2 exquisite jade cups sat beside it. Steam rose from the cups, transforming into a cloud of pure blue cloud energy, exuding a refreshing tea fragrance. "Haha, I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Come and sit down, young friend. If this blue cloud tea gets cold, its nourishing and vitalizing properties will be greatly diminished." Wang Yu smiled and invited Zhao Sheng to sit. Zhao Sheng stepped forward, sat on the jade stool on the other side, picked up the cup, and drank the tea in one gulp. Immediately, a clear energy rose from his stomach into his purple mansion, transforming into a gentle warmth that invisibly nourished his spirit and soul, relieving his fatigue. Excellent tea. Another cup, Zhao Sheng couldn't help but praise. Qingyuan tea is harvested from a forbidden area within the 7th Cloud Sea, so its quantity is extremely limited. I'll only brew one pot, no more, Wang Yu said as he drew a line of water from the pot into the teacup in front of Zhao Sheng, filling it exactly 8/10 full, the tea a brilliant emerald green. Without another word, Zhao Sheng took up the cup and gulped it down, saying, "More, hey. Drinking tea isn't like drinking alcohol, it's about savoring it, not guzzling it. You're really wasting a pot of fine Qingyuan precious tea by guzzling it like that." Despite this, Wang Yu dutifully poured another cup. In the blink of an eye, the cup in front of Zhao Sheng was empty again. This time, no matter what Wang Yu said, he wouldn't refill it. In his impatience, the formation master simply put both the pot and the tea into his storage bag, leaving neither of them with anything to drink. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng feigned dissatisfaction and grumbled, "You're so stingy. I just wanted to drink a pot of tea from you. Tell me where the forbidden area is and I'll be back soon." HMPH, what a boast. Even I wouldn't dare enter that place whenever I want. I need the right time and place to temporarily break through the formation and enter. And it only takes 100 breaths. Where does your confidence come from? Hearing this, Zhao Sheng suddenly became very interested and asked, "Since you, Master Wang, can break the formation, why can't you break all the ancient restrictions in that forbidden area?" Wang Yu couldn't help but glare at him and said angrily, "Are you pretending to be ignorant? Have you read all the books in the 10,000 Formations Pavilion in vain? Don't you know that every time a formation is broken, the ancient restrictions will undergo tremendous changes, making it completely a new formation? If the ancient restrictions were so easy to break, then the formation masters of this world over the past 20,000 years would not have died of regret." At this point, Wang Yu angrily pulled out 2 milky white jade slips and tossed them into Zhao Sheng's arms, shouting, "Take them. I've known your intentions for a long time. Inside are the Dian Bianshu and Tai Chi Yao Jing you seek. When you've mastered these 2 secret techniques, come back and ask for the Hunyuan Dao Shu." Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered, and after putting the slips away with a grin, he casually tossed out a palm-sized, pure white formation disc. "I know you're well-intentioned. I'll return the favor by letting you play with this Wanfu formation disc for 2 months, how about that?" Wang Yu's eyes lit up at the sight of the Wanfu formation disc. With a flick of his sleeve, he swept the table, and the Wangu formation disc vanished. 2 months isn't enough. At least a year, Zhao Sheng shook his head. No, a year is too long. I need it to deduce formations. Half a year at most. Deal, half a year is fine. Wang Yu agreed without hesitation, then smiled with delight. The Wanfu formation plate was a treasure of the formation art, even more precious than spiritual treasures in the eyes of formation masters. If Zhao Sheng hadn't been backed by a true Buddha, Wang Yu might have secretly planned to snatch it from him. Zhao Sheng, upon seeing this, immediately realized he'd been tricked. It turned out he could still bargain. But, forget it. Master Wang was still a semi-mentor to him, so he didn't need to dwell on such a small loss. However, Wang Yu possessed the bearing of a master, and he wouldn't take advantage of a junior. He pondered for a moment, then pulled 2 ancient golden scrolls from his storage bag and handed them to Zhao Sheng, smiling broadly. "I won't let you suffer any loss. These 2 golden scrolls contain over 200 dragon seals and phoenix seals, respectively. Study them carefully. But don't share them with anyone else." Zhao Sheng took them, pulled out one scroll, and flipped open the front. A dozen twisted, vigorous, ancient, and wild golden symbols, resembling tadpole script, emerged from the smooth, delicate silk surface. These were the legendary dragon seals, the secret script of the upper realm. Each of these dragon seals seemed to possess some kind of magical power. As Zhao Sheng took in them, his spiritual power inexplicably depleted rapidly. Wisps of golden light shone before his eyes, and each dragon seal suddenly began to move from the scroll, then soared up and landed in his pupils, leaving him dizzy and dazed, as if the world were spinning. With a snap, Zhao Sheng slammed the scroll shut. The dragon seals vanished from his eyes, the dizziness in his head instantly vanished, and the depletion of his spiritual power ceased. HMPH, The secret texts from the upper realm are truly powerful, Zhao Sheng gasped, then put away the scroll and bowed, saying, "Thank you, Master Wang, for the gift. You're always thanking me, but it's like you're wasting your kindness. These secret texts from the upper realm aren't just known to me, Liu Yishao and Li Buzhenli also have quite a few in their collection. When the time comes, you'll make a killing from them and try to squeeze out their collections. Later, when the time comes, you can let me feast my eyes on them, and that will be a fulfillment of our friendship." Zhao Sheng nodded thoughtfully. "I've taken note of Master Wang's words. I imagine the other two grandmasters share this sentiment, but why?" Wang Yu smiled wryly inside. "You think the three of us don't want to? It's just that we're bound by sectarianism, and the conflicts accumulated over generations are difficult to resolve. Plus, out of respect, we naturally forgot about the exchange. But with you mediating, the situation is much different. After all, it's better to consider the Buddha's favor than the monks. Besides, Alice." Zhao Sheng nodded. He was well aware of the grievances between the three major schools. It was difficult to explain and extremely difficult to resolve. Chapter 418, The Path of Formation. 3 days later, in the unfixed star cave on Earth Flame Island, Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged in the center of a pillar of fire, his hands clasped together. Beneath him, the massive star core slowly rotated, emitting invisible gravitational fluctuations that caused the piercing red light enveloping the star to oscillate faintly. 6 spheres of true fire orbiting the core each radiated a pillar of fire as thick as a bucket. These pillars converged on the core's surface, stirring up vast, seething waves of flame, sometimes blue, sometimes red, sometimes white, sometimes black. As these waves raged, a dazzling golden current gurgled relentlessly through the waves. With each successive round of true fire, tiny impurities escaped from the golden current, instantly incinerated. After countless cycles of true fire smelting, the golden currents had shrunk to incredibly thin threads. Their existence was eerie, appearing half liquid, half gas, yet possessing an unparalleled brilliance. Zhao Sheng fiercely formed a seal with his hands, his spiritual power sweeping across the surface of the star core like a hurricane. Wisps of innate golden essence shot skyward from the waves of fire, then in the blink of an eye, emanated from the depths of his robe sleeves and vanished without a trace. The next second, Zhao Sheng was no longer in the Wuding Star Cavern. Deep within the cavern, in a training room paved with black iron, its walls covered in mysterious runes, and enveloped by layers of barrier, a tall figure in a scarlet gold robe suddenly appeared in the center. With a thought, a ball of golden light suddenly soared from his dantian into the air, spinning and transforming into a massive golden sphere over 10 feet tall. It was the 100-flame cauldron. Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged, his brows ablaze with powerful spiritual power. In an instant, the room was filled with white, as if countless flashes of lightning shattered the darkness. Buzz! The 100-flame cauldron suddenly began to spin rapidly, emitting a dazzling golden light. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed with divine light as he gazed intently at the 100-flame cauldron. His gaze penetrated the magical artifact's golden walls and revealed the empty spherical space within. With a thought, 2 spheres of celestial spiritual fire instantly flew into the spherical space. One white, the other red. The cold white was the Arctic frigid flame, while the crimson, sizzling red was the earth spirit flame. Within the fire chamber, the 2 spheres of spiritual fire resembled 2 meteors with long flame tails, streaking around the outer wall, one in reverse, their speed increasing as their divine power surged. At a moment, Zhao Sheng's gaze suddenly focused, and he saw the 2 spheres of spiritual fire instantly surge to the center of the fire chamber and collide head-on. With a loud bang, the 2 celestial spiritual fires exploded simultaneously, a dazzling cloud of flame rapidly expanding, instantly filling the entire spherical fire chamber. At the same moment, the smooth mirror-like surface of the bright crystal reflected the entire process of the 2 spiritual fires' collision and explosion. Zhao Sheng was amazed to discover that countless indescribable subtle changes occurred during this process. Due to the sheer volume of changes and the short duration of the process, Zhao Sheng only managed to capture a fraction of the total, less than 1% of the total variables. Yet, he remained incredibly excited. Zhao Sheng feared no new discoveries, not the sheer number of variables. Soon, 2 more balls of Arctic cold flame and earth spirit flame shot into the fire chamber, beginning a new round of collision tests. Boom! Boom! The 100-flame cauldron hummed and vibrated faintly, yet the golden light it emanated grew increasingly dazzling. At that moment, A jade slip suddenly appeared in Zhao Sheng's palm. His divine consciousness surged into it, imprinting a vast amount of information on the spirit fire collision tests, as well as his insights and realizations. Knowledge is priceless. This esoteric knowledge concerning the laws of the great Dao of fire is Zhao Sheng's most precious legacy to future generations. Only by following the path he pioneered, constantly innovating, can the Zhao family reach greater heights and further afield. Thousands of years from now, when Zhao Sheng is reincarnated, he will naturally benefit from the legacy of his predecessors, allowing him to cultivate to even higher realms. As the ancients said, those who came before plant the seeds, and those who came after reap the fruits of their labor. That's exactly the truth. Half a month passed in a flash. Zhao Sheng calmly walked out of the training room, then summoned the two family giant and masters who were in charge of the island to Chongming Hall. After listening to their reports, he dealt with matters big and small. After learning that the opening of the passage was going exceptionally smoothly, Zhao Sheng felt relieved. So, he told the two to look after Dian Island, delegated most of the power to them, and then sent them away. Zhao Sheng patrolled Dian Island for a long time and was greatly relieved to see that everyone on the island lived and worked in peace and contentment, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. So after a brief appearance, Zhao Sheng quickly left Dian Island quietly under the pretext of seclusion. Above the fourth sea of clouds, on a cliff southwest of Xianzhou Mountain, this place had been opened up into a slope recessed into the cliff face. At the top of the slope were two gray stone buildings, and behind the buildings was a small cave. Down the slope, a 3 to 4 acre patch of medicinal land teemed with millennia-old spiritual herbs. Beside the medicinal fields stood 4 spiritual trees, sparsely dotted with exotic spiritual fruits. 100 feet above the slope, Zhao Sheng gazed at the slope ahead, his gaze deep. He was standing on the 100-flame cauldron, a halo of flame swirling around him. Go! With a soft shout, a stream of crimson flame suddenly erupted from the cauldron, hurtling towards the slope. Boom! As the crimson flame reached the slope, a faint white light suddenly appeared, blocking its path and instantly exploding into a vast sea of fire. The earth's spiritual flames, like a living thing, clung to the white light barrier, sizzling and burning. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng shouted again, "Go!" The next moment, the 100-flame cauldron trembled slightly, and arctic cold flames shot out, landing on the white light barrier. Frost and snow instantly emerged, and a chill permeated the area. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed with divine light like electric sparks. With a single wave of his hand, a vast cloud of talismans flew out, transforming into wind, fire, lightning, and a variety of other attacks, all colliding with a defensive barrier. Rumble, crackle. Suddenly, a vast roar echoed through the mountains, and the white light barrier began to tremble violently like a film of water. Faintly, Tai spiritual texts emerged from the depths of the light, interspersed with scattered dragon and phoenix seal characters. Zhao Sheng saw it all, his mind working at full capacity. As a vast amount of formation information flooded into his mind, he quickly parsed it. Go! 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 Soft shouts echoed continuously through the sky. Golden Crow True Fire, Red Lotus Karma Fire, God-destroying soul-eating True Fire, Thunder Flame, Ancient Poison Flame, and other true fires of varying extremes descended upon the white light barrier, unleashing their mighty power. This ancient restriction quickly revealed more secrets, quickly discovered by Zhao Sheng, who devoted himself to deciphering them. The sun gradually sank behind Xianzhou Mountain, and night fell, with a glimmer of the bright moon peeking through the sea of clouds. At that moment, a flicker of surprise crossed Zhao Sheng's face. With a single hand, he formed a sword gesture, and his divine consciousness instantly transformed into a thick, invisible bolt of lightning, striking a tiny corner of the white light barrier. Crack! Instantly, the white light shattered, exploding into countless starlight before vanishing in an instant. Zhao Sheng spun, transforming into a stream of light, piercing the slope. He ascended above the medicinal herb field, his divine consciousness sweeping across the ground below like a storm. Instantly, 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs burst forth from the ground, soaring into the air and being stored in Zhao Sheng's storage bag. Simultaneously, the spiritual fruits from the 4 spiritual trees suddenly fell from their limbs, then were swept up by a whirlwind and vanished in a flash into the depths of Zhao Sheng's sleeves. 2 breaths later, he flashed and shot into the stone building. 3 breaths later, Zhao Sheng, beaming, flew out of the building and dove into the cave behind. 10 more breaths later, The void beyond the slope suddenly flickered, and Zhao Sheng suddenly appeared, his face grimy and pale. How treacherous! Which bastard set a death trap in this cave? He deserves to be torn to pieces, Zhao Sheng shuddered. If he hadn't escaped quickly, he would have been trapped. Those ancient people from 20,000 years ago were so rude. If you want to die, then die. Why set up a lethal array right where you'd passed away? It's pure deliberate killing. Absolutely abhorrent. Buzz! At that moment, a sudden humming sound echoed above the slope, and a flash of white light suddenly appeared before Zhao Sheng. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhao Sheng's face. The ancient restriction was truly mysterious and unfathomable. It actually held the power to break and regenerate. In the once-hen pavilion of Wuji Valley, he once encountered a memoir by a formation master. It stated that the ancient restriction's ability to be broken and reborn stemmed from its foundation not existing in the mortal realm, but buried within the first layer of the void realm. This ethereal, illusory realm was inaccessible even to a true god transformation master. If you couldn't even enter, how could you possibly break the formation? Consequently, successive formation masters from the Xianzhu realm had exhausted their efforts, only to find themselves thwarted and bloodied by the ancient restriction, practically helpless. However, there were no absolutes. Wuji Valley was also an ancient forbidden area, firmly controlled by the formation masters of the Xianzhu school. Furthermore, Guanchen Cliff of the Heaven and Earth School and Fuguang Terrace of the Heart Formation School were similarly forbidden areas. A day later, Zhao Sheng appeared on another cliff. Beneath the jutting rock was a dark cave entrance. To the left grew a lush, 8-foot-tall, emerald, and verdant jade blood treasure tree. Old Wang's intelligence was spot on. An 8-foot-long jade blood treasure tree should yield 8 drops of jade blood, more than enough to cleanse a nascent soul body. Haha, get to work, Zhao Sheng roared with laughter. Suddenly, the 100-flame cauldron unleashed balls of celestial and spiritual fire. 2 years had flown by in a flash. That day, above the 5th layer of cloud sea on Xianzhu Mountain, a chilling wind howled, and billions of icy shards of ice pierced like spears, often hundreds of feet across. A cold wave swept through Xianzhu Mountain, blanketing everything in a rolling blanket of ice and snow, completely evacuating all ferocious beasts and birds. Above a massive stone platform tens of thousands of feet across a prominent mountainside, a thick yellow light appeared, shielding the bone-chilling cold outside while imbuing the interior with a spring-like warmth. Atop the platform, pavilions and towers stood in a row, dotted with exotic flowers and precious trees, creating a fairyland-like atmosphere. At that moment, on a high building nestled against the mountain at the deepest point of the stone terrace, Zhao Sheng and a portly old man wearing tortoise-shell sunglasses were chatting and laughing. Master Li, you don't know how awful Master Wang's face was when we lost a bet. But he had to accept the loss and surrender the Qingyan treasure tea to me. With that, Zhao Sheng extended his hand, and the green jade teacup on their table instantly flew out in 2 streams, landing in the cups in front of them. Master Li, how about trying this tea? Zhao Sheng gestured with one hand, his face brimming with satisfaction. Li Ziren picked up the teacup, sniffed the blue clouds overhead, a hint of intoxication on his face. Then, he took a small sip of the amber-colored tea, his expression instantly intoxicated. Good tea. This tea has an endless aftertaste, quite magically cleansing the mind and soul. It's truly a rare precious tea in this world. No wonder that old man Huang Meo always hides it, he's such a scoundrel. As long as Master Li likes it, I'm glad. Here are 3 taels of Qingyan tea. Consider it my gift to the Buddha. I hope Master Li won't mind my stinginess. With this, Zhao Sheng produced a small, dark green bamboo tube and slid it towards the other party. Li Ziren was unceremonious. He swept his sleeve across the table, instantly tucking the tea tube into his sleeve. He smiled faintly and said, I won't take advantage of you, young friend. I'll exchange it for our sect's secret preservation technique, Inner Heaven. As he finished speaking, a beam of white light flew in front of Zhao Sheng, who grabbed it. It turned out to be a transparent crystal bead. Thank you, Master Li, for the gift. Zhao Sheng's eyes lit up with joy, and he quickly bowed. Since you've come to visit my Guanchen Cliff, I won't let you go empty-handed. I'll open the entire Xiandizumi Pavilion to you, allowing you to explore for half a month. Here's your pass, take it. Li Ziren casually tossed a palm-sized jade square plaque. Zhao Sheng took it, tucked it into his arms, then ignited a flame and tossed it under the teapot to keep the tea warm. Master Li, you're so generous. Please enjoy some tea. Guanchen Cliff rarely had outsiders visit, let alone a nascent soul-stage ancestor. So, while Zhao Sheng was sipping tea and discussing Taoism with Grandmaster Li, news of him quickly spread throughout Guanchen Cliff. As Zhao Sheng, donning his robes, entered the Xiandizumi Pavilion, everyone he met bowed in order. In light of his experience in Wuji Valley, Zhao Sheng feigned indifference while exuding a subtle aura of intimidation, frightening off the formation masters who approached him. The collection within the Xiandizumi Pavilion was far richer than that within the Wansen Pavilion, even exceeding it by 2 orders of magnitude. Zhao Sheng immersed himself there for half a month, engrossed in his reading. Countless questions about formations were answered there, and his understanding of formations was greatly deepened. He remained at Guanchen Cliff for a full 6 months, discussing formations with Grandmaster Li over 10 times, each time yielding fruitful results. 6 months later, Zhao Sheng departed Guanchen Cliff and soon arrived at the Floating Light Terrace, nestled deep within the 6th layer sea of clouds. The Floating Light Terrace was a mysterious and inscrutable treasure, formed entirely from an endless condensation of clouds. The buildings, palaces, and even individual flowers and trees within it could gather and dissolve, transforming their forms at will, a truly miraculous feat. Liu Xianyi was deeply displeased that Zhao Sheng was the last to arrive at the Floating Light Terrace. He had always maintained that the Heart Formation School was inferior to the other 2 major formation schools. Consequently, after Zhao Sheng arrived at the Floating Light Terrace, he was left out for the better part of a month before being personally met by Grandmaster Liu, who had finally emerged from his retreat. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 419, Decades in the Flick of a Fingertip. A quarter of an hour later, Zhao Sheng, a calm expression on his face, walked out of the Cloud Pavilion. As soon as he emerged, the cloud gate behind him silently closed again. Although he had anticipated this, Liu Xianyi's attitude was still much harsher than he had imagined, rather perfunctory. After handing over the secret method of enlightenment, the non-thought contemplation method, Liu Xianyi quickly found an excuse to send him away. However, while this man might be petty, he was methodical in his actions. At least he had granted Zhao Sheng access to Yaoqiang Tower. Zhao Sheng was not at all concerned about this man's attitude. After communicating with the 3 formation masters, he had discerned the attitudes of the 3 major schools toward the southern Skyzhou clan. Undoubtedly, the Heavenly Numbers school represented by Wang Yu was the most accommodating, while Liu Xianyi's Heart Formation school maintained a businesslike, distant attitude. The most orthodox Heaven and Earth school remained neutral. Subsequent events confirmed his observations. After 2 consecutive setbacks, Zhao Sheng gave up on discussing formations with Grandmaster Liu. After all, if someone was deliberately avoiding him under the guise of seclusion, there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, as one of the 3 sacred sites of formation, Fu Guangte was always well equipped with formation masters, usually with 2 or 3 on duty. Zhao Sheng spent half a month in Yaoqiang Tower reading. Upon emerging, he proactively sent greetings to several formation masters. Even the most highly respected formation masters in the world of immortal cultivation were overjoyed to receive a visit from the nascent soul ancestor of the Nanshan Zhao clan. They bathed, changed their clothes, and opened the main gate to welcome him. There's no need to go into detail about the exchange. The outcome was undoubtedly a happy one, with both sides benefiting greatly. After 3 months at Fu Guangte, Zhao Sheng returned to Wuji Valley. That day, in the 8-cornered Listening Wind Pavilion, Zhao Sheng and Wang Yu sat around a table, sipping tea and chatting. After visiting Guanchen Cliff and Fuguang Terrace, I'm sure you understand their attitudes. What are your thoughts? Wang Yu lowered his brows, slowly fiddling with a jade cup in his hand, his expression remarkably relaxed and content. Our ancestors certainly weren't thinking clearly enough back then, but let's not dwell on those past events. Since seniors Liu and Li have already opened up our sect's collection, I have no fault to offer. I can only express my gratitude. Zhao Sheng's words touched upon an old story. Back then, Zhao Xuanjing, newly ascended to the divine transformation stage, semi-forced the relocation of the 3 major sects to Xianzhou Mountain in order to quickly repair the ascension formation. Despite its numerous ancient prohibitions, Shiansu Mountain was a sacred site for formation masters to cultivate. However, True Lord Zhao's actions inevitably angered countless individuals and forces. This was particularly true of the formation masters of the Heart Formation School, whose headquarters were located billions of miles away in the Western Wasteland continent. It's important to understand that Western Wasteland was within the sphere of influence of ancient Buddhism, so most of the formation masters of the Heart Formation School also have close ties to ancient Buddhism. The Heart Formation School's core method for achieving profound enlightenment, the non-thought contemplation method, clearly bears a Buddhist influence, demonstrating the profound connection between the two. Zhao Sheng could understand why Liu Xianyi deliberately avoided him. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu suddenly smiled, then pulled a jade slip from his bosom and tossed it into Zhao Sheng's arms. I was greatly favored by the great True Lord in my time. Without it, I wouldn't have achieved my current position. Since you've mastered both disciplines, I, as promised, will entrust you with a Hunan Dao Shu. Zhao Sheng took the jade slip and delved into it with his spiritual sense. His brows instantly relaxed, as if he had gained something. Wang Yu noticed his performance and nodded secretly, while continuing, this divine divination relies heavily on self-realization. Everyone's understanding of the Hunan Dao is different. If I were to pass on my self-realized methods to you, I would be harming you instead. Zhao Sheng heard this and said with emotion, Master Wang's intentions are good. Kaiongshin will remember them and never forget them. Wang Yu nodded, suddenly remembering something and reminding him, the defensive formation in Longdu was arranged by me personally. This formation is a masterpiece of my great array art. If you have time, come to Longdu to observe it more. It will be of great benefit to your future practice of Hunan Dao Shu. Zhao Sheng smiled and said, how could I miss the famous Heaven's Will Married Aspects formation? Moreover, this formation is the work that established you, Master Wang, as a Grand Master. Haha, if it weren't for the unwavering support of the great True Lord, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to test what I've learned. So, everything in this world, every sip and bite, is predestined, Wang Yu said with a profound smile after hearing this. Master Wang is quite right. Zhao Sheng nodded slightly, then raised the jade cup in his hand. Time flew by, and 10 years passed in a flash. One day, a sudden surge of underground fire erupted. Blazing flames surged from the abyss, poisonous mist seethed and roared. The sea of scalding magma, rising to immense waves thousands of feet high, surged forth from the fog-filled depths of the abyss. From afar, it resembled a continuous series of mountains, steep and winding, towering to a point where their peaks were unseen. This was the unfixed star cave beneath Earth Flame Island. Lava continued to surge upward, the lake's surface nearing the cave ceiling. Only around the unfixed star core, a spherical cavity 1,000 feet in diameter had formed, impervious to the surrounding magma. As the earth fire tide erupted, the invisible ripples emanating from the invisible star core suddenly reversed from gravitational to repulsive, leading to the formation of the void. Over the years, the earth fire tide had erupted 3 times, and with each eruption, the fluctuations of the unfixed star core also reversed. This strange phenomenon could not fail to alarm the Zhao clan's nascent soul ancestors. Consequently, after this eruption, not only Zhao Sheng, but also the 3rd patriarch Zhao Chengdu, the 6th patriarch Zhao Shanhei, and Elder Qingshan personally journeyed to the unfixed star cave, eager to grasp the divine opportunity to comprehend the interplay between the laws of heaven and earth and the ripples of the star core. At that moment, in the 4 directions of the star core, east, south, west, and north, the 4 Zhao clan nascent souls sat cross-legged, eyes closed, suspended in mid-air. They abruptly unleashed their full divine consciousness, straining to sense the violent fluctuations of the void's energy, attempting to grasp a glimmer of the great principles within. Zhao Sheng's robes rustled, and the great sun Dharma image behind him continuously emanated circles of invisible flames. The void momentarily distorted and blurred, then suddenly erupted in blinding flashes of fire. At this moment, the 100-flame cauldron transformed into a fist-sized mass, its surface shrouded in a 9-foot-thick golden light. It inched closer to the unfixed star core, inch by inch. The artifact's movement was slow, as if it were enduring a tremendous repulsive force, a force that intensified the closer it approached the core. But the stronger the wind and waves, the more valuable the fish. In his constant battle with the repulsive force of the core, Zhao Sheng gradually unraveled the strings of laws that had once been incomprehensible and incomprehensible. More and more information regarding the laws of lightness and heaviness surfaced in his mind, and he quickly grasped them. 1 day, 2 days, 7 days later, the tides of subsidence gradually subsided, and the sea of fire in the abyss returned to calm. At this time, traces of magma erosion were visible throughout the unfixed star cave. The magma lake beneath the cave had receded, and the pillar of magma fire once again supported the unfixed star core. Zhao Sheng, Zhao Chengdu, Zhao Shan, and Zhao Qingshan all concluded their cultivation and subsequently reappeared in Chongming Tower on the island. On the high platform upstairs, 4 people sat cross-legged on cushions, a jade table before them filled with rare and precious fruits. After a brief exchange of ideas, they settled into a casual chat. Old 16, what's wrong with your brain? You're not a earth element major, so why do you have such a deep understanding of it? And you always have so many fantastic ideas? It's simply bizarre, Zhao Shan sighed, shaking his head, a look of confusion on his face. Upon hearing this, Patriarch Qingshan actually echoed him seriously. 6th Patriarch is absolutely right. Even I'm ashamed of myself. No wonder the ancestors praised Qingshan for his potential to become a spirit. It's not just about his luck, it also demonstrates that 16th's understanding is so high, far surpassing us mere mortals. Zhao Sheng was at a loss for words when he heard this, and quickly put on a bitter face and argued, my 2 ancestors. Please don't praise me like that. Qingshan wouldn't dare take it. Well, I think what you 2 said is quite right, 16th Patriarch. What you just said has really enlightened me, and I've benefited greatly from it. Zhao Chengdu actually nodded, solemnly stating his opinion. Right. 16th Patriarch, how modest you are, in front of our family. I wish you could become a spirit tomorrow, so you could protect our family for thousands of years. Zhao Shanhei's stance was clear. He was truly optimistic about Zhao Sheng's future, and he wasn't afraid to express it openly. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng could only shake his head helplessly, acquiescing. He'd really like to keep a low profile, but his strength wouldn't allow it. 17th's lucky escape through the nascent soul thunder realm was thanks to Qingshan retrieving the wind and thunder wings. Perhaps a bit of luck was involved, Elder Qingshan suddenly sighed. This is all thanks to 3rd ancestor. Qingshan doesn't dare take credit for it. Zhao Sheng immediately explained the situation. There's no need to dwell on such trivial matters, Zhao Chengdu said. Fumo has been in seclusion for 3 years, and his release date is not far away. After he comes out, the nascent soul ceremony will be held as scheduled. If you 3 have nothing else to do, you must all attend. Zhao Sheng listened and immediately said, Old Ancestor is trying to repair the Ascension Array again recently. I want to join him, but I'm afraid I won't be able to leave for a while. Old Ancestor's important business is important. It's okay if you don't show up. But you must bring the gift. Zhao Sheng smiled and said, Don't worry, 3rd ancestor. 3 years ago, I breached an ancient forbidden barrier and retrieved a piece of ants with thunder iron, perfect as a gift. 2 hours later, the exchange concluded, and the 4 flew out of the building, each dispersing. Half a month later, the 3 great formation masters and Zhao Sheng reunited on the ascension platform. As Wang Yu and the other 2 found their previous crystal pillars and began attempting to repair them, Zhao Zuanjing called Zhao Sheng aside and presented him with a gray stone armor. This is the Hundian stone armor I personally crafted. It blocks auras and will help you escape the search of the otherworldly heavenly Dao. Keep it carefully. Zhao Sheng's eyes lit up at these words, and with a flick of his hand, he immediately stowed the armor away in his storage bag. The next Stargate opening is less than 60 years away. Before then, Qingshan, you'd better break through to the middle stage of the nascent soul. I specially prepared the contents within, so keep them for yourself. Zhao Sheng took the storage bag that was handed to him, and then sent out a ray of divine consciousness to explore the storage bag, and was surprised to see 16 top-grade fire spirit stones with restrained spiritual light. 5 of the spirit stones actually had light blooming inside, which turned out to be 5 strands of celestial mysterious spirits containing traces of the law of fire. Although he was very surprised, Zhao Sheng accepted this generous gift without hesitation. He deserved what Zhao Zuanjing gave him. Now I have been promoted to the 2nd level of nascent soul. As long as there are sufficient resources for cultivation, it should not be difficult to break through to the middle stage of nascent soul after practicing for a few decades. It's good that you are confident about this. Zhao Zuanjing nodded slightly after listening, and then suddenly asked, Do you want to try to repair the crystal column? Zhao Sheng's eyes lit up, and he nodded immediately, and said simply, I want to. Then go ahead. If you lack any materials, Just tell me. Zhao Zunjing waved his hand very generously. Zhao Sheng's eyes swept over the surrounding crystal pillars, and he quickly selected the first crystal pillar in the Li position. The Li position belongs to the fire element, which is just right for him to practice. With a flash of his figure, Zhao Sheng appeared in front of a thick crystal pillar with a cracked surface. He sat cross-legged and waved his hand. The 10,000 symbols array plate flew out from under his sleeves, and instantly expanded countless times, turning into a huge array plate with a radius of 10 feet. Densely packed Tai spiritual texts flowed endlessly in the light, and in the middle were floating dragon and phoenix seals with a strong ancient aura. As the divine thought sank into the 10,000 symbols array plate, the runes in the sky suddenly shone brightly, and quickly gathered and dispersed, reflecting all kinds of changes, hundreds of millions of array patterns. Time passed little by little, and the 10,000 symbols array plate burst out with light, and many patterns that were very similar to the array patterns on the surface of the crystal pillars, faintly emerged from it. Over time, the number of lines, which initially surged, then rapidly decreased, dwindling until only a handful remained. 6 months later, Zhao Sheng, exhausted, stepped off the ascension platform and immediately entered seclusion, refusing to see anyone. The abyss was dark, with no discernible change between day and night. A poisonous gray mist erupted from the Earth's core, constantly shrouding the sky above it, nearly wiping out all life. However, this harsh environment had no impact on the residents of Didion Island, nor on the thriving cause. Decades had passed since Didion Island docked beneath Shianshu Mountain. After all these years, the project to open a spiritual vein channel was only halfway complete. At least another 20 to 30 years of painstaking effort would be needed to reach the core spiritual acupoint of the spiritual vein. However, this massive undertaking was proceeding smoothly, and the progress was within Zhao's expectations. Every few years, the earth fire tide erupted. Upon each eruption, Zhao Chengdu and other nascent soul ancestors would gather on Didion Island. During these occasions, Zhao Sheng would emerge from seclusion and discuss the Dao with the other ancestors. After several exchanges, not only Zhao Chengdu, but also Zhao Shanhe made great progress. Recently, Zhao Chengdu broke through the 9th level of the nascent soul in one fell swoop and successfully advanced to the 9th level of the nascent soul, becoming the top cultivator in the Shianshu realm, second only to the true Lord of Transformation. When there were still 20 years before the Star Gate opened, Zhao Sheng broke through the 3rd level of the nascent soul. In the same year, the Thousand Flame Cauldron was born on the Earth Flame Island. This cauldron contained 8 treasure prohibitions and its grade was close to the highest level. Speed up the plot. Chapter 420, Stargate reopens. 3 years later, in the Wuding Star Cave, the cave erupted in flames, the air scorching hot. Around the slowly rotating star core, majestic alchemy cauldrons hovered, some pitch black, some shimmering silver, and some brilliant yellow. Each cauldron, engulfed in a sphere of spiritual fire, drifted up and down within the blaze, gradually emitting a rich, alchemy-infused aroma. Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged atop the star core, his body fused within the vast pillar of flame. Waves of terrifying and powerful divine consciousness enveloped an area thousands of feet in radius, like a tornado. At the outer edges of the star core, 6 spheres of true fire surged violently, and through them, one could vaguely discern magical artifacts in the form of flying swords, small boats, jade tablets, and other artifacts bobbing in the true flames. Meanwhile, Zhao Sheng's body was surrounded by shimmering, high-level jade talismans. A fragment of whose split divine consciousness continuously flowed into all the jade tablets, each of which was then differentiated and imprinted with one powerful Taoist technique and supernatural power after another. An outsider present at this moment would be stunned. How could such a pervert exist? He could actually perform dozens or even hundreds of different tasks simultaneously? This was clearly cheating. However, for Zhao Sheng, none of this was surprising, it was simply a matter of habit. After all, cultivation in the nascent soul stage was incredibly arduous. He needed to work diligently every day to earn the necessary funds for cultivation. Furthermore, the opening of the Star Gate was drawing near, and he needed to make adequate preparations in advance. While Zhao Sheng was busy refining elixirs and treasures, in an elegant and refined cave on Flame Island, a young man with long, crimson hair, its tips gleaming with golden light, sat at the head of the living room, gazing down at the crowd with aloof pride. Seated at the top of the table to his left was a middle-aged man with an ethereal demeanor. This man was none other than Zhao Jingyan, the deputy head of King Weifang in Dongshan City. Opposite Zhao Jingyan sat a flabby monk, his cheeks drooping and his eyes squeezed into two lines. His crimson Buddhist robes were stretched so tightly by his flesh that they threatened to burst at any moment. But appearances are not to be judged. Behind the obese monk loomed a 3-meter-tall mountain of flesh, crawling densely with ant-sized humans, men, women, and children, all kneeling in prayer, half crying and half laughing. The obese monk, known as Buji, came from the ancient tantric Buddhist lineage and was surprisingly a golden-bodied arhat, comparable to Jindan's Henron. Sitting quietly to Buji's right, 3 handsome young monks exuded an aura worthy of those at the foundation establishment stage. Perhaps having waited too long, Venerable Buji suddenly chanted, Amitabha. May I ask, Mr. Zhao, when will Senior One-Ho emerge from seclusion? No, the red-haired young man, but Zhao Sheng's eldest disciple. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hongyan said calmly, if the old monk grows impatient, he can leave at any time. How can I, as his disciple, decide for my master? When will he emerge from seclusion? Who knows? Perhaps immediately, or perhaps in 2 or 3 months. Hongyan, please be rude, Zhao Jingyan frowned, feigning displeasure and chiding him. Fellow Taoist Buki is a second-generation disciple of the great Venerable Kuren. He has come to visit you today, so you should treat him with courtesy. Zhao Hongyan nodded in understanding, then adjusted his demeanor and spoke clearly. Senior Buki, I was rude just now. You initially said you wanted to request a pure world Brahma flame. It's not a difficult matter, but my master is currently in seclusion, so it's inconvenient to disturb you, Amitabha. I heard that Senior One-Ho enjoys collecting rare fires from all over the world. I happen to have a bowl of the 6 desires primordial demon fire. Can I exchange it for a pure world Brahma flame? Hearing this, Zhao Hongyan and Zhao Jingyan's eyes lit up, and they couldn't help but look at each other. Zhao Jingyan smiled slightly and said, I have also heard that the Tantric Buddhism produces a treasure called Deshientsu. I am a straightforward old man, so I just say it directly. If your excellency can regularly supply a certain amount of Deshientsu to King Weifang, then we can still discuss the matter of obtaining the true fire. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Hongyan said lightly, my master has always been low-key and doesn't like to see outsiders. If you can be patient and wait for a few days, I will report this matter to the master when the master comes out of retreat. At this point, Zhao Hongyan suddenly shouted, Yanger. Before he finished speaking, a young man with a heroic appearance came in from outside. The man strode forward and bowed to Zhao Hongyan. Master, disciple is here, why were you hesitating outside just now? Report to the master, the 17th ancestor is almost outside the island. Disciple would like to ask the master, how should we welcome the ancestor? Upon hearing this, Zhao Hongyan stood up and scolded his disciple, such a big thing, why didn't you report it earlier? You almost ruined our big plan. Zhao Jingyan also stood up from his chair at this time, his expression slightly solemn. Although Venerable Buki looked fat and stupid, he was undoubtedly a smart person. When he saw this situation, how could he not know that the other party was pretending? So he immediately chanted Buddhist mantras and said goodbye. Zhao Hongyan and the other 2 did not try to keep him, and Zhao Jingyan even personally sent Venerable Buki and his group out of the cave. Later, he returned to the living room and looked at Zhao Hongyan, who was sitting with a big horse and a golden sword. His brows frowned slightly, and then his eyes moved, and he gently admonished, Hongyan, it's not good for you to do this. Monk Buki is also a Jindan after all, how can you be so negligent? HMPH, I'm only giving him face by calling him senior. To put it bluntly, that old bald donkey is nothing but a pile of dry bones in a grave. I don't take him seriously at all. You have to change your arrogant temper. Not to mention that you haven't yet survived the Jindan Thunder Tribulation. Even if you have been promoted to the Jindan realm, you can't look down on anyone, let alone, okay, 7th Master, stop nagging. I know how to do things in the future. Zhao Hongyan interrupted Zhao Jingyan disapprovingly and called softly, Disciple, what are the instructions for the master? Wei Xingxin asked with a bow. The master wants to have 2 more registered disciples. Is there any good talent in your lineage? Wei Xingxin is from the side branch of the royal family of the Wei dynasty. In his early years, because he was the most sensible, he successfully became Zhao Hongyan's disciple and became his 2nd direct disciple. And Zhao Hongyan accepted 6 direct disciples with a deep background like Wei Xingxin in one breath. It was very coincidental that all the disciples were from the royal families of the other 6 dynasties. Wei Xingxin looked extremely respectful. In reply to Master, my 6th brother and 21st brother are very sensible, but their spiritual root aptitude is a little bit worse. Zhao Hongyan smiled indifferently and said, it doesn't matter if the aptitude is worse, the most important thing is that they are sensible. In a few days, you will bring people to let the Master see it in person. Only if the Master is satisfied, everything will be fine. Yes, Master. At this moment, Zhao Hongyan suddenly trembled all over, jumped up from the chair in an instant, and his red hair trembled constantly. Yes, Master, I'll be there soon. Zhao Hongyan nodded repeatedly, as if listening to something. The next second, his face turned bitter, and he quickly looked up and winked at Zhao Jingyan. Then, before Zhao Hongyan could even say anything, a ball of fire suddenly shot up from under his feet, and in an instant it turned into a ray of fire, and flew out of the living room in a flash. Not long after, Zhao Hongyan was surrounded by flames and appeared in the Wuding Star Cave. At this time, Zhao Hongyan, who was extremely arrogant to outsiders, was as well behaved as a rabbit, and whispered a greeting, Master, hello. Zhao Sheng ignored him, just pinched his hands together, and his mind condensed into an invisible net, which caught the flying talismans, the elixirs that had been furnaced, and the preliminary refined magic weapons one by one and quickly put them into the storage bag. Zhao Hongyan didn't dare to ask, so he had to watch his master collect the treasures, and his eyes couldn't help showing greed. After deliberately leaving his apprentice alone for a long time, Zhao Sheng said in a cold tone, Hongyan, do you know you are wrong? Zhao Hongyan's body stiffened suddenly, and he immediately admitted his mistake. Disciple has known his mistake. He should never be so arrogant and look down on others. Humph, you are only in the middle stage of foundation building, and you dare to despise a Jindan's Henren who can kill you at will. I really want to ask, what gives you the courage? Since ancient times, there have been so many people with heavenly spiritual roots who have been killed. Do you want to be the next one, Master? Disciple really knows his mistake. Disciple also deliberately cooperated with Master Zhao to suppress the arrogance of the old monk for the sake of the 6 desires demon true fire, but accidentally went a little too far. Zhao Hongyan had an expression of injustice and grievance on his face, trying to defend himself. Zhao Sheng snorted coldly after hearing this, too lazy to bother with his stupid apprentice, and directly reached out to grab. A lifelike golden giant palm emerged from thin air, grabbed Zhao Hongyan, and threw him into the molten gold fireball. Zhao Sheng looked at his apprentice who was holding up a layer of fire shield in the true fire, and secretly transmitted a message to him, listen, kid. Either refine the true fire or break through the late stage of foundation building. Otherwise, stay in there and don't come out to embarrass yourself. After saying this, he used his spiritual thoughts to quickly add an invisible seal to the outer periphery of the fireball. Unless Zhao Hongyan can meet the above 2 requirements, don't even think about breaking through the seal. Zhao Sheng was not worried at all whether his apprentice would be burned to death by the true fire. Zhao Hongyan was born with a fire spirit body, and his main practice was the melting gold extreme flame chapter of the 7 flames of the earth gods. His spiritual power attributes were extremely compatible with the true fire. So he would not die, but he would have to suffer. After dealing with his apprentice, Zhao Sheng looked around the star cave, and suddenly took a step forward, and his figure instantly turned into nothingness. 10 days later, Venerable Bushi returned from the Earth Flame Island with a full load, and Zhao Sheng also obtained a rare magic fire. Half a year later, when Zhao Hongyan reappeared on the Earth Flame Island, he had become too haggard, but his cultivation had surprisingly broken through to the late stage of foundation building. 2 years later, on the 9th day of the 9th month, it was the birthday of the ancestor. Zhao Sheng suddenly received a message from Zhao Xuanjing. So he launched 12 phase shifts in a row and arrived at the ascension platform. Upon emerging into the square, Zhao Sheng's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he immediately spotted a thin, elderly monk standing across from Zhao Xuanjing. The old monk wore a bright red and green robe, his features eerie and uncanny. The left side of his face was charred, cracked, and withered like rotten wood, while the right side was fair, tender, and handsome, with a solemn, holy demeanor. One withered, the other flourishing, a return to simplicity. Zhao Sheng's heart skipped a beat, instantly knowing the old monk's true identity. The great Master Kirin, former abbot of the Great Light Temple on the Great Snow Mountain, was the only living Buddha in the Xianzhou realm. 300 years ago, He had reached the 7th consciousness realm, rivaling the true Lord of Transformation. The sudden appearance of this living Buddha on the ascension platform was clearly remarkable. Zhao Sheng flew forward, respectfully saluting the two supreme masters. Kaiyongshan greets the ancestor. Zhao Xuanjing nodded and said, Kaiyongshan, come and greet Master Kirin. Zhao Sheng turned around and was very polite. Your Excellency, I, Zhao Kaiyongshan, am honored to meet you. The great Master Kirin sang the Buddha's name, Amitabha, little donor, please stand up. Zhao Xuanjing pointed at Zhao Sheng and said with a smile, it's this little guy. During the next Stargate War, I hope the Master can take care of him. When Zhao Sheng heard this, he suddenly understood why Zhao Xuanjing summoned him in a hurry. It turned out that the great Master Kirin was the big boss who was secretly in charge of the Stargate of this world more than 10 years later. This was originally a trivial matter. For the sake of the great Master Jiang Longfumo, the great Master Kirin agreed without hesitation. This matter is easy, I agree. Half an hour later, Zhao Sheng very tactfully stepped down from the ascension platform. After all, there were some things in the conversation between the two supreme bosses that he was not comfortable listening to. After he left, no one knew what confidential matters the two supreme bosses were secretly discussing. But in the following month, whether it was Shenlong Valley, Xingguangyin, or even Dian Island, most of the southern Sky Zhao clan were secretly mobilized. At the same time, the Zhao clan successively summoned its vassal forces and began to intensively mobilize personnel and accumulate supplies to prepare food and grass in advance for the Stargate War. As time slowly approached, other top forces in the Xianzhou realm also gradually started pre-war mobilization. A cruel and bloody war storm was secretly brewing over the Star God Sea. 16 years passed in a flash. On the first day of July that year, huge cloud boats rose into the sky from the Shenlong Valley one after another, and soon flew above the sea of clouds, forming a murderous flying formation. As the sun passed its zenith, an incomparably powerful divine thought suddenly erupted from the largest silver-white fortress, sweeping across all the surrounding cloud boats, large and small, in an instant. Let's go. As the silver-white fortress sped toward the northwest horizon, each of the cloud boats also raised a layer of light shield, and then followed the floating fortress according to the formation's orientation. The 3-month-long journey passed unnoticed in the day and night of training. On a calm blue sea, the waves rose and fell gently, and the surface of the water was covered with dense seaweed. Looking down from the sky, a blue-green carpet spread out in all directions, occupying all vision, stretching as far as the eye can see. At this time, in the hall on the uppermost floor of the silver-white fortress, the two Yuanying ancestors, Zhao Fumo and Zhou Li, sat at the head. Below them sat 9 family Jindan and more than 20 Jindans Henrin of vassal strength on the cushions. Today, I gather you, the spirit stone reserves are a bit low, and can only support 3 hours at most. In exchange for military merits, there are as many as 9 Jindan alone, spiritual instruments and magic treasures, 2 numerous Yingyin pills, and even a priceless enlightenment pill. I have already prepared 100 coffins, one of which is mine, and the other 99 are the enemies. We will go all out and fight to the death. Xianzhou will win. Nanshan is invincible. While the Nanshan Zhao clan's pre-war mobilization meeting was in full swing, Zhao Sheng quietly departed the fortress, diving into the sea below. Aside from the 2 nascent soul ancestors, no one else in the Zhao clan army knew that the sky ancestor had secretly followed them. Over the next 10 days, the sky above this sea area slowly filled with more and more flying boats, fortresses, and even legions of demonic birds. As the crescent moon gradually became full, the seaweed in the sea grew denser and more vibrant, as if some astonishing transformation was brewing. In the middle of the month, a full moon hung high in the sky, its light shimmering, while a sky filled with stars. Rumble. A sudden roar echoed from the sea, and endless light rose from the endless seaweed, forming an unimaginable storm of divine consciousness. 2 breaths later, a vast and majestic vortex suddenly emerged before the eyes of the world, occupying a small portion of the sky and obscuring the bright moon. The scene was breathtaking. At this moment, the star god awakened, and the Stargate opened. Chapter 421 Cross-Border Boarding. Boom. Boom. A fleet of massive, fully armed cloud boats, led by 3 massive, mountain-like floating fortresses, crossed eons of space and time and descended upon the Wazhao of the Nether God Realm. Suddenly, the Nether God Realm's army, already braced for battle, launched a sudden attack. Dense pillars of light pierced the air, a sea of fire spanning hundreds of miles, a hurricane of wind, and a ferocious, frenzied wave of beasts descended, nearly catching the Xianzhou realm completely off guard. Fortunately, the two realms had battled over 10 times before, and possessed immense experience in dealing with sudden attacks. Even before crossing the border, the defensive shields of all the cloud boats and floating fortresses were already at full blast, unfazed by this massive assault. Moments later, having repelled the wave of attacks, only 2 or 3 smaller cloud boats shattered and plummeted to the sea. Boom! At this moment, a vast swarm of light shot up from the two realms, each forming a massive formation of Dao soldiers, charging head-on into the clouds. In a flash, the two armies collided head-on, countless magical arts of astonishing power erupting simultaneously. Instantly, the sea of clouds for 100 miles evaporated, the void shook, and the atmosphere roared like a hurricane. A torrential downpour of blood, mixed with countless severed limbs and corpses, fell from the sky onto the sea, quickly stained the ocean a crimson. The war between the two realms was incredibly brutal and bloody. Thousands of transcendent beings perished in a matter of moments. Even giant and true immortals were sometimes unable to defend themselves and faced swift destruction. At this moment, the nascent soul ancestors of both realms could no longer contain their murderous intent and attacked, either engaging in direct confrontation or flying into the enemy camps to unleash their might, unleashing a bloody hail in their wake. Just as the war between the two realms rapidly intensified, an unnoticed shadow quietly departed from a cloud boat, silently plummeting to the surface and plunging deep into the ocean floor. A moment later, a wave suddenly rose on the calm waters thousands of miles away from the battlefield between the two realms. The next second, Zhao Sheng, clad in a dusty stone robe, slowly rose to the surface of the sea, finally hovering in midair. The jade communication bead in his hand flickered, flickering. Not long after, a figure suddenly burst from the sea nearby. He had an ancient appearance, a thin build, and, dressed in a plain white Taoist robe, appeared ordinary. However, few knew that this ordinary Taoist master was actually a nascent soul cultivator. This Taoist master was none other than Zhao Yaxun, the Dragon Lord, whom he hadn't seen for a century. Zhao Yaxun gazed at the figure with a look of surprise, unable to resist probing. "Are you the true flame?" Zhao Sheng suddenly smiled, and a wisp of divine thought pierced the air, instantly reaching the other person's ear. 100 years have passed. "Dragon Lord, how are you? I'm honored to be with you." At the same time, Zhao Sheng waved his sleeve, and a bright yellow jade tablet carved with a mountain dragon flew over and was caught in Zhao Yaxun's palm. "Huh? It's actually the dragon seal of our ancestors." Zhao Yaxun's mind swept over the jade token, and he was immediately astonished. He no longer doubted Zhao Sheng's identity. Because the dragon seal contained a trace of the ancestors' spiritual power, it could not be faked. "Wow, in just 100 years, Kaiyongshan, you have actually survived the nascent soul tribulation and become my equal. You are truly blessed with great luck." Zhao Yaxun flew closer, gazing at the handsome young man with a strange and astonished look. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng smiled and said, "Dragon Lord, this place is too close to the battlefield. It's not a convenient place to talk. How about returning to Dragon Island first and discussing it in detail?" "You're right. But we have to wait. I'll let the others know first." Zhao Sheng immediately interrupted, "Dragon Lord, wait a minute. I have an important mission to fulfill. Therefore, my presence should only be known to you, Dragon Lord. It's best not to let anyone else know." "Well, that's fine." Zhao Yaxun pondered for a moment, then nodded. He then pulled a handful of communication jade beads from his sleeve, enveloped them with his spiritual consciousness, and immediately sent out a series of commands. Within 2 breaths, the communication jade beads flashed continuously, and other members of the Dragon Yin organization sent back inquiries. Zhao Yaxun responded to each of the questions one by one. With a flick of his hand, he retracted the communication jade bead into his sleeve. He then turned to Zhao Sheng and said thoughtfully, 2,000 miles southwest of here, there's a secret cave dwelling of the organization. Let's go there first and ensure the safety of the others. Let's go." A moment later, 2 beams of light, close to the sea surface, sped southwest. Half a month later, deep in the frozen mountains of Longzhao's far north, amidst a sea of melted ice and snow, lay a valley stretching hundreds of miles. The valley was lush with greenery, and vast clouds of mist curled around the mountains. From afar, numerous hot springs flowed through the valley, and hot springs dotted the manor, Their shores covered with ancient trees and verdant grasses, and numerous spiritual fields were planted. This place was Zhuangjiazhuang, a renowned paradise in the northern border. Yet, few knew it was also the headquarters of the Longyan organization. At this moment, in the Dragon Roar Hall, located 10 miles underground, in the northern part of Zhuangjiazhuang, Zhao Yaxuan was stunned. He couldn't help but reassure himself, "What are you looking for? What kind of treasure is the 7-star Ruai? It's so amazing that it could even alarm our ancestors." Zhao Sheng handed him a scroll and said, "Not only the 7-star Ruai, but I also want a boat ticket to the Netherworld." "You're going to the Netherworld?" Zhao Yaxuan took the scroll, his expression even more surprised. "Yes, I have an important mission and must go to the Netherworld." Zhao Sheng nodded calmly. The Netherworld not only contained the remains of his previous life, but more importantly, the 7-star Ruai was also near the remains. However, over 1,000 years had passed, and his final resting place might have already been discovered. Therefore, to be cautious, Zhao Sheng needed to mobilize the forces of the Dragon Roar organization to first search for the 7-star Ruai in the Netherworld. The boat ticket was merely a passing mention. With his nascent soul realm strength, it would take him decades to independently cross the Void Sea and slowly reach the Netherworld. But it wasn't worth it. Forgetting the potential accidents and dangers along the way, it only took 5 years to safely reach the Dark Night Realm via a realm ship. It cost only tens of thousands of spirit stones, a pittance compared to the time involved. Getting a ticket isn't hard. Zhuzhou has a realm black ship that regularly sells tickets to the Dark Night Realm. The latest sale is in 6 months. As the head of an intelligence organization, Zhao Yaxuan was well informed about the various continents of the Nether God Realm. Zhuzhou, located in the northwest of the Nether God Realm and adjacent to the Dragon and Time continents, lacked a dominant power. It was considered a public continent where all sorts of forces, both large and small, coexisted. It was a dark land where evil and unruly forces ran rampant. The Realm Black Ship was originally forged by the combined efforts of Zhuzhou's 10 major factions, specifically for smuggling, illegal immigration, and trade. Some evil heretics, desperate criminals, and those obsessed with profit who can't make it in their own world often spend their fortunes on a one-way ticket, hoping to gain immense wealth and eternal freedom. Of course, dominant factions like the Xiandao sect and the Hetian sect possess their own inter-realm spaceships, allowing them to travel independently between the two realms, without having to share a ship with anyone else. Zhao Sheng felt relieved upon hearing this, and he couldn't help but bow and smile, saying, "I'll leave everything to the 15th ancestor." Zhao Yaxuan waved his hand. "Well, we're family. Anyway, you're going alone to the other realm, so be extremely careful. If you encounter danger, save your life first. Don't worry about that, 15th ancestor. I'm confident in my ability to escape. If I were to flee, few in the 3 realms could catch me, including the true Lord of Transformation." Before he finished speaking, Zhao Sheng suddenly vanished from Zhao Yaxuan's sight. Zhao Yaxuan raised his eyebrows, and his divine consciousness exploded, expanding to a distance of over 120 miles in an instant. However, he didn't notice Zhao Sheng. At that moment, an exceptionally powerful divine sense suddenly thrust its way into his range. The next moment, a soft laugh echoed, and Zhao Yaxuan's expression changed dramatically. Then, his vision blurred, and he saw a figure suddenly appear on the jade mat across from him. It was Zhao Sheng. In his hand, he held a snow-white, sword-toothed branch, a branch from the sword-shaped pine growing 100 miles away on Tangsu Peak. Zhao Yaxuan was indescribably shocked. He pointed at him repeatedly, his tongue nearly tangled as he spoke. "You. Wow, what a powerful escape technique. Such a powerful spiritual sense. Its strength is probably comparable to that of an average late-stage nascent soul cultivator. How can your spiritual sense be so formidable? It's truly incredible." Zhao Sheng didn't directly answer his question. Instead, he smiled and said, "15th ancestor, there's no need to worry about my safety. However, let's not delay the boat ticket. Also, there's no need to make a big move in the search for the 7-star Ruai. Simply instruct the spies to keep an eye out." Zhao Yaxuan regained his composure and nodded thoughtfully. "All right, as you say." After their conversation, the Dragon Roar organization's hidden forces were quickly mobilized. Utuo, Zhao Jingyan, and other dragon leaders even disguised themselves and personally set out for Zhuzhou. Time flew by, and half a year passed in a flash. One day, deep in the night, a jet black, Streamlined flying boat, hundreds of feet long, silently descended from the sky above the towering mountains southeast of Zhuzhou, finally hovering atop a lone, 1,000-foot-tall peak. In the dim, dark night, the boat seemed to blend into the surrounding darkness, becoming nearly invisible. Time slipped away. Gradually, beams of light, one after another, crossed the mountains, converging from all directions on the lone peak. One by one, mysterious figures in black robes and hoods approached the boat, revealing strange dominoes in varying shades of black, white, and red. Then, a sudden beam of light shot forth from the boat, sucking its passengers aboard. As Zhao Sheng entered the cabin, a skeleton puppet suddenly emerged from the bony bulkheads. Staggering unsteadily, it approached Zhao Sheng, dressed in a black robe and hood, and said in a hoarse, slow voice, "Dear guest, please follow me." With that, the skeleton puppet slowly turned and walked along the bone-paved passageway, heading deeper into the cabin. Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered, but he didn't send out his divine sense to survey his surroundings. He simply followed the skeleton puppet silently. He encountered no living beings along the way. He only saw 3 enormous golden skeleton puppets pacing the cabin. Each one possessed considerable strength, rivaling that of a golden armored corpse, even rivaling a golden elixir cultivator. After walking about 40 or 50 steps, Zhao Sheng was led to a cramped, bare cabin, save for a single cushion on the floor. He could reach the front and back bulkheads with his hands. Despite the harsh surroundings, Zhao Sheng paid no mind. He sat calmly on the mat, watching the hatch merge with the surrounding bulkheads, then closed his eyes and began to meditate. As passengers boarded the Spirit Bone flying boat one by one, the Spirit Bone old monster in the control room on the upper deck grew increasingly satisfied. There are quite a few fat sheep aboard this time. I wouldn't dare offer more than that. 16 will be fine. Spirit Bone, you have such a big appetite. Aren't you afraid of bursting your belly? I'll give you 10 at most. The speaker was a towering ghostly figure shrouded in black smoke. Its true form was a 1,000-year-old evil demon, with strength comparable to that of a mid-stage giant and cultivator. My bones are 10,000 years old, so how could I possibly have a belly? The idea of bursting is ridiculous. Remember, this Spirit Bone flying boat was painstakingly refined by me. 16 fat sheep is not excessive at all, the Spirit Bone old monster roared in a sinister tone, his voice like bone scraping against gravel, extremely harsh. Bah, you shoddy rubbish. How dare you say that? Back then, all right. It's too early to discuss divvying things up now. After we board the ship, old ancestor Yama will make the final decision. Why are you all arguing here? Let's get down to business. Have you two identified any troublesome individuals? The speaker was a middle-aged man with a sinister face, shrouded in a shimmering green light and emitting an extremely dangerous aura. He was in close proximity with a monster and a demon, yet he showed no fear. Instead, the 2 giant-level anomalies showed a slight fear of the middle-aged man. So far, there are 3 people I can't quite fathom. I'm afraid they're not to be trifled with. I've discovered 2, one of whom is half human, half ghost, a kindred spirit of mine. I've been secretly probing with the Yanta divine light, and there are 3 who have faintly sensed something unusual, including the few you mentioned. Pick these passengers out and place them with the distinguished guests who paid for their lives. Don't provoke them for now. Wait until the ancestor comes out of seclusion, and he will make the final decision. The Spirit Bone monster and the demon exchanged a glance, then nodded solemnly. The night slowly faded, and a faint pale dawn suddenly lit up the horizon. Dawn was approaching, and the hour had passed. The 100-foot flying boat, just as it had come, rose silently and steeply into the sky, soaring towards the outer realm at lightning speed. An instant later, the 100-foot flying boat erupted in a dazzling white light, having with great difficulty broken through the final boundary membrane. The boat suddenly felt lighter, finally reaching the outer realm's void. At this moment, thousands of miles away, deep in the void, a pitch-black spaceship hovered silently. From afar, it resembled a smooth, round ball of black metal, its surface reflecting a captivating, mysterious black light in the sunlight. As the Spirit Bone flying boat flew toward the Yama, the inter-realm vessel grew larger and larger, until it resembled a massive mountain towering over the void. The Void Star Sea was incredibly dangerous, and only a supersized ship with maxed-out defenses like this could withstand most dangers and accidents, constantly shuttling back and forth between the 2 realms for millennia. Half a day later, the Spirit Bone flying boat reached the Yama, quickly entering the ship through a large gate, and finally docking at a metal plaza. Soon after, Zhao Sheng disembarked from the spirit bone flying boat and, blending into the crowd of black-robed, hooded men, headed towards the passageway at the far end of the plaza. You, and you. Go to the left aisle, you go to the right. At the end of the square, the old spirit bone monster floated in midair, overlooking the passengers below, coldly and ruthlessly commanding them. The crowd was in an uproar, but due to the spirit bone monster and several other old monsters watching closely, they were forced to follow the instructions and split into two streams, heading to the left and right aisles respectively. It seemed no coincidence that Zhao Sheng went to the right. Chapter 422 Asking for the abandoned disciple Han Lao Mo. You, go to cabin C6. Once you're inside, stay put. Don't come out until it's time for fresh air. Anyone who dares to leave will be killed. You're right, you. Get in here now. You're wasting time, and I'll make you pay. And you, go to cabin C13. The vast cabin was now in turmoil. 7 or 8 black-armored, wolf-headed men stood in the center, their attitudes uncharacteristically arrogant. They arbitrarily assigned cabins and herded passengers in without a proper tone. Zhao Sheng blended in unnoticed among the crowd, obediently entering his assigned cabin. The more arrogant the wolf-headed men became, the less likely anyone dared to cause trouble. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that their arrogance was simply because they were fearless and wanted to scare the monkeys with a stunt. After all, those who could afford the tickets were veterans. No one would foolishly challenge the order of the black ship for a trivial matter that would embarrass them. Bang! As Zhao Sheng entered the cabin, the door slammed shut. Immediately, a faint black barrier quickly emerged from the 4 walls, sealing the entire space in an instant. At first glance, the cabin measured approximately 15 or 16 square meters, furnished simply with a futon and a bed. Furthermore, a simple spirit gathering array was laid out on the floor, its 9 holes inlaid with spirit stones clearly visible. Zhao Sheng took in the cabin's layout, then calmly walked to the futon, sat cross-legged, and began to rest his eyes. Simultaneously, his spiritual consciousness rippled and spread like water, silently penetrating the barrier and spreading to the surrounding cabins. In an instant, every movement within 100 feet was under his control. To avoid alerting the Yama ancestor, Zhao Sheng didn't exert his full strength, merely observing the situation. The patience of the old monsters, the evil demon, and the other veteran demons was quite unexpected. 1 day, 2 days, a full month passed before these demonic leaders finally began attacking the passengers. Don't kill me. I surrender. I'm willing to hand over all my treasures. Please don't kill me. That day, in a spacious room aboard the black ship, a middle-aged man with sallow hair and a sallow face knelt on the floor in terror, trembling with fear. Across from him, a humanoid black light hovered in midair, emitting a terrifyingly powerful aura and a murderous intent. Hey, if you don't want to die, then let go of your mind and voluntarily inoculate yourself with the Yama slave seal. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's entire body trembled violently, his face filled with despair. However, facing a 1,000-year-old demon, he had no power to resist, and now he was on the black ship, at the mercy of others. This is my small wish, to survive. The middle-aged man had no choice but to lower his head and let go of his mind. Eventually, a pitch-black lotus seal appeared on his forehead. Next, a strikingly similar scene unfolded among nearly all the passengers. With the intervention of the spirit-bone old monster and other giant and demons, the vast majority, save for a few unyielding individuals, ultimately accepted their enslavement. Their treasures were completely looted. A wolf-headed figure banged open the door to cabin number 13. He peered inside, his wolf-headed head surveying the area, a look of confusion on his face. Huh? Why is there no one here? I remember a fat sheep living in there. The wolf-headed figure scratched his head, his large nostrils flaring as he sniffed the air. Get out! At that moment, a sudden, cold shout echoed from the empty cabin. At the word get out, the wolf-headed figure's expression froze, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Without a word, he turned and left, carefully closing the cabin door behind him. After a dozen steps, the wolf-headed man suddenly trembled, his eyes gleaming with intelligence, his intelligence reasserting itself. Hey, what was I supposed to do just now? The wolf-headed man asked, his face filled with confusion, as if he'd forgotten something. But then he remembered what he was supposed to do. Oh, it's Ding Ding Cabin 14's turn. Damn it. I'm not even old yet, why am I so forgetful? I'll eat 2 people's brains later to make up for it. Cursing, The wolf-headed man unleashed the barrier, then kicked open the cabin door and burst inside. Then, from within, an impatient voice urges, "What are you standing there for? Your time out is up. Come with me." 2 days later, in a hall on the upper deck of the Black Ship, the old spirit bone monster, the Millennium Demon, the middle-aged Yin Vulture, and 2 other imposing Jinden-level demons sat in their respective quarters, their faces gloomy. After a moment's silence, the sinister-looking middle-aged man suddenly spoke coldly, "I've counted 3 times, and the number is wrong. We're missing 2, Yan Jiu. This is serious. We've definitely run into a tough opponent this time. Just like 80 years ago, when a nascent soul high priest secretly mingled with the wealthy, and we didn't detect him. It cost us a lot of lives back then." The old man with the white bones spoke of the past, his tone deep and heavy, as if he were still feeling a bit of fear. "Old Bone Monster is right. If we don't handle it well, we might end up like Yan Sen, Yu, and the other unlucky ones." A tattooed old man nodded in agreement. "Brother Yan, how about you ask the Yama ancestor to come out of seclusion? This matter shouldn't be delayed. Brother Chu is right. If someone with bad intention sneaks onto the Black Ship and we turn a blind eye, if anything goes wrong, the Yama ancestor will definitely skin us alive." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged Yin Jiu shuddered all over, his eyes filled with fear, as if he had thought of something terrifying. His face turned grim, and he made a decision on the spot. He said in a solemn voice, "Immediately mobilize all forces to search every corner of the ship, from top to bottom. We will also personally take action. If we can't find those 2 people within 3 days, I will immediately respectfully ask the master to come out of seclusion. No, if something goes wrong, we can't afford the blame from the master. Humph, can't afford it. If it turns out that this was just a false alarm and the master gets angry about it, can you, a bunch of fools, afford it?" The middle-aged Yin Jiu didn't care about saving face for his fellow practitioners and simply cursed. Although this man was the disciple of the Yama Patriarch, he held no position in his master's heart. If he provoked the master's wrath, he might be transformed into a Yantu puppet like his predecessors, unable to live or die. Faced with such an unpredictable and cold-blooded master, one can imagine the awe and fear that the middle-aged Yin Jiu felt for the Yama Patriarch. Seeing the other 3 demons unwilling to step forward, the old monster Lingu took a certain responsibility and snorted coldly, "HMPH, since it's come to this, let's do as Brother Yan says. Find the 2 missing people within 3 days. Otherwise, we're in for a real show." Soon, a series of cruel and merciless orders reached the crew. While over 300 crew members rushed out in a frantic search for the missing passengers, Zhao Sheng, in a cabin, closed his eyes in meditation, quietly cultivating the secret technique of the divine mind. He had possessed the secret technique of the Wuji divine calculation for over 50 years. To date, the infinite number has been successfully calculated to the 179,834,406th digit. At this point, calculating the infinite number has become incredibly difficult, and even with Zhao Sheng's talent, it would take 3 or 4 days to calculate the next digit. However, the Wuji divine calculation's effect on boosting mental strength is surprisingly potent. Zhao Sheng's cultivation is currently stuck at the peak of the 3rd stage of the nascent soul, but his divine consciousness is no less powerful than that of an average late-stage nascent soul cultivator. While Zhao Sheng's cultivation has been limited by 7 lifetimes of accumulation, the supplementary effects of numerous divine consciousness techniques should not be underestimated. So far, he has primarily cultivated 5 major divine consciousness techniques. The One Yuan initial art is obscure, and due to the gradual accumulation of knowledge, his progress has been slow. The Star God Thousand Heart art has reached full perfection and is currently in the process of converging consciousness, but the lack of results is undeniable. Compared to the immediate and exceptional results of the Wuji divine calculation, the inner heaven and non-thought contemplation inevitably pale in comparison. The principle of inner heaven is to depict the universe with divine consciousness. The more detailed and realistic the depiction, the closer it approaches the great principles of heaven and earth, and the greater the improvement in divine consciousness. Logically, this method should be more suitable for Zhao Sheng. However, the reality is that its results are disappointing, not below average, but simply not as powerful as he imagined. Zhao Sheng pondered this and finally realized it was due to his practice of the Star God Thousand Heart Sutra. While the former emphasizes the use of the mind for 1,000 purposes, the latter emphasizes the divine sincerity to heaven. The two are fundamentally conflicting, inevitably compromising their effectiveness. For Zhao Sheng, the non-thought contemplation is the most challenging. Derived from ancient Buddhist meditation techniques, it imbues the practice with a touch of Buddha nature, and its practice places the highest emphasis on understanding. Zhao Sheng spent over a decade to fully visualize a monster unprecedented in the universe, then slowly erased it, gradually forgetting it. When he finally forgot it completely, his mental power skyrocketed by over 30%. Unfortunately, for the next 30 years, he repeatedly failed to visualize it, never making a single iota of progress. Bang, bang. Half an hour later, a sudden, chaotic banging noise erupted from the adjacent cabin. Someone was commotion inside. Finding nothing, the person quickly left. Zhao Sheng's cabin should have been his next. However, despite so many searches, no one knocked on the door. Seemingly oblivious to the cabin. A day later, Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered open, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Just then, a strange thought had triggered the mental barrier he had set up on the outer layer. Is this person a friend or foe? A thought flashed through Zhao Sheng's mind. Then, the strange thought began to repeatedly trigger the barrier, seemingly out of curiosity, yet with obvious benevolence. Zhao Sheng's mind stirred, and the spiritual barrier outside the door suddenly collapsed. He then sent a telepathic message, "Fellow Taoist, why are you deliberately disturbing my peaceful sleep? Please show yourself, haha. Fellow Taoist, please forgive me. I'm just too curious, so I'm testing you." Before he could finish his words, a jade-faced young man in a green robe, with long hair cascading down his shoulders, suddenly appeared at the cabin door. Zhao Sheng waved his hand, opening the cabin door. He looked at him calmly and said, "Fellow Taoist, please come in." The jade-faced young man's eyes flashed with surprise. He immediately stepped into the room and sat down across from Zhao Sheng, seemingly relying on something, completely unafraid of Zhao Sheng's anger and attack. "What is your name? Why do you disturb my practice for no reason?" "My surname is Han. My name is not worth mentioning, but my fellow Daoists have given me the nickname, Old Demon Han, the abandoned disciple of the Dao," the jade-faced young man said. "So it's fellow Taoist Han. I'm just a nobody, Xiangqiang Sanrun. I can't compare to fellow Taoist Han's fame, so I'm just a nobody." Zhao Sheng's heart moved upon hearing this, and he slowly clasped his fists and said. Han Wu didn't take it as an offense, and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Xiangqiang, I was just reckless just now, please don't blame me. This is a bottle of Wendao pill that I refined. Please accept it as my apology." Looking at the emerald pill bottle in the other's palm, Zhao Sheng's mind attracted it, and instantly pulled the pill bottle into the air, disappearing into his sleeves in a flash. After accepting the gift, Zhao Sheng's expression was still very dull, and he seemed to have little interest. "I accept the apology. If you have nothing to do, please go ahead, haha. I didn't expect that fellow Taoist Xiangqiang is actually a hard-working cultivator. I really admire him. But there is one thing, I must tell you, we are about to get into trouble." Zhao Sheng's mind flashed when he heard this, and he asked tentatively, "Ancestor Yama?" "That's right, it's that old monster. Ancestor Yama is a late nascent soul, and he is moody. If he finds us, we will be in trouble." "Trouble? I don't think it's a trouble, provided that he can find me. And I don't think Ancestor Yama will kill as soon as they meet. After all, we are in the nascent soul stage, how could we possibly take action for such a trivial matter?" Having said that, Zhao Sheng asked back, "Fellow Taoist Han would say that, do you have a grudge against Ancestor Yama?" "Haha, fellow Taoist, you're joking. How could I possibly provoke a late nascent soul stage demon? I simply don't want to face him." Han Wu chuckled, his true feelings betrayed not a whim. Zhao Sheng, observing this, extended his hand in a gesture of invitation. "In that case, please do as you please, fellow Taoist Han." Seeing that things were impossible, Han Wu calmly stood up and clasped his fists, saying, "My apologies for being impolite before. I hope you won't take it to heart. If things change in the future, I might visit again. Now, I'll take my leave." Zhao Sheng remained expressionless after hearing this, appearing unmoved. Han Wu nodded and smiled, then slowly walked out of the cabin. As soon as he left, his expression suddenly changed, as Xiangqiang Sanren suddenly vanished from his spiritual perception. Resisting the urge to turn back, Han Wu used his ability to shrink the earth into an inch, leaping across 100 feet in one step. In just a few steps, he disappeared at the end of the passage. Chapter 423, Befriending Yama. 3 days passed in a flash. Yan Jiu, Lingu Old Monster, and the others searched the black ship from top to bottom, but found no trace of the two men. Oh no. What should we do now? Brother Yan, you need a plan. In the upper hall of the black ship, Lingu Old Monster's bones creaked with anxiety, and he resorted to whispering to the middle-aged Yanju. Seeing that his colleagues remained silent, Yan Jiu's expression darkened. He said coldly, I will report this to Master. You can do whatever you want. With that, he slammed the table and rose to his feet. A black light erupted from his body, and in an instant, he transformed into a black rainbow light and swept out of the hall. HMPH, if it weren't for a good master, how could this fellow be so arrogant in front of us? Hey, Yan Jiu will eventually suffer the same tragic fate as the previous ones. If you don't believe me, let's wait and see. Lingu, you're right. Bah, you outspoken idiot. Are you trying to kill yourself? How dare you make up stories about Lord Yama? Be careful, you'll be thrown into the Yama demon prison and suffer eternal torment. Brother Gu, don't try to scare me. I didn't say anything. Just as the demon was trembling with fear at Lingu's words, Yan Jiu, trembling with fear, reached the top deck of the black ship. Here was a circular plaza 100 meters wide. The floor, dome, and surrounding walls were paved with an extremely rare black tangerine, its surface as smooth as a mirror, shimmering with a faint black glow. At the deepest point of the plaza stood a 3-meter-tall pitch-black portal. A strange and mysterious vortex slowly swirled in its center. At first glance, the strange vortex seemed to possess an indescribable allure, an irresistible urge to plunge into it. Yan Jiu, mindfully focused, rushed to the edge of the portal, not daring to look up at the strange vortex. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and after a long moment of hesitation, he cautiously sent a wave of spiritual consciousness toward the vortex. He waited for an eternity, not daring to breathe, his heart growing increasingly apprehensive. Suddenly, the strange vortex at the center of the portal trembled slightly, and layers of black light poured out from its depths like a tide, accompanied by a tremendous and overwhelming pressure that filled the square. Upon seeing this, Yan Jiu immediately knelt and cried out in reverent and respectful voice, "Disciple welcomes master out of seclusion." With a click, a pair of green boots inlaid with a 1,000-year-old demon-repelling jade suddenly appeared in Yan Jiu's sight. Simultaneously, a cold and heartless voice echoed from above, reaching his ears, "Zhao Jiu, I was in seclusion comprehending a great supernatural power, and at a crucial moment, you disturbed my mind. You'd better give me a satisfactory explanation." Yan Jiu was horrified by this. But knowing his master's ruthless nature, he dared not conceal or embellish anything. He could only honestly recount the entire story in detail. Waste, though only 2 gentle words, they sounded like a bolt from the blue, shattering his heart and sending a chill through his bones. "Master, spare me." Before he could finish his words, a pitch-black demonic shadow suddenly swooped in from above. In an instant, Yan Jiu's face contorted terribly, and he rolled on the ground, clutching his hands in pain. His body shrank at a visible rate. In an instant, he was reduced to skin and bones. Looking like a living skeleton, eerie and terrifying. With a swish, a demonic figure, shrouded in blood, suddenly flew from the 9 gates of hell, swiftly slipping into a wide jade-like palm and vanishing. Contrary to popular belief, the Yama ancestor was not the gloomy, ghostly figure with a pale, grim complexion. Quite the opposite, he was gifted with a fine appearance, bewitchingly handsome features, a tall, upright figure, and a refined, easygoing demeanor, as gentle as jade. If one were unaware of the Yama ancestor's true identity, the first impression would be of a well-read, elegant scholar. However, the Yama ancestor's methods were so brutal and cruel that even the most wicked of demons trembled in fear. Yan Jiu had just regained consciousness from the excruciating pain and instinctively rolled over to the ground, crying out in gratitude, "Disciple thanks master for sparing my life. Pay attention to your work from now on. Don't be like those fools up front, always interrupting my practice." Though Elder Yama's voice was cold and emotionless, it sounded like the melodious sound of an angel to Yan Jiu's ears, a breathtaking beauty. "Disciple, I will do my best from now on and will never make any mistakes again," he kowtowed repeatedly, as if having been pardoned. Elder Yama took his disciple's display of loyalty with the slightest consideration. He raised his head and surveyed his surroundings, his iron black eyes suddenly gleaming with a faint green light. Instantly, a surging and immense storm of divine consciousness erupted from his brows, sweeping in all directions. In a split second, the entire realm spaceship was enveloped by divine consciousness, and every living being on board was under Elder Yama's control. However, Patriarch Yama frowned slightly and muttered to himself, Yanmo is here. I wonder which fellow Taoist has come aboard? Please show yourself. This voice, carried by a storm of divine consciousness, spread with immense force at a supremely high spiritual level. Those who hadn't reached the nascent soul stage would be completely unaware of any abnormality. Not good. In a secret vault on the lower deck of the black ship, Han Mu, a forsaken disciple of the Taoist sect, suddenly changed expression. He snapped his fingers, and with a thud, a shadow behind him suddenly leaped from the floor like a living creature, devouring its owner. The next moment, the shadow darted away, merging into the surrounding darkness. Meanwhile, Zhao Sheng was meditating in a cabin. A vast spiritual storm, like the roar of the ocean, utterly oblivious to the unusual situation. Patriarch Yama's divine transmission also reached his mind, but Zhao Sheng, with a simple thought, blocked out the noise and ignored it. The time has not come yet. Now is not the time to meet Patriarch Yama. After a long time without receiving a response, Patriarch Yanmo used many secret methods to track down the tracers, but found nothing. After a cup of tea, Patriarch Yanmo frowned even more tightly and slowly gave up the futile search. The fact that the two mysterious people could escape his search just proved that they were very extraordinary, at least they were also in the nascent soul realm. Patriarch Yanmo thought about it, a cold smile appeared on his face, and he thought to himself, since he doesn't want to show up, just let him go. As long as he is still on the ship, no matter how strange his whereabouts are or how sinister his intentions are, he can't cause any trouble. Even though he thought so, Patriarch Yanmo's face was as gloomy as water, and he said indifferently, Jiu, give the order to activate the second-level alert for the entire ship. If anyone finds the trace of those two people, I will reward him generously. Yes, Master. Yan Jiu suppressed his fear and kowtowed deeply. When he looked up again, the Yama ancestor was gone. Only the eerie vortex at the center of the portal emanated a faint menace. Seeing this, Yan Jiu quietly retreated from the square. Then, with a command, all black ship members and tens of thousands of demon slave corpses sprang into action. Numerous patrols were formed, and they began a day-long patrol and repeated searches of every room. However, the whereabouts of the two nascent soul ancestors were beyond their reach. Any action they took was doomed to failure. 5 years passed in a flash. The realm black ship had already sailed through billions of miles of space, gradually approaching its final destination, the Dark Night realm. Through the narrow crystal window, one could see, deep within the darkness of the void, a blue-green world, barely the size of an eyeball, bursting into view, radiating a vibrant life. In a cabin on the middle deck of the black ship, Zhao Sheng slowly awoke from the deepest darkness, muttering to himself, 179,835,031. Alice, my spiritual power is improving so slowly. How did that great Master Dayan calculate the infinite number beyond 200 million? Was he truly gifted? Or was there some other secret? After pondering for a long time, Zhao Sheng still felt that the Shianshu school must have some special secret method of calculation, but Wang Yu had simply not taught it to him. Of course, Zhao Sheng could understand Wang Yu's approach. He himself was not a direct descendant of the Shianshu school, so why would Wang Yu teach the school's core secrets to an outsider? Fortunately, I've made a major breakthrough in the Thousand Hearts technique. Once we reach the Dark Night realm, we must quickly find a secret location and attempt to reunite the Thousand Hearts consciousness into 100 souls. This thought flashed through Zhao Sheng's mind, and then, from his brows, a burst of exceptionally powerful divine consciousness suddenly erupted, instantly spreading and permeating the entire black ship. The next second, a vast black light burst forth from the uppermost portal of the black ship. Like a tide, the black light crashed into the surrounding golden walls and reflected back, transforming into a dense black cloud, its murderous aura charging towards the bullfight. Amidst this whirling and swirling clouds, the Yama ancestor emerged silently, his face solemn and solemn. I wonder which fellow Taoist has come to visit? Yama is delighted. Please show yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Sheng calmly entered the square and met the Yama ancestor's gaze. Seeing this, the Yama ancestor grew even more cautious, not wanting to underestimate him. The powerful divine aura emanating from this stranger was no less powerful than his own, presumably another late-stage nascent soul cultivator. The Yama ancestor was both startled and perplexed. Having traversed the two realms for thousands of years, he knew most of his fellow nascent soul cultivators well, especially those of his own level. Even though he had never met them before, he knew them intimately. But the person before him was someone he had never seen before, and he knew nothing about him. He counted all the great late-stage nascent soul cultivators he knew of, but none matched his name. Elder Yanmo's mind raced, a kind smile flickering across his face. He said gently, "Fellow Taoist, you look a little unfamiliar. May I know your name?" "Haha, I apologize, fellow Taoist Yanmo. I'm Shianqiong Sanran, from the Dark Night Realm. It's been a while since I've traveled between the two realms, so it's understandable that you don't recognize me." Zhao Sheng took 2 steps closer, finally stopping when he was only 3 feet away from Elder Yanmo, appearing fearless. Elder Yanmo looked slightly surprised, mentally pondering, but he couldn't remember where Shianqiong Sanran came from. Zhao Sheng observed the expression on his face and explained, "Fellow Taoist Yanmo, there is no need to bother recalling. I can barely be considered an ascetic cultivator. In my early years, I devoted myself to cultivation and rarely showed up in the Dark Night Realm. After I became an infant, I followed my fellow Taoists to explore the God ruins. After that, my fellow Taoists died unexpectedly one after another, and I was also lost in the God ruins for nearly 800 years. Later, I escaped by chance and went to the Nether God realm to heal my wounds by chance. The reason I avoided you before was because my injuries had not healed, and it was inconvenient for me to show up. Fellow Taoist, don't worry too much." After hearing this, Patriarch Yanmo was skeptical, but it did not stop him from smiling heartily with full of faith, and said, "I didn't expect that fellow Taoist Yanqiong's experience was so tortuous and bizarre. Fellow Taoist was trapped in the God ruins. Not only did he come out alive, but his cultivation was so advanced. I admire him deeply. I am very curious about your experience over the years. If fellow Taoist Yanqiong has time, you may as well come with me to the Yangtze Palace for a chat, please." "As you wish." "I dare not ask." Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered, and he nodded slightly with a smile. Half an hour later, a vast hall, filled with ethereal auras and countless graceful figures shifting endlessly in the air, emerged. Zhao Sheng and Patriarch Yama sat cross-legged on a cloud of divine energy, their tables before them laden with a multitude of divine delicacies. "So, Brother Shianqiong is from the 9-demon continent. What a coincidence. I was also born there, and my clan is the Corpse Mushroom Clan." "Brother Yama, you are truly candid. You should know that the Corpse Mushroom Clan has always had a bad reputation in the 9-demon continent, and they have forged countless grudges with the human race, haha. At our level, we are solely devoted to the Dao. How can mere racial hatred affect our resolve?" Patriarch Yama said this, and he also thought so. In fact, his statement was very popular among late-stage nascent soul cultivators, and it was considered a common consensus. You have to understand that every late-stage nascent soul cultivator, whether just crossing the 7th level or a top grandmaster halfway to the spiritual transformation realm, is considered a dominant force in their region as long as they haven't reached the spiritual transformation stage. At this point, racial distinctions have faded among grandmasters. Their hearts steadfastly focused on the unwavering resolve to reach the ultimate level of the spiritual transformation stage. "Fellow Taoist Yanmo, you have a point. It's my narrow-mindedness that's been a problem." Zhao Sheng disagreed, but he wouldn't force his point. Actually, Zhao Sheng was interested in making friends with this person. As the master of the Black Ship, Ancestor Yanmo not only had a wide network of friends and was well-informed, but also possessed immense wealth and connections. Zhao Sheng, a new arrival with limited access to information, couldn't miss the opportunity to make friends with this person. They chatted and discussed the Dharma, each of Zhao Sheng's words flowing freely and inspiring profound insights. After repeated attempts, Elder Yanmo had made significant gains. He no longer dared to underestimate Zhao Sheng. He already regarded Zhao Sheng as a highly accomplished and top-tier fellow Taoist, and he had no doubt that his true cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the nascent soul. At this moment, Zhao Sheng, after explaining his understanding of the Dao of Fate, suddenly sighed for no apparent reason and remained silent. Elder Yanmo, truly curious, asked, "Brother Shianqiong, you were speaking so well, why are you sighing for no reason?" Zhao Sheng's expression hardened as he asked earnestly, "This place lies in the outer void, beyond the control of the heavenly Daos of the 2 realms. I would like to ask, fellow Taoist Yanmo, do you still harbor any hopes of reaching the ultimate divine transformation realm?" Thinking of those predecessors who have fallen to the blood god's son, I can't help but feel a sense of despair. Upon hearing these words, Elder Yanmo's expression suddenly changed drastically. Chapter 424 Overturning the Way of Heaven. After the face of Patriarch Yama changed drastically, it returned to normal in the blink of an eye. He shook his head and sneered, haha, the transformation into a spirit? At our level, who doesn't hope to continue climbing up and take a look at the scenery at the top? Why bother asking this question, fellow Taoist Xiangqiong, Alice? It's a pity that the way forward for us has been cut off by the heaven. If we don't have great luck and great opportunities, the day we survive the transformation into a spirit catastrophe will be the day we become puppets of the heaven. At this point, Zhao Sheng changed the subject, his face showing determination, and he said in a resounding voice, the ancients once said that blocking the path of others is worse than killing their parents. The transformation into a spirit is in front of me, and the heaven is blocking me, so I will overturn this thief heaven. Hiss, brother, you are really heroic. Such a grand ambition, I dare not even think about it. I only hope to find one or two secret techniques to avoid the sky, hoping to avoid the prying eyes of the heaven, and risk my life before I die. Although Patriarch Yama is a giant in the magic way, he has never dreamed of overthrowing the heaven. Because in his view, the way of heaven is vast and its power is infinite, and it is absolutely impossible for mortals to defy the way of heaven. Xiangqiong Sanren dared to make such arrogant remarks, but he just regarded it as the nonsense of a fool, and laughed at it. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng already knew what was going on, so he stopped probing and began to express his true intention. Fellow Taoist Yanmo, have you heard of the 7-star Ruai? The 7-star Ruai. The old ancestor Yanmo's eyes flashed, his thoughts raced, and a look of joy suddenly appeared on his face. This treasure is not that cross-boundary teleportation array, haha. Fellow Taoist is indeed knowledgeable. I haven't even said it yet, and you guessed the truth. Zhao Sheng smiled slightly and said decisively, indeed, I intend to invite fellow Taoist Yanmo to go to the depths of the divine ruins to search for the cross-boundary teleportation array. Well, this is an opportunity. Since the two realms can't work, it's better to settle for the next best thing and teleport to another realm. It's better than death. After saying this, Patriarch Yama fell into deep thought and whispered, but as far as I know, the 7-star Ruai has long been extinct in the two worlds, and throughout history, all the nascent soul high priests who have held this treasure in their hands to search for the cross-world teleportation array have mostly disappeared since then, and there is no news. Zhao Sheng was delighted when he saw this, knowing that the other party was interested, and he couldn't help but smile and said, as the saying goes, fortune and honor are sought in danger. No news means good news, because it is very likely that our predecessors have successfully crossed into another world. It can be said that the cross-world teleportation array is our hope, which is 1,000 times better than being imprisoned by the heavenly Dao until death. Brother, what you said makes some sense, but the 7-star Ruai is really hard to find. Since you mentioned this topic, you must have some basis for it. To be honest, fellow Taoist, I do have one or two clues, but it will take a long time to track down the whereabouts of the 7-star Ruai. Don't worry, fellow Taoist, when I find this treasure, I will definitely invite you to accompany me. I just don't know what you think. Upon hearing this, a dark glint flashed in Ancestor Yama's eyes, and a smile graced his face. It's a deal. I hope Brother Xiangqiong won't forget me when the time comes. Zhao Sheng, reassured, laughed heartily. Haha, I won't forget, absolutely not. With you, fellow Taoist, joining us is like adding wings to a white tiger. I'm sure I'll achieve my wish. He had invited Ancestor Yama not only for his immense strength, but also for his status as the master of the Black Ship. The interdimensional teleportation array had been damaged for years, and repairing it would require a vast array of rare treasures, which was where Ancestor Yama would come in handy. Furthermore, what he had said before was not empty talk. He truly intended to overthrow the heavenly Dao. More precisely, he intended to kill the blood god heavenly Dao. This heavenly Dao was not the same heavenly Dao. Back then, the blood god had failed to assimilate the heavenly Daos of the two realms, falling into an awkward state of neither life nor death. Because of his abandonment, the old heavenly Dao still survives to this day. Zhao Sheng intended to harness the remaining power of the heavenly Dao and the human Dao to overthrow the blood god's heavenly Dao status and obliterate any remaining consciousness. This was a plan to remove the fuel from the fire. Although the chances of success were slim, Zhao Sheng believed victory lay within him. If this life didn't work, There was always the next, and the next, and the next. He could afford the wait. The outer void was a chaotic darkness, with no day or night, and the passage of time was inconspicuous. The black ship slowly sped across the void sea. Occasionally, tiny meteorites struck the jet-black metal hull, erupting in bursts of blinding flames, conspicuous in the darkness. Yet, all was silent, like pantomime. As time passed, the blue-green world ahead grew larger, gradually filling up half of his field of vision. As the black ship entered the hazy, wispy spiritual aura, a faint, iridescent halo enveloped its hull, manifesting itself from spiritual energy. Half a day later, the massive, mountain-like spaceship slowly came to a stop. A moment later, a wide passage suddenly and quietly opened in the lower deck of the ship's underbelly, and a 100-foot-long flying boat silently emerged, speeding towards the dark night realm. Fellow Taoist Yanmo, please stay. If I have any results in the future, I will take the initiative to inform you. Zhao Sheng, after flying out of the passage, hovered in the air, looking back at the Ama ancestor in the ship, and sent a telepathic message. Take care, fellow Taoist Yan Kaiwang. 20 years from now, it will be Wangzu's 9,000th birthday. This will be a grand event for the Nine-Demon Continent, bound to be a splendid spectacle of natural treasures and a gathering of nascent souls. Whether it succeeds or not, I will be waiting for you at Tuangling Peak. Since it is Wangzu's 1000th birthday, I will definitely be there. Fellow Taoist Yanmo, I bid you farewell. With these words, Zhao Sheng's body enveloped in a layer of flames, and he suddenly flew away towards the dark night realm, as fast as a floating light. Hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of miles of empty space vanished in an instant. The vast expanse of the planet loomed before him. Zhao Sheng's gaze swept across the heavens and earth below, then instantly transformed into a meteor, plummeting into the Xiangang atmosphere with a long, blazing tail. A moment later, he plummeted, swiftly piercing the thick atmosphere. Below him lay a vast expanse of azure ocean, the boundless sea. Boom! With a resounding roar, waves erupted, a large depression formed in the center. A ball of light slowly dissipated above, revealing Zhao Sheng. He determined his bearings and quickly transformed into a rainbow of light, soaring towards the northwest sky at lightning speed. 10 days passed in a flash. Zhao Sheng had crossed nearly half of the boundless sea, wandered tens of thousands of miles along the Nine-Demon Continent, and finally found his precise location. That day, a desolate island deep within the boundless sea finally welcomed a new visitor. Zhao Sheng hovered above the island, looking up and around. The dark sea lapped against the rugged shore. Giant shrimps, half the length of a man, leaped from the surface of the nearby waters. This is it. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Sheng's figure flashed and vanished without a trace. A dozen breaths later, a narrow, deep trench snaked along the pitch-black, sandy seabed, stretching into the distance. In the middle of the trench, a shimmering, icy iceberg suddenly bulged, emitting a piercing chill. The surrounding water within 1,000 feet was bone-chilling. Aside from a few giant shrimps, all other life was virtually extinct. Suddenly, a flash of fire flew from afar, plunging into the iceberg. Wherever the fire passed, the ice melted, creating a waist-wide hole. A moment later, Zhao Sheng, fully armed, had reached the deepest part of the iceberg and arrived at the center of the cave. Millennia into the future, that icy spirit continued to ripple with shimmering ripples of cold light, constantly releasing an endless chill. Everything within the cave had transformed into eternal, unmelting ice. However, at this moment, much of the ice inexplicably transformed into countless crystal clusters and pillars. Within the vast crystal cave, shimmering crystal sand piled up into a mountain, gradually eroding the outer ice walls. At the deepest point of the crystal mountain, a figure sitting cross-legged loomed, shrouded in a faint gray light. Zhao Sheng felt a sense of relief upon seeing this, then slowly grew nervous. He had never forgotten how he died in his previous life. To ward off the invasion of the crystal fungus, Zhao Sheng had donned multiple layers of isolation suits before arriving here, the most intimate of which was his Hunpian stone armor. He dared not even use his magical powers, relying solely on his physical strength. After all, the void devil fungus was so bizarre and terrifying, its infiltration seemingly omnipresent. After only a moment outside the crystal cave, Zhao Sheng quietly retreated. After a day and a night of repeated physical examinations, Zhao Sheng returned to the crystal cave. This time, he began drilling into the crystal mountain. Within a few minutes, A 2-meter-long tunnel had been carved. Zhao Sheng immediately called it a day and quickly retreated. After 2 days of rest, feeling completely healthy, Zhao Sheng, overjoyed, returned to the mountain and continued digging. After more than half a month, a tunnel over 100 meters long had been carved, revealing the remains of his past life. One day, Zhao Sheng stood solemnly 3 feet away from the remains. Suddenly, a ray of divine thought shot out from his brows, instantly immersing itself in the remains' skull. Buzz! The next second, the remains opened its mouth and spit out a fist-sized bone bead. Zhao Sheng snatched it up and stored it in the Nakung seal. Simultaneously, the gray light enveloping the remains quietly dissipated, and countless cracks suddenly appeared throughout its body. Through the cracks, countless crystal clusters of varying sizes could be seen scattered throughout the remains, with most of the remains already transformed into a crystal nest. However, Zhao Sheng was not surprised, but rather delighted, because the void devil fungus's erosion rate was surprisingly slow. Over 1,000 years had passed, and it still hadn't completely consumed the remains. This confirmed a bold idea he had harbored before his death. The mysterious gray light was undoubtedly an unknown energy far superior to mana. Even more gratifying was the fact that the void devil fungus seemed to have no effect on it, otherwise this wouldn't have happened. Despite the numerous crystal mountains and pillars outside, they were actually formed from the continuous fission of crystals that had fallen from his body, not from the remains themselves. With a thought, Zhao Sheng's golden crow true fire instantly erupted from the remains' abdomen. He drew out the true fire furnace he had prepared in advance and directed it towards the golden crow true fire. Spiritual flames rushed towards it, landing obediently within the true fire furnace. He then stored the true fire furnace away. After this, Zhao Sheng brought in a square black azure gold chest from outside. He then carefully placed the remains inside and sealed it tightly. Black azure gold has the ability to block spiritual energy, making it perfect for sealing the significantly degraded void devil fungus. An incense stick later, Zhao Sheng, having successfully plucked the ice soul, carried the black azure gold chest and departed from the crystallized cave. 3 days passed, and Zhao Sheng noticed nothing unusual. So, he returned to the desolate island and unearthed the numerous treasures buried in his previous life. A moment later, a beam of light shot up from the island, circling half a circle before streaking towards the 9-demon continent, 30,000 miles away. 600 miles southwest of the Hazao Mountains lies a vast, fertile plain known as Qianlingyan. This area is home to the human race, where numerous tribes and families thrive, with a population exceeding 20 million. Although Qianlingyan is small, it is plagued by conflict, ruled by 3 powerful monastic families. Recently, a massive camp has been erected outside Zhaojiacheng. Tents stretch endlessly across the grounds, and countless elite armored soldiers are constantly streaming in and out. From the center of the camp, the cries of battle resound, and a cloud of spiritual energy rises into the sky, transforming into the phantom of a giant, one-horned dragon python as massive as a mountain. Meanwhile, a gloomy atmosphere hangs over the city lord's mansion, located directly north of the city. Every member of the Zhao family, young and old, is filled with anxiety, their gazes frequently gazing towards the towering building within. The main hall of Shenglong Tower is surprisingly packed. The current Zhao family head, Zhao Xiaoyuan, sits in the center. Perched on the dragon tiger chair, gazing grimly at the 2 clan elders below. Xiaoyuan, the Fengai clan is now at the gates of the city. You must not continue to be so stubborn. It is best to hand over the ancestors' relics as soon as possible in exchange for the safety of the family. Second brother, you are polite. The Fengai clan has a giant and chief priest in charge. Our clan is absolutely no match for him. Before that person arrives in person, it is best for our clan to surrender first. The Shenglong ancestor once said that those who know the times are heroes. I agree with him. Xiaoyuan, you would rather die than bend, but don't drag millions of our clan members to die in vain. After a moment's silence, Zhao Xiaoyuan's expression became more resolute, and he said in a low voice, "You don't even dare to call me the head of the family." The second elder shouted disdainfully, "How can you be the head of the family? You actually provoked the Fengai clan for no reason. The disaster that our family is in today is all because of you, Zhao Xiaoyuan, who overestimated your abilities. How dare you? With a formidable enemy at our doorstep, instead of considering how to repel them, you're contemplating surrender. Such foolish thought, wasting your own resources to please others, actually comes from a identified clan elder." I'm ashamed to be associated with such heartless and ruthless people like you." Zhao Yunruo, the head patriarch of the Zhao family, was furious, slamming the table and cursing. Zhao Yunruo was the pillar of the Zhao family, having reached the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage. His words instantly silenced the entire room. Secondary clan elder Zhao Yunshu's face was grim, but he dared not speak, for his eldest brother was truly daring enough to beat him to death. Zhao Yunruo calmed his melancholy and resentful mood and said coldly, "Ancestor Feng Yi won't be here for a while. As long as we successfully repel the army outside the city before he arrives, the Zhao family still has a fallback plan." "What are you afraid of?" He then turned to Zhao Xiaoyuan, who sat at the head of the group, and said, "Master, what strategies do you have for repelling the enemy?" 2 breaths later, Zhao Xiaoyuan addressed the elders, "I have 3 strategies for repelling the enemy. The best is, just as the Zhao family racked their brains to force the Feng Yi clan to retreat, a completely different scene unfolded in a magnificent tent deep within the military camp outside the city. Feng Yiang, the giant and patriarch of the Feng Yi clan, who was rumored not to have been there in person, suddenly appeared in the tent, his face pale. He waited tremblingly at his side, not daring to show the slightest disrespect to the figure seated on the golden chair. At this time, Zhao Sheng, who was sitting on the golden chair, looked at the Feng Yi clan leaders below with a leisurely expression and asked calmly, "Tell me, how did the Zhao clan offend you?" Feng Yiang was shocked and immediately turned over and knelt, with his butt raised high, shouting in fear, "Sir, this is all a misunderstanding. We were blind and offended the Zhao clan unintentionally. We deserve to die. I hope you will give us a chance to atone for our sins." "Oh, it's just a misunderstanding." Chapter 425 Test. It was a misunderstanding, truly just a misunderstanding. Please, sir, have mercy and allow the Feng Yi clan a chance to mend their ways. We are willing to compensate the Zhao family tenfold for their losses. Feng Yiang, hearing the high priest's unspoken meaning, was overjoyed and immediately gestured to the heavens and the earth. Behind him, the Feng Yi clan leaders had already fallen to the ground in fear, not daring to look directly at the Lord above them. The hierarchy in the Dark Night realm was clear and strict, and the dignity of those in power was unyielding. Countless stories of families destroyed over the centuries were the bloodiest reality. Since it was a misunderstanding, and your confession is sincere, I cannot afford to bully the weak. However, please note the compensation for the Zhao clan. This is what I require of you." A moment later, when Zhao Sheng calmly finished his plan, Feng Yiang and the others were stunned. They couldn't tell whether this unfamiliar nascent soul high priest's attitude toward the Zhao family of Qianling was friendly or malicious. This lord had actually ordered them to continue pressuring the Zhao family to surrender, even to launch a full-scale siege if necessary. Feng Yiang, with his age and vast experience, immediately grasped the lord's intention. At this thought, the Feng Yi clan's giant and ancestor felt a chill in his heart, instantly realizing the daunting nature of this assignment. However, he not only had to accept the task immediately, but also to perform it with flying colors, a task requiring a delicate balance of timing. Zhao Sheng ordered the others to withdraw, leaving Feng Yiang alone in the tent. He then inquired about the recent situation in the Hazao Mountains and the Nine-Demon Continent. After respectfully answering a series of questions, Feng Yiang felt a mixture of surprise and delight. He had already sensed that this lord seemed to have been in seclusion for many years, or perhaps had just returned from the outer realms, and therefore had little knowledge of the Nine-Demon Continent's current situation. He suddenly realized that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If seized, the Feng Yi clan would undoubtedly have found a formidable supporter. As a result, Feng Yiang's attitude became even more respectful, racking his brains to answer the adults' inquiries in extreme detail, not daring to conceal a single detail. Woo! Half a day later, a long, desolate horn suddenly pierced the tent from outside. Zhao Sheng raised his brows, slowly stood up, and began to offer some guidance, pointing out some flaws in his cultivation. This gesture instantly moved Feng Yiang to tears, and his resolve was strengthened. "Do your best." After offering him a small reward, Zhao Sheng casually said this. Then, right in front of Feng Yiang, he suddenly vanished without a sound or a trace. Feng Yiang felt a chill run down his spine upon seeing this scene. He immediately bowed to the air and respectfully shouted, "Farewell, sir. I will carry out your orders with impeccable grace." On the Zhao city walls, Zhao Xiaoyuan, Zhao Yunruo, Zhao Yunshu, and the others appeared from behind the low wall, all looking gravely at the Feng Yi camp 10 miles away. Meanwhile, teams of elite armored soldiers continuously emerged from the camp, marching to the open space ahead to form a massive attacking formation, slowly deploying their troops. Simultaneously, Feng Yi priests, clad in long sacrificial robes, soared into the air one after another, eventually hovering above the army, each gazing menacingly at the city walls. 1, 2, 3. Oh no, even Feng Yin has shown up. He is in the late stage of foundation building, and no one on our side can be his opponent. It seems that there is really no way to resolve it peacefully. Patriarch, you should make a decision quickly. Looking at the dark army of Feng Yi, Zhao Shaoyuang's eyes became more fierce, and his face was full of determination and solemnity. Hearing the two clan elders yelling, he suppressed his anger and said calmly, "Don't panic, everyone. Judging from the situation, the family will definitely be able to withstand the first wave of Feng Yi's offensive." Without waiting for anyone to speak, Zhao Shaoyuang showed a very confident smile and said easily, "As early as 10 days ago, I appointed Zhao as an envoy to secretly ask for help from Shendao Peak. The time is almost up. Within 3 days, the envoy of Shendao Peak will arrive in time to uphold justice for our clan." Upon hearing this, everyone in the Zhao family breathed a sigh of relief, and some even praised with joy. The head of the family is really a genius. The founding ancestor of Shendao Peak was a direct disciple of Shanglong Patriarch. For thousands of years, our family has been on good terms with Shendao Peak, and the friendship between us is deep. If an envoy mediates on their behalf, Feng Yi will definitely not make it too difficult. At most, they will have to pay a generous gift. That's right, we only ask Feng Yi to withdraw his troops. As for some less excessive demands, we will try our best to meet them. Alice, it looks like our people will have to suffer again. Haha, when the nest is overturned, the eggs will fall too. Our family has nurtured our people for thousands of years, and it's time for them to repay us. Hearing the old idiots grumbling behind him, Zhao Shaoyuang's brows furrowed even deeper, wishing he could chop them down with a blow. But he could only listen, unable to touch them. Soon, a well-armored general hurried up the city wall, approached Zhao Shaoyuang, and shouted with a fist clasped, "Master, all the clan soldiers are in place. Can you please have the elders dispersed to different sections of the city wall as a precaution?" Woo woo. Outside the city walls, the ox horn bugle blew for the second time, signaling the imminent attack. At that moment, a Feng Yi clan priest suddenly emerged from the crowd and rapidly approached the city wall. "Listen up, everyone. Hand over Zhao Linzong immediately, or I will annihilate your Qianling Zhao family today." As soon as this man finished shouting, the Zhao elders immediately turned to their master, Zhao Shaoyuang, with varying expressions. Because Zhao Linzong is the eldest son of the patriarch. Previously, it was unknown why the Feng Yi clan had their army at the gates, but now it seems Zhao Linzong was the culprit. No wonder. Zhao Shaoyuang took a deep breath and said coldly, "It's easy to find a pretext to accuse someone. Zhao is kind-hearted and has always been friendly to others. How could he have offended the Feng Yi clan? I'm afraid the news of Zhang's superior aptitude for the dual spiritual roots of golden water has leaked out, which is why the Feng Yi clan is making such a big fuss. Could it be that the other party's purpose in demanding Linzong is to refine him into a living puppet?" A clever person immediately thought of a terrifying possibility. That's not without reason. The Feng Yi clan is going too far. If that's their intention, even our clan is doomed. Master, don't hesitate. Why not immediately summon our ancestral corpse and confront the evil Feng Yi? Absolutely not. Our ancestral precepts forbid the clan from using our ancestral corpse unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, we'll disturb the peace of our ancestors and be unforgivable. Let's activate the blood sacrifice formation and send out a zombie army. Consume as much of the enemy's forces as possible. Withstand the first wave of attacks, and then make plans, quickly. Activate the city defense formation. They're coming. Just as the words had fallen, the horn blasted for the third time, its humming echoing through the heavens and earth. Suddenly, nearly 10,000 Feng Yi elite soldiers outside the city clashed their shields with spears in unison, shouting in unison, "Wind! Wind! Rise!" The shouts of 10,000 people shook the sky. The blood-red shadow of the unicorn python that hovered above the army suddenly coiled and twisted, stretching its vast body and roaring heavenward. Boom! A mighty wind roared in front of Zhao Clan City, whipping up a whistling cloud of dust and sand, transforming it into a gray storm that surged towards the walls. The storm's passage sent flying sand and rocks scattering, creating a pitch-black darkness that obscured the sky. Flagpoles atop the walls were broken, and the swirling sand blinded those who watched. Invisible wind blades, hidden within the storm, easily severed each Zhao clan soldier in half, leaving many elite soldiers dead or wounded, and a pool of blood drenched the walls. Buzz! At that moment, a curved white light shield suddenly materialized, enveloping the entire wall and completely blocking the incoming storm. Seeing this, Feng Yiong looked around, but the master was nowhere to be seen. He knew for sure, and immediately gave a command with a commanding demeanor. Men, charge! The Feng Yi priests in front, upon hearing the ancestor's command, roared with excitement, each harnessing their magical instruments and rushing towards the Zhao clan's wall. The army below quickly dispatched 10 vanguards of 100 men, charging towards the wall. Thus began a brutal offensive and defensive battle. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Corpses piled up beneath the wall, blood flowed everywhere. The wall changed hands several times, only to be recaptured by the Zhao clan. Both the Zhao and Feng Yi clans suffered countless casualties, and the losses were devastating. However, after several days of fighting, Zhao Xiaoyuan felt something was amiss. Feng Yi's elite soldiers were fearless, and they had reached the wall several times. On one particularly dangerous occasion, he was forced to unleash his zombie army, ultimately resulting in a mutually devastating defeat for both sides. But even so, the Feng Yi clan always seemed to be running out of steam. Whenever their forces were about to collapse, they would strangely sound the horn and quickly withdraw. Furthermore, Zhao Xiaoyuan noticed that the Feng Yi clan, despite possessing numerous hidden weapons, had never used them. For example, they possessed Feng Yi, a late Foundation establishment cultivator, as well as their golden core talismans and large-scale siege artifacts. Not to mention Feng Yiong, the Feng Yi clan's golden core patriarch. Zhao Xiaoyuan couldn't believe Feng Yiong hadn't personally arrived on the battlefield at this point. Yet, when he arrived, he deliberately stayed out. What was the reason? Was he wary of Divine Blade Peak? Probably not. While the clan had a close relationship with Divine Blade Peak, it was only close in that sense. Ever since Patriarch Hua Wen passed away, the family's bond with Divine Blade Peak had grown increasingly sluggish. As the clan's power gradually waned and no more golden cores were produced, Divine Blade Peak naturally distanced itself from them. How could the dominant Divine Blade Peak even today look down upon the mere Zhao clan of Qianling? Even if some ties of friendship still existed, that was centuries ago. Zhao Xiaoyuan stood atop the blood-soaked city wall, his gaze piercing the Feng Yi camp 10 miles away, a faint, inexplicable anticipation welling up in his heart. Come quickly. While the Zhao clans had longed for the Divine Blade Peak messenger's arrival, the Feng Yi officials in the military camp outside the city were filled with trepidation. For 3 full days, the army, under the command of the master, had launched over 20 consecutive assaults on the city, resulting in heavy casualties among the common soldiers. Unaware of the master's intentions, the Feng Yi cultivators fought fearfully, and over 20 of their own clan's priests had been killed or injured, leaving everyone heartbroken. Witnessing this tragic situation, Feng Yi, a prominent clan elder, boldly offered Feng Yiong a suggestion. "Grandfather, why don't you pay your respects to the Lord? You go, or should I?" Feng Yiong's face darkened as he turned and glared at Feng Yiong. "Grandfather, I have no second thoughts about atoning for my sins. I'm just heartbroken for the loss of so many of my clan members. Rest assured, our deaths will not be in vain. As for the Lord's intentions, you will know for sure." Only Feng Yiong knew that over the past 3 days, he had received a golden opportunity. The Lord's casual advice and the precious elixir he had bestowed had loosened the shackles of years. With just 2 years of seclusion, he would surely break through the 3rd level of the Golden Core and ascend to the middle stage of the Golden Core. At that point, the Feng Yi clan's status would be profoundly transformed, ushering in a new era of prosperity. If I can please Lord Qianqian, then perhaps I can reach the late Jinden stage, or even, at this thought, Feng Yiong's heart burned with a wildfire, and a huge, 6-armed wind god loomed behind him. Suddenly, Feng Yiong's face lit up with joy, and he instantly flew off the golden chair, rushing out of the tent like a hurricane, leaving the group of people bewildered. In a short moment, he had flown 100 miles away, landing on the top of a gentle hill. A flash of fire appeared, and Zhao Sheng suddenly appeared not far away. "Long live the Lord!" Feng Yiong hurriedly stepped forward to pay his respects. Zhao Sheng flicked his finger and ejected a jade slip, saying calmly, "Your work is well done. This is a reward for you. Thank you very much, Lord, for the gift." Feng Yiong caught the jade slip and was overjoyed at the secret method recorded within. Zhao Sheng didn't care at all that he had only given away half of the 7 absolute wind curses. "Next, you must immediately cease your assault and begin negotiations with the Zhao family. Aside from refraining from physical force, you may freely employ other tactics, such as extreme pressure, sowing discord, and fragmentation. You understand?" Upon hearing this, countless thoughts raced through Feng Yiong's mind. He vaguely sensed the deeper meaning behind his master's actions and sighed. "Alice, the Zhao family is truly blessed." With this thought in mind, he bowed without hesitation and declared, "I will do my utmost to obey your command, Master. I will see to it that this matter is handled perfectly." The moon set and the sun rose, marking a new day. The Feng Yi family suddenly halted their assault and instead dispatched a team, led by Feng Yiong, to the top of the city walls, boldly declaring their desire to negotiate with the Zhao family. Although Zhao Xiaoyong and the others were unsure of their intentions, they were overjoyed and quickly agreed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days of negotiations continued, but the two sides remained at odds, and progress was slow. The Zhao family's joy faded, and instead, they were seething with anger. The Feng Yi clan's demands were excessive, their attitude was extremely harsh, and their actions were truly excessive. Facing the increasingly impatient Feng Yi clan, and the imminent threat posed by the Feng Yi patriarch, the Zhao clan's leaders began to split. There were those who advocated surrender, led by the second elder, and those who favored war, represented by the great elder. Of course, there were also a very small number of neutral figures. Zhao Xiaoyong neither advocated war nor surrender, simply trying to stall for as long as possible. But after so many days, there was still no news from Divine Blade Peak. This unusual situation weighed on Zhao Xiaoyong's heart, and the pressure on him only grew. His best option was to stall until Divine Blade Peak sent someone to enforce justice. Now, that hope seemed slim. His middle option was to hire a wandering giant and cultivator at a high price, hoping the Feng Yi clan would retreat, but so far, no one had dared to accept the reward. The worst option was both the most difficult and the easiest, to summon the corpses of the ancestors and simultaneously reveal all their hidden cards to see if they could scare the Feng Yi clan off. If you can, everyone will be happy. If you can't, just hand over the people and the things, just to preserve the vitality of the family. However, Zhao Xiaoyong didn't know that all this was just a test. Today, the score has been released. The previous chapter added a plot. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.